Classic Arena Tournament. I'm your host, Vinruki, joined with the wonderful Zico and Supatees. We have the pleasure of bringing a bunch of really fun games to you guys this weekend. Today, we will be focusing on the European region, and this is a really, really stacked region here, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. Cold weather flying has been activated. I'm excited. This is Wrath. It's been a very exciting time in my life playing Wrath back then and now. So it's
Back
very
in the day.
nostalgic for me. Yeah, for sure. It's very nostalgic for me to cast Wrath because I was very passionate about Wrath tournaments back then. And yes, we do have a stacked region. We have a lot of great teams, and there's been some kind of upsets in the qualifier as well. Our number one seeded team did get sent out in an RMP mirror. So the competition is definitely fierce here in Europe, man.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you can see here on the screen over 100 teams signed up, and we have narrowed it down to the top 8. This is going to be a double elimination bracket in both Europe as well as North America. Every single one of these series today is going to be a best of 7, and the grand finals will be no double finals. So it's just going to be one series in the finals. We have $100,000 in prizing for all these wonderful players. And it's just exactly like you said, Ezekiel. I mean, Wrath of the Lich King, I think for a lot of us, holds a lot of nostalgia. I know for myself, that's where, when I started competing pretty seriously. So to be here and be able to cast the games with you guys is really exciting. You can see that prize breakdown here, Sid. But yeah, we're in for, I think, a wonderful weekend here, Supatees.
Yeah, and I mean, the awesome part about this tournament, I mean, Zika mentioned it, the number one seeded team is out. Sometimes you get a tournament where you kind of know who's going to win. Like it's a safe bet in a lot of cases, and sometimes there's an upset. But with this one, I really don't feel like there is a safe bet. There are a lot of other teams that I would have thought would win this. When I was watching Minpoike stream and they were practicing their Lock Shaman Paladin, he was telling me that he's actually very worried about BLACKBEDDY's team, which is running a Thundercleave with Cleaner on it, which I wasn't really expecting like that to be one of the most threatening teams when I was looking at the names overall. But after watching some of their streams and the practice leading up into this week, this is just a stacked tournament across the board. We have a diverse range of strategies as well, with one RMP, a few Lock Shaman teams, a few Thunders, a jungle, and then an off-brand Hunter team. So who's coming out? Are we going to see the meta comps? Is Lock Shaman going to take over? Is RMP going to take over? Is one of these Hunter comps going to be able to steal the show? It should be a very entertaining weekend.
Yeah, I think so. And I think the thing that's most exciting for me is just seeing really how the meta is going to evolve. We had the chance yesterday to sit down and talk with Azael, who's actually going to be joining us on Saturday and Sunday, which I'm really excited about. But we were just talking about, back in our day, there was kind of a different meta, different compositions. I mean, obviously that has to do with the patch a little bit here, Zico, but there's some of those comps I remember, like RLS, we were specifically talking about that you don't really see that often. And a lot of these teams are favoring that Holy Paladin and that Elemental Shaman.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is because we're on patch 335, which is the last patch in Wrath, but we are in Season 5, which means you have the gear from, Season 5. So it's kind of a unique meta in a way. And I think having kind of the knowledge of what worked well in OG Wrath, like Ele Shamans, has kind of made it so more people going back to Wrath are like rolling those classes, I feel like. Because there's a lot of Ele Shamans in these teams. I would say there's going to be a couple. And things like you mentioned, like the Assassination Rogue, I believe in this patch has a nerf to Mutilate compared to like the original Season 5. So back then, everybody was playing Assassination Rogue. Nowadays, we're going to mostly see Sub Rogue. And no RLS. I think most Warlocks are just buddying up with their Ele Shaman friends, having a good old time wizard cleaving. But we do have a Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman over in North America that we're going to be seeing tomorrow. Their name is The Move. You might be familiar with them. So we're going to get maybe not the RLS, but at least like what we used to call a heroic RLS. So it's pretty close, and I'm excited to see that. I'm excited to see kind of the fast paced, like run people down like Shaman, Asa Rogue kind of strategies.
Well, this first series on the team of SHEESH, we have an Elemental Shaman legend, right? We've got Zeepai, and
Wow.
I feel like getting to see him perform in Wrath of the Lich King, where Elemental Shaman is a top dog specialization, and he's going to be playing that classic Lock Shaman, Druid, and/or Paladin with Minpoike, with Mercy on the Warlock. Like, this should be a monster team in the tournament. Whereas Seventh Sense, are going to be playing spoiler with the jungle cleave, which has been performing. I would assume is better than people were expecting as a comp in Wrath of the Lich King. I don't feel like people were, making tier lists or talking about comps and like saying jungle was going to be like the number one thing. When I think of like hunter comps, I'm thinking like the protection warrior hunter that you used to see, which now it seems like there's none, at least maybe until we see more armor pen onto the gear. But I'm very curious to see how this plays out. I've been watching some North American Lock Shaman teams struggle occasionally with jungle because they can just get overwhelmed with damage. Just one predatory swiftness cyclone from the feral, and a paladin cannot use divine shield to break cyclone in Wrath of the Lich King. You get caught in a weird position where you used your trinket on something else. Using your cooldowns is going to be a lot more difficult with a matchup like this. So is Zeepai going to be able to step up here, show what the elemental shamans have got in Wrath of the Lich King, or is 7 Cents jungle going to be able to take it to him?
I think that's one of the things that excites me about this tournament as well. Is we have a lot of people that we normally see on like the AWC, the players that are playing in Shadowlands tournaments, some of those hero elemental shamans, we have Swapsy up in the upper bracket as well. So I'm curious to see, how some of the retail versus classic players are going to be doing. A lot of them have kind of mixed up and joined forces for this one, but we do have game number 1 of the day underway, and it will be SHEESH with Minpoike on the Paladin, not the Restoration Druid, playing that Elemental Shaman, Warlock Paladin, and they will be going up against the 7 Cents, the Jungle Cleave. And I'm really curious to see if this Jungle Cleave can kind of bring the pressure here in game number 1.
I think it's just all about positioning here for both sides. Keeping the Feral Druid away from the Paladin so that they're just not immediately getting instant Cyclones, giving time for Zeepai to purge it is going to be important. Grounding totems to try and stop scatter traps. Although at the same time, you got to deal with Devour. You're going to need to be covering that with Fairy Fire and Mark of the Wild. It's going to be really tough for the jungle to navigate this type of crowd control. Curious to see if they're going to be on the Elemental Shaman or the Warlock early on. Simbo Feral is just sneaking across the map at the moment, not finding his opener, just maybe waiting for someone to compromise their positioning. Both teams kind of staggering their opener. They are just going to start on the Destruction Warlock with a pounce. Bowstring moving into midfield. Wow. Rocket Gloves fired in. Scatter shot onto Zeepai. There's the instant Cyclone. Mercy's going to portal away and try and kite the Feral Druid during the Cyclone on his healer, and has managed to avoid during the entire Cyclone. And Poike is moving his way over. Double Shadow Fury into Hammer of Justice, trying to combo the Feral Druid behind the pillar with a Hex onto the Hunter. Christopher trades out Pain Suppression and Barkskin onto the Feral. Survival Instincts, that's a big overlap. Every cooldown, Bowstrings has to use Deterrence. They're running out of defenses. That was not a good push from 7 Cents. They're going to be very far behind, playing defense for now.
And jungle is just one of those compositions where you need momentum. This situation where they're behind the pillar and they're hiding, I feel like only favors SHEESH. Every single time the diminishing returns are coming off cooldown and they're able to kind of just top off, and maybe Minpoike can reset his mana. I think that's a very good thing for them. See what they can do. Bowstring's mana already struggling. Mercy taking a huge hit of damage, will be portaling away. As you can see, Zeepai is just getting into the action, really wanting to push the pace here. Put a lot of pressure onto Christopher, who has been able to maintain his mana quite well at this point, but Mercy seems to be okay. Has about 12 seconds left on that portal, and anytime he's able to portal away,
big hit!
Big damage here on Bowstring. That's going to be the Lava Burst and the Chaos Bolt, and if you are not paying attention, those two abilities together can absolutely just one-shot you. And that's what makes the Elemental Shaman and the Destruction Warlock such a powerful combo.
Cross crowd control is insane from both sides of the moment, but Bowstring is isolated with a spell lock onto Christopher, and I think Bowstring will be going down. A big heal comes in from Simbo Feral, just getting an instant regrowth at the last second, buying time for a penance, but Hammer of Justice connects. Lava Burst being channeled, gets cycloned. Simbo Feral hard carrying right now, getting that regrowth, getting that cyclone, but a double Howl of Terror. Bowstring has to trinket. He's trying to line of sight Lava Burst and Chaos Bolt at the same time. He has a tough decision. They use the Blood Elf Silence to try and stall the Lava Burst, trying to disrupt Zeepai as much as possible. Scatter shot into Freezing Trap. Bowstrings, no, he disengages into the wall. Not sure if he intended to do that. Double Rocket Gloves. Big damage incoming. He's going to be able to get back to the pillar, though. Pops the Rapid Fire. He's just going for damage onto the Warlock. Can they run down the Warlock with Minpoike free healing in the backline? Mercy's going to port away from the offensive cooldowns, try and stagger out this match. They can see Christopher's mana's not in a good position. They just need to stay alive. And now Christopher's crossing the midfield, which can be dangerous, but they picked a good moment when Mercy was retreating to try and drink on the opposing side.
Yeah, they're just going to be looking to reset their mana if they can, but Zeepai going to be pushing the pace once again. Hammer of Justice out on a Simbo, really nicely done there by Minpoike, allowing Mercy to have a little bit of free time here. These Cyclones from Simbo Feral have been really, really key in this match so far. Both mostly just defensive, honestly. Like when they're in trouble, he's getting those Cyclones. But ideally, when you're playing the jungle, you really want to be getting those Cyclones offensively on him in Minpoike so you can actually get the damage rolling. But kind of struggled to find pressure at this point. Zeepai finally taking a little
swap.
bit of damage, and they're actually, this is a immense amount of pressure coming in. That's a blessing of protection. Gets dispelled. That could just be GG, but that was a great push there by the 7th Sense. Not totally in shambles just yet, and their ability to recover in this match has been really impressive so far.
Simbo Farrell's got to be careful with how much he's shape-shifting. He's going in and out of cat form a lot. If he gets caught in a weird position where he's out of mana, it could be really dangerous for him. He's still at half with Innervate coming up, so he's got a couple more in the bank. Cyclones onto the Warlock. They are completely switching targets, and they're committed to Zeepai here, getting their bleeds up, looking to get that rip. As soon as you see a rip from a Feral Druid, you know that target's in trouble. I don't see it yet on the debuffs here for Zeepai. Christopher, big swap! Mercy, man, they left him open for just a second. Sneaks up on their Priest and closes out game 1.
Yeah, really good push there. But honestly, 7th Sense, I mean, you can tell what makes this team special. Normally, when you fight a jungle and you survive their opener, they kind of just are in shambles immediately and just kind of fall over, at least in my experience. But their ability to kind of pull behind the pillar, get resets, get that crowd control, still make their offensive pushes, really, really impressive. But it is going to be a game 1 victory here for SHEESH, Wake Mercy, and Zeepai looking really good here in game number 1, Sid. I
feel like this could be bad for the jungle in the series overall just because of loser pick advantage, right? I'm assuming they want to avoid things like Dalaran with Thunderstorm to knock people off, as well as Blades. So I feel like the jungle's likely going back and forth between the Grand and maybe Runes, but here's that one hit on the bowstrings. This is the dangers of the Locked Shaman in Wrath of the Lich King, is that if they can combo together, Chaos Bolts, Lava Burst, Conflagrate, Elemental Mastery, like at any point, you got to just be on edge for these spells and use defensives before they connect, see them coming and use them before they connect. Otherwise, it's going to be lights out. And here you can see they're committed to Zeepai, which means they've left the Warlock open. So Mercy here sneaks behind the pillar, goes around the corner, just flags here, I think, with an Immolate, and then just snipes him out with Zeepai's Elemental Mastery. And they were able to finish him as a result. It's really dangerous against the Locked Shaman Paladin in Wrath of the Lich King because you need to be pushing and trying to overwhelm them because the Paladin is going to outmana any other healer in the game and likely out-trade cooldowns. So unless you can catch them by surprise with a lot of burst damage in a small window, I think it's going to be pretty tough for them. But Jungle is definitely capable of that. We can see it on the scoreboard here. I feel like Simbo Farrell had a really good game. I like that he had clutch usage of his predatory swiftness. He wasn't just only cloning or only healing, like picking the right moment to use that for a heal or a clone to keep his team alive. Maybe they overextended it at the wrong point there at the end. Maybe they could have done something to stop Minpoike from pushing in, because if he didn't get that Hammer of Justice, then their priest obviously could have escaped maybe and healed himself and survived later on. But regardless, that was a really good game 1.
Yeah, that was an awesome game number 1. And keep in mind, one thing we haven't mentioned just yet, these are all these matches are taking place on the tournament realm, right? It allows these players opportunities to pick whatever races they want for specific matchups, and you can come up with some really interesting combos. Like the Hunter in that match, for example, was actually playing Blood Elf. So the Blood Elf is going to give him an extra 2% chance to miss. So it's going to force Zeepai and Mercy to get more hit on their gear, as well as have that Blood Elf silence to extend crowd control chains or interrupt heals. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these players kind of adapt, how they mix in PvE gear as well, because some of the raid gear is really, really strong, and you can hide it sometimes. Hide your cloak, hide your helmet, put in some strong weapons or trinkets, and really kind of mix it up if you're not being the target in the match to try to give yourself a little bit of an edge.
I thought that was a really fun point of discussion during our rehearsal with Azael, which we should be seeing in the future here in the weekend. And he was talking about how in the lands back in the day, you'd hide your off pieces because they don't show to your opponents. So they can't see what neck piece you're wearing. They can't see what bracers you're wearing. So slip on a couple of PvE pieces, get a little bit more haste, get a little bit more crit, drop some resilience. And if they're ignoring you, sometimes you need to field out like multiple targets just to see the value of resilience on each target. Because if someone's wearing really greedy gear, you need to punish that. And if you don't punish it, you're probably going to lose. And that's just another layer of strategy that each of the teams need to consider. And Locked Shaman Paladin, I can imagine, is one that wants to be greedy. Like that Warlock probably wants to slip on a few PvE pieces if they can. But if they can't and they wear low resil, they're probably getting one shot by a lot of these physical damage classes. So it's a big risk. But we are going to Runes of Lordaeron. This was the staple Hunter map. I'm sure a lot of people have traumatizing experiences against Hunters here.
I was just waiting for that. And luckily, there's no Beastcleaves in the tournament that we're aware of just yet. So I feel, in a safe space for now. But yeah, Runes of Lordaeron can be really, really brutal. It's going to be difficult. But the thing is, there's a lot of open field as well. So I feel like if Sheesh just wants to play in the open, like play the room, right? Mpoike can just sit back. He can play the room and kind of force Simbo as well as Bowstrings out into the open. Things can go wrong really fast against the Elemental Shaman Destruction Warlock. They literally can kill you in 1 second with 2 spells. So you have to be very careful. And speaking of like min-maxing, regen gear and PvE gear, I think that's something that Mpoike could probably get away with in this matchup. It's going to be really difficult to actually punish the Paladin. So him putting on a bunch of regen, a bunch of crit is probably going to be super solid for him. And this one, and I don't know if the Hunter and the Feral Druid are really going to be able to punish that. But yeah, I'm just curious to see where she takes this fight. Are they going to actually push in and play the play the tomb, try to knock them off the tomb? Because that's the thing. There's not a lot of line of sight, on Wrath of the Lich King, Ruins of Lordon. You basically have that center position. The tombs on the right-hand side that you can see, they don't have LOS. There's no cart in the ooze, nothing like that. It's a very open map if you're not playing in the center, and the Elemental Shaman can actually knock you off. So I feel like things can go really bad here for the jungle if they're not careful.
What I really like is the crowd control allocation by 7 cents. So they're using the Feral Druid, crowd control, and the Paladin. And the main reason they're doing that is because the only way a Paladin can break out of Cyclone is with the trinket. So Cyclone, get a trinket, and then Cyclone later, they can win the game. And using Scatter Shot on the Elemental Shaman and trapping the Elemental Shaman to remove the option of Grounding Totem. But here you can see the Lock Shaman Paladin are just getting really aggressive on top of the Priest. Are they going to get pushed back? Mercy gets a double Shadow Fury, looks for a Fear, gets line of sighted on it. For line of sighting at the bottom side of the tomb, and just staying with his team at the moment, going in and out here on the corner. Mercy tries to get a Shadow Flame, but gets cycloned up. Simbo Feral swapping to the Elemental Shaman, gets the Mangle up. He's going to be building towards that rip. Needs that bleed damage. They knock Christopher out in the open, knock Simbo. He's going to wild charge back in, get a bash onto Zeepai, start developing those bleeds as soon as possible. There's the instant Cyclone. Where's the Scatter Shot, though? They need to crowd control. They're actually Scatter Shotting the Warlock. Zeepai can ground the trap in that instance. It can be risky to not use that, but they're still committed to the Elemental Shaman. Triple War Stomp from Simbo Feral. Not enough to execute on a kill. Fear on the Hunter, stun on the Priest. Good cross crowd control, swapping to the Hunter out of a Shadow Fury into another Fear, stopping him from using deterrence. He's going to feign death, interrupt the casts, try and get back to the pillar, but he's feared even further in the open. Ooh. This is not where you want to be. They're pushing Simbo Feral back to the pillar. Bowstrings is trying to blast Mercy, trying to get him on defense, and he has managed to make him port away. He's disengaging in aggressively. Scatter Shot onto Zeepai. Is he going to be able to land cross CC? Not just a Scatter Shot for now, and this is the problem, I think, for the Priest team is mana. They will have the Feral Druids innervate. They're going to need to make sure they protect that from Purge in the near future. Also, the Shadow Fiend. They need to make sure they're dispelling it, not getting feared. But a Hex and a Spell Lock to cross crowd control the Hex. Excellent setup here. Oh, the Hammer of Justice. That was even 1 second faster. It might have been the end of the game here, or at least a Trinket. But now Simbo Feral, line of sighting, recovering, trying to find their moment. But Bowstrings is getting collapsed on. Double Shadow Fury knocked into the open. Deterrence forced. And man, I don't think you're getting an innervate with Zeepai literally on top of your character.
And that's the problem. This is what I'm talking about. Things can backfire so fast if Zeepai plays aggressive, but at the same time, needs to be very careful. Mpoike still has quite a bit of cooldowns to keep him alive. We'll trade out the Sacrifice, has both the Divine Shield as well as the Avenging Wrath if he needs to. Needs to be really careful about which one that he picks. There's the Innervate. Let's see how long it will actually stay up on Christopher. How much can he regen? I think Zeepai is there. He might have actually purged it off. That's gone. You got no mana, but you're going to one-shot Mercy. Mercy has to portal away. Mpoike in a great position to keep him alive, but they are just going for it. Beautiful Fear. Off-heals coming in from Zeepai, and it looks like he will be able to stabilize. And it's so important against these Hunters to avoid the aim shot. If you can get the aim shot to fall, which is going to be reducing heals, then you can get topped off. And now Mercy's going to be feeling pretty safe. And Christopher, he's empty. He's running on fumes. I don't know how much longer the 7 cents can really sustain this.
I love what Mpoike is doing. He's not even on the screen. He's so far away from the battle. He's in that puddle of green ooze against the wall. That way, if someone wants to crowd control him, they're going to have to come in the open. And if they come out in the open, then the Warlock and the Elemental Shaman are going to blast him. And this is like really top level strategy positioning by a healer. Like if you're not copy pasting this right now as a healer for Lock Shaman, I really feel like you should, because it's excellent positioning on his part. But at the same time, the jungle is staying alive long enough that perhaps Mpoike's mana becomes an issue if he gets purged or cycloned on a plea and doesn't get any mana regeneration. There's the Divine Plea. Can they get a cyclone, anything onto it? He's going to get so much mana here. He's timed it well while his teammates aren't getting pressured. Mercy in a DR stun into a silence, and he gets it off. Double Shadow Fury. Mercy's trying to find a Chaos Bolt. Lava Burst onto the Hunter. Bowstrings is trying to keep things pressured onto the Warlock. Blood Elf Silence on an Immolate. Not really high value. Scatter Shots the Ellie off of Christopher. 0 mana for the Priest. No Shadow Fiend. No Intervene. innervate for the time being. He's got Berserk. Maybe one last chance to get a kill with Silencing Shot. Are they going to go for it? He's on 10%. Can they do it? No. A Backdraft Incinerate is going to clutch it out, and game 2 will be going to SHEESH. Do note that this is a best of 7 weekend, so they're still going to need to win 2 more matches to take the series.
Yep, still a lot of World of Warcraft action coming our way, but that wasn't a bad game. Like, I don't feel like they did a bad job, but this composition is just so popular, and it's popular for a reason, right? It just, you have so much longevity with the Paladin, and then you have the 2 casters that basically don't go out of mana, right? The Elemental Shaman as well as the Destruction Warlock. They can basically just keep going forever. Elemental Shaman, if they're played well, can maintain and sustain their mana for really long periods of time. Obviously, the Warlocks as well can use that life tap to reduce their life and gain mana. And then Paladins, if they have high regen, they can just keep going and going and going, and they can tap out their opponents like we saw in this game. There was moments of pressure here for the 7th Sense, which I really like. I think Bowstrings and Simbo did an excellent job getting crowd control at the right moments, avoiding damage at the right moments. But I mean, at this point, you're 4 minutes into the game. Your priest has no mana left. Like, any little bit of damage on you, or a little amount of damage, you're not going to be able to really recover, right? And Bowstring's health just slowly went down, down, down. Here's a great push there that we saw as well. That was actually kind of a scary moment on Mercy. So there are signs of life here for the 7th Sense, but I feel like if Poike, Zipa, and Mercy play this one well, the openings are very limited here for this jungle.
Yeah, I feel like it would kind of have to be a feed moment maybe on Minpoike. Like, if he's charging in at the wrong time and gets intercepted, then I think the jungle is going to have an opportunity to get a kill. But if they're just staying so max distance from each other, buying time to maybe RNG chance, remove the predatory swiftness, and then make a push, it seems very tough for the jungle. I wonder what maps they'll be going to. Like, do you think Runes went better than the Grand?
No, I actually didn't like Runes.
I feel like you just get knocked out in the open.
So we have Blades. Blades is not a good... I feel like the Grand is their only good map.
Yeah.
Honestly. Like, if you play... Like, how are you ever going to take down Mercy on, like, Blade's Edge, right? He's in trouble, he jumps off. Yeah, he jumps off, then you have to chase him, he ports up. Like, not a kid. You basically weren't going to be able to take him down. Zipa, if he lands in, he knocks the attempts over. So Blade's Edge is essentially just off the table. It's certainly going to be on the table if we see, them lose. They're going to be picking that instantly. But yeah, I feel like going back to the Grand is going to be probably the go-to strategy here for the jungle.
Have to wait and see what they felt was better overall here. The Innervate getting purged was actually maybe a big deal, bigger than it was, because if they had mana to heal there, they lived to the 2nd Berserk. So maybe that's a timing where they can actually win the game. So trying to get crowd control on the Ellie when they're going for an Innervate, or maybe doing it earlier when the Ellie's pressured. Maybe like a Maim stun on the Ellie, toss out an Innervate when maybe you're not going for a kill. Protecting the mana regen, keeping the Shadow Fiend out of crowd control, and making sure that they're getting that off at the right time might be their only way to win this if Minpoike is able to stagger out crowd control as he was, because they're going to need to be able to pull off a kill in a long game. I don't think winning in the first Berserk, outside of maybe a ferocious... I know you got a 10k ferocious bite on your stream the other day, so maybe it's possible.
I didn't get it. I got bit, you mean, yeah.
Maybe it's possible you get a 10k bite and just one-shot Z-Pie, but I don't think you want to bank on that every
He's got
game
armor, though,
wins.
Yeah. Got that shield. He's not getting one shot like that. These are brick walls they're playing against. That's what makes it so hard, right? Like, it's so hard to... If you go after the Paladin, you have an Elemental Shaman and a Warlock just free casting. That's a really difficult spot to be in. If you go after the Warlock, and Mercy is playing its positioning beautiful, right? Like, you talked about Minpoike's positioning, but Mercy and Minpoike are doing a really good job where Mercy just is really free to just push in, plays really aggressive, and then when he's in trouble, behind the pillar, Minpoike is there to just top him off really, really quickly. So unless they can kind of like swarm, 7th Sense, they need to push in and kind of like swarm that portal. And that's what we saw that on Ruins of Lordaeron actually for a moment. So maybe they can do it here on the Grand, but I do think you're onto something with Christopher and his mana. I feel like if he's able to, get off the good Shadow Fiend, he's able to get the Innervate, and maybe even get some drinks in the match, they can sustain into a little bit of a longer game, and maybe even pressure Minpoike's mana. But if Innervate's getting purged, I don't really see them winning on mana ever.
If you can't purge Divine Plea, I feel like you should not be able to outmana the Paladin. Like, you're at best trying to live for 2nd Berserk, I think.
Yeah,
and then trying to one shot with 2nd Berserk, and then on the Blade's Edge arena map, like, what are you trying to do? Like, I think you do an all in. Like, your only shot is to maybe win in the opener, hope Minpoike doesn't respond appropriately. But on these short maps, or these preferred maps. I think it would be better if they try and play for second Berserk.
How crazy? How crazy do you think it is to just go after Minpoike in this matchup? Because I find for myself sometimes when I play against this composition that when you're not pressuring the paladin, it's just it feels like they're chilling. Really, they're just able to cleanse, get the sacred shield up, holy shock, throw out flash of lights, get their pleas off whenever they can. But if you're actually pressuring the paladin, it becomes really difficult for them to get off those pleas. The only problem is then you're dealing with two casters, but they might just have to risk it and make kind of a strategy change here.
Well, I know, like as wizard cleaves, like you want to run on top of holy paladins and not let them spam dispel. But with jungle, I don't know how vital it is to deal with that. And also, like, maybe the pet is a strategy. Like I see Mercy's parking his pet right next to Minpoike, but they're going to open up on the elemental shaman, scatter shot onto the warlock. Simbo Feral goes in. Did he get grounded on that cyclone? No, he got the cyclone into Minpoike. This is a good opener. Decent pressure. Minpoike has to trinket, it looks like. And he's actually crowd controlled by a bash that continue to push through, but they need to pull away from the bloodlust here, the heroism. They're going to line of sight that. And getting a defensive heroism is really good here on their part because they got the trinket. So this now means the next cyclone of Minpoike, he has no way to remove it. He's going to have to anticipate it and like pre-bop or pre-sack. But even with those defensives, you can remove them as the priest. So or Minpoike is going to have to like pre-divine shield. Simbo Feral, though, caught in a death coil. Is he going to go down? Line of sighting now with a scatter shot onto Zeepai. They're on the run, but triple Shadow Fury setting up for Immolate Conflag. Massive damage onto Christopher. Now he's spell locked as well. Zeepai's moving in on the left. Likely has a thunderstorm. He roots up the targets, but gets feared away. Does ultimately get dispelled. Marching forward, trying to get his flame shock up and purging down some buffs, trying to keep the targets clean. Fear onto Christopher, trying to pull him off the pillar. Mercy gets bashed up. Zeepai moves over, gets cycloned, and you can see that the jungle's playing full defense. They maybe innervate here, right? Like cyclone on the Ellie, innervate the priest here. Because right now, Christopher looks like he was trying to drink, but he's not going to get any mana.
And that's going to be the difficulty, right? If Minpoike, Zeepai, and Mercy just kind of push the pace, I don't know how Christopher's ever really going to be able to. And look at that. Yeah, the Shadow Fiend gets rooted. Really good control there by Zeepai, but this is a great push. Zeepai's in trouble. Minpoike really struggling to keep him alive. He trades out so much. That's a sacrifice. That's the blessing of protection. That's a divine shield. And that is the push that you want to see from the 7 cents. They're really not making this third game easy. Innervate. But Bowstring, big Chaos Bolt there. Innervate's going to be landing as well. Christopher's full mana. I would say this is by far the best game we've seen so far. These really aggressive pushes here on the Zeepai have net them a lot of cooldowns. Look at Minpoike. He is tapped.
Yeah, no divine shield, no hand of protection, no hand of sacrifice, like nothing. Like the next clone, Zeepai could die if Simbo Feral is able to get there. Is he going to be able to get in range? Because Minpoike is playing really far away. He's actually getting kind of close. Zeepai goes for a Hex on the Hunter. Looks like they're setting up damage. Big Immolate Conflag, Lava Burst, Bowstrings disengages back to the pillar. They still have Pain Suppression. They could trade that to stay aggressive and allow Bowstrings to stand in open field and tank damage while it's reduced and maybe just push over Zeepai. No Ellie Mastery for quite some time, so there's not really a threat from the Shaman. Warlock has Shadow Fury and Death Coil, though, and that's a big setup. So he's getting ready to clothesline them. He actually uses it behind the pillar and knocks them off. He might regret using Shadow Fury offensively, though, because if they make a push here, they're still very vulnerable. They're deciding not to make the push. I feel like this is going to be a mistake on their part. They're burning down the mana that they worked so hard to get earlier. Hymn of Hope gets wind sheared there by Zeepai. Nice interrupt, disrupting that free mana. Mercy is just life tapping, making sure he doesn't get in a position where he's low on mana, has to tap later on. He's going to get scattered, but it's kind of like they're just pausing the game and not getting anything going when they had their moment.
Yeah, it's difficult, though, to make those pushes sometimes. I mean, you go for the Predatory Swiftness Cyclone and it gets grounded, then, your go is kind of over at that
big
point.
Swap.
Yeah, big swap here. Christopher, though, with the Pain Suppression, he is going to be on the run. And Christopher might actually be running a lot of regen, too, really low resilience. So I like the fact that Mercy and Zeepai are kind of testing that and actually going after the Priest. You can see right now the 7 cents, despite having so much aggression, so many good pushes, there's just no mana left. And this is where Mercy and Zeepai just need to get any kind of damage on anybody. They can kind of just push them over. And I don't know if the 7 cents is going to be able to kind of regroup and make a push here, but I think they're going to have to.
Yeah, they just keep using this snare trap, this giant ice field you can see on the left. So they're trying to snare Zeepai and Mercy from pushing in, but they're never pushing out. And the Paladin will just have limitless mana playing this far away. And they're trying to make their push, but they're getting clothesline. Death Coil connects, and Incinerate will close it out. And now Sheesh moved to match point. And despite this looking so solid for the 7th Sense early on, they just couldn't put it together for a final push. They didn't feel safe or comfortable to go out, and maybe that was attributed to the fact that Mercy was sitting on Death Coil. He wasn't afraid to use Shadow Fury, but he always made sure he at least had Death Coil. So if they left the pillar, they could go for a kill like that. Maybe that's what they were waiting for. Like maybe they get greedy, you know? They go for a Death Coil offensively, and then, okay, Death Coil's on cooldown. We can make a push, but they just never did. They just held that in their back pocket as a safety measure, and it ultimately did allow them to win the game.
Yeah, really, really solid. And so we can see here Zipai and Mercy, they kind of realize at this point, hey, yeah, Christopher has no mana left. We can kind of make a push and keep the pressure up. And this is the nightmare situation for any team when you're fighting against the Elemental Shaman Destruction Warlock, because you're cowering behind the pillar, but you're eating triple Shadow Furies and getting knocked into the open. And the Paladin, you can see Minpoike just sitting in the back line, just he's chilling. You know, his mana is looking good. He's throwing out the heals, no problem whatsoever. There's basically no pressure on him. Mercy's going to portal away. And this is kind of that moment where, you know, you have the Death Coil. Simbo is getting low. The Death Coil comes in, and Zipai is able to actually finish him off, or Mercy is able to finish him off once that silencing shot got dispelled. So really good push there by both teams. I would say at the beginning, Bowstring, Simbo, and Christopher, they did a really good job. They managed to get basically every single defensive cooldown. They actually got a complete reset on mana as well. So the game was looking good, but after that, they just couldn't seem to get the pressure rolling, couldn't get the setups that they needed, and it was just a slow grind there from Minpoike and Mercy, but ultimately pulling off the win.
Reverse sweeping this on Blade's Edge, Dalaran every single time, given how these games are going on the Grand. Yeah, maybe they do try the Paladin strat, because at this point, like, I mean, what else are you going to do? You have to win 4 games in a row now against your map pick, and you're not winning on your map pick. Will it work? I mean, probably not. Maybe they just laugh at us for even suggesting that as an option in a matchup like this. But it seems like Minpoike, Mercy, and Zipai came to play because they seem to be a bit worried about the jungle and potentially like the burst damage that it was going to bring. But they're really well prepared here. Good positioning. I love that Minpoike is pre-divine shielding when he sees the Feral running across. If he has no trinket, he's actually just immuning before it hits, because you're not going to be able to after. And then he can continue to heal and trade and punish his opponents. So we're going to the Grand again here on the side of 7th Sense. They had a really good early game, mid game, definitely improving game to game. But to overcome 4 games in a row, I'm just hoping they get a win here, right? Like, okay, they nailed down the mana. They had the early game CC. They got all the cooldowns. Now, can they do the mana, the early game, and finish the match? Put all 3 pieces together here and get 1 point is what I'm looking for.
That's the dream, right? But it can be difficult to put all the pieces of the puzzle together. And we are going to be going to the Grand again. So really good, solid map for them. This pillar just seems like it's really, really important. You need a place to hide. You need some space to actually get away. But problem is, and it's something we talked about, Minpoike's positioning, he's just so far away. So even if you are that Feral Druid, every single time you have the proc, you want to push in for that Cyclone, it is so telegraphed. So you can see the preemptive Divine Shield, like you said. You can get the grounding totems out. Like, you basically have to have the pressure to force Minpoike actually in a position where he literally has to heal. Otherwise, it's going to be really easy for him to avoid that crowd control. But let's see if 7th Sense can do it. They need a reverse sweep here. Otherwise, they will be eliminated from the tournament. This is an elimination series, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll see if they can actually pull it off.
Is 7th Sense going to be sent out of the competition? They're opening up on the Warlock, so a different strategy. Scattershot onto the Ellie Shaman, Cyclone on the Paladin. They're going to their game 1 strategy of killing the Warlock and Cyclones on the Paladin, Scatter on the Ellie. Are they going to stay committed to it? Simbo Feral trying to off-heal during the Shadow Fury, gets Wind Shear out of the way for his teammates, bashes the Elemental Shaman, and now decides to pull away. So what cooldowns did they really get here? Not really anything of significance from Minpoike, like the Medallion, I believe. At least we can't see it for him, unfortunately, here, but now they're just making it a push. They've got them pinned at the pillar. They've got them contained, and I feel like they don't want to be contained for too long. They're going to cycle in the Warlock and now swap to the Elemental Shaman. I don't know. I feel like as a Feral Druid, it's so hard to swap targets frequently. You got to build up combo points again. You've got to get all of your bleeds, your mangle up. It's really tough to constantly switch. He actually does get a re-stealth. But while he's in stealth, his priest is just going to burn mana. Oh, double Shadow Fury. Oh my god, big damage incoming. Christopher gets hexed on his cast afterwards, rooted behind the pillar, waiting for another channeled cast, just trying to get that Lava Burst off cooldown as soon as possible. Zipai gets scattered. That was an insane swap, but Christopher didn't even pain suppression. I can't believe that he didn't trade a big cooldown for that. That looked so scary for him. Tossing out the Prayer of Mendings, trying to get those bouncing, gets caught in a fear. Back behind the pillar, away from his teammates. Shadow Fury's off cooldown. They could swap to him in a Shadow Zipai's got the Heroism up. Flame Shock is up. Are they going for the kill? It's match point. Shadow Fury connects. Lava Burst incoming. Pain suppression. has to come out. That should buy time for Christopher to get back behind the pillar, but just another cooldown out of the way. Bowstrings getting blasted in a swap, has to deterrence. He's on the run. Wincher comes in onto Simbo Feral. Divine Him gets interrupted himself on Christopher, and now the Ellie Shaman's on top of them. They're getting spam feared. I don't think they're going to be able to comfortably innervate. This is spiraling out of control. They need an insane crit to win this. Simbo stunned up with a hex onto the priest. Insane CC. 4-0 for Sheesh.
Yeah, I mean, that was just ridiculous. That game was just completely flipped. And this is what you can do with this composition as well. I mean, you can win the long... It's why this comp is so good, right? You can win the long game by kind of out-attritioning your opponents, but you can also just do that, where you just steamroll your opponents. You push in, you land the double Shadow Furies, the hexes, the big setups on the healer. It's just, yeah, really, really good alternative strategy, and I think she's kind of caught them off guard in that last game, but a beautiful 4-0 series for them. And that does mean, unfortunately, that this Jungle Cleave will be eliminated from the tournament. But, I mean, even making it into the top 8 is just really, really impressive when we had over 100 signups in this region.
Yeah, an insane turnout. It's kind of like harkening back to the old arena tournament days. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure you remember those servers where everybody would log on. You'd make any class you want to make and buy all the gear. You'd do like a day 1 Beast Cleave or something, just for fun with people. Those are actually like some of my fondest memories from WoW's history is going on these tournament servers. So definitely an experience if anyone that's watching is interested in having that you can, because these are open sign up tournaments. Even if maybe you don't have the greatest run, it still can be a lot of fun with your friends. And here we can see one of the most polished teams in the lower bracket, Mercy, Zpime, and Poike getting a 4-0. And I don't know if this, I don't want to say that this matchup is a counter, because I've honestly not seen it enough to be able to confirm that for certain. How do you feel about his choice to go Blood Elf in the long run? Do you think taking that RNG chance was more valuable than an extra damage trinket?
Well, I mean, there's a couple things that's good about it, right? So there is the RNG of the extra hit that people have to get. That's one part of it, but having the extra silence as well, I think, is really valuable against the Elemental Shaman. There's a few times where he was able to use that Blood Elf silence for a key fear, a lava burst, a chaos bolt that could easily close out the game. So I really don't mind it, and I think Blood Elf in general is one of those racials that it's kind of undervalued by the average player, but I think in the hands of a really experienced player, it's super duper strong.
I'm just trying to debate, like, if there's anything that could change, like an extra damage trinket. Maybe that's enough to overwhelm a target at the last second.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, it's hard to track unless we had like an in-game tracker for resist. Like, did he resist a fear at an important moment where he would have died, or did he resist a Shadow Fury or something? Because if that was the case, then it obviously got value that we didn't get to see. But for me, it seems like as the jungle, your main kind of advantage is just like a sudden amount of damage. So trying to build your characters to do as much of a sudden amount of damage as possible might be a more optimal way to do this. But still a great performance. I really like that the Seven Sense had a multiple strategies to employ. They didn't just keep running, one way down and seeing the same result over and over. They tried a few different routes, but Sheesh seemed to be more than prepared for each and one of them, knowing when to play defense, knowing when to play offense, getting some good mixes of Miyagi-Do and Cobra Kai in their series as the Lock Shaman Paladin, and definitely looking like a monster of the lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see here the 7 cents is going to be eliminated, and that does mean our next match will be WHEEZY going up against BWG. So, yeah, I'm curious about this one. These teams, so you don't have a ton of information on them. I think BWG, they have, I think they could play DK Hunter as well as potentially jungle themselves. So we'll see what they do end up locking in for game number 1, but I think it should be another one of those really explosive matchups. After that, we will be hopping up to the upper bracket. We have Feed versus Remnant. And on Feed, it's actually Swapsy. Swapsy put kind of a roster together at the last minute, and he was really happy with how they ended up doing. They're still in that upper bracket. They're going to be playing against Laner's RMP of Remnant. That's going to be a really good matchup, and I don't know how that's going to go, because those are two of the best, most formidable compositions in Wrath of the Lich King. So we'll see if we can have that RMP kind of make a dream run through that upper bracket, or if it's going to be shut down by the Thunder. And then the next match, we have SCARABS playing that Lock Shaman Druid / Paladin, going up against BLACKBEDDY, which is a Thunder. So a lot of Elemental Shaman Paladins in that upper bracket, Sid.
Yeah, I mean, that's the staple of the whole expansion, right? Is Elemental Shaman, Holy Paladin, Resto Druid perhaps a little bit later on, and maybe in some situations, like perhaps the teams that have Lock Shaman Paladin, but also someone who can flex Druid ends up being key in like a Wizard Mirror later on, could be a place for a druid to have a spot. It might be an edge for them, but early on, before gear starts scaling up, Resto Druid is definitely a bit more of a struggle bus. It's kind of more of a niche situation where you'd want one over a paladin.
Yeah, that was a super fun series number 1. We're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we'll have our second series of the day, and that is going to be WHEEZY versus BWG Black.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Cat Tournament here with Wrath of the Lich King. We're bringing Zico in here for this next series. This one likely to have another hunter on it as well. We're going to see all the hunters sent out of the competition in the first round. And we're going to be able to wrangle it together and put in some wins here. Their opponents, we're still not 100% certain on what their line pick composition is going to be here. So it could be a lot of surprise. Could be something staple like Thundercleave. We're gonna have to wait and see. I'm really excited to see Homer J on Hunter. I saw him practicing with a lot of other players in the tournament on streams, like Baka's Elemental Shaman stream. Seems to be a really talented Hunter player, able to play a diverse range of comps. Like he was playing Ellie Hunter there. So not kind of like only stuck as like a Beastcleave Hunter or only stuck as a Jungle Hunter, but able to like flex. Someone like Jelly Beans is another talented Hunter player that I think of that can flex to multiple compositions. It isn't just only playing one. So this is likely to be very entertaining on their part. And if they obviously lose, maybe it's going to be tough luck for them. But I'm very excited to see what the compositions are coming out in game one. Were you surprised from that first series, Zico? Did you expect Jungle to just kind of like get flatlined like that or pull off some wins?
I thought maybe they could pull off like 1 or 2 wins, but I think it's tough, like especially against those players. You know, they're very experienced. They played together for a long time. I kind of was expecting Poika's team to come out on top, but they had some good pressure on that on that second Nagran game. It just seemed like there's so many cooldowns to actually get through. So maybe there was something to the strat that Ben was talking about with maybe going after the Paladin and trying to CC the other 2 targets because it didn't look that good going on the DPS. But a lot of Hunters in the opening stages. Hunters do a lot of damage. They have Mortal Strike effect. They have good CC. So it's not that off meta in Wrath, I would say. The thing is, though, that usually they struggle a little bit against these like double wizard comps in Wrath. So we'll see how far the Hunters go. I think Homer is potentially our last Hunter in Europe. I don't think there's another Hunter. So he's going to be kind of the last hope. If you're a Hunter main and you want to see your class do well, then you definitely want to cheer for BWG. What are you thinking here, Sid? What are we actually going to see? I want to say BWG Black. I faced them on ladder playing. I think they played DK Hunter, but I'm not sure what they're going to be bringing to the table. Odd Waffle as well on BWG is kind of a multi-classer. I've seen him on I think Paladin main. It's hard to know what his main is because he's high rated on Paladin and Warrior. But he can kind of play those 2 roles. So we'll see what he decides to bring in. Maybe they play Hunter, Warrior, and Shixie heals as like an off comp.
Arms Hunter or Prot Hunter or Prot Warrior because
it's got to be Prot. There's no way.
I feel like I haven't seen a single person playing that, considering how prevalent it was back in original Wrath. At least in North America, I remember it being. I think it was Unums on Hunter at the time, and then it was also like the double Warrior. Do you remember that at one point? There was one team in North America.
Yeah, the Man Cleave.
It was Xanadu and somebody. I'm trying to remember their names from the ladder exactly. I was not a high-ranking player at that time, but I watched the ladder, watched the tournaments, and like there were names of these comps, and I'm thinking like, where are these comps? So like the same way that Azale in rehearsal was talking about, like, where's RLS? Why isn't anyone playing RLS? Like, I won. I'm a world champion. Why isn't anyone playing RLS? So it's like I feel like there's other Wrath comps than just the Ellie Shaman Holy Paladin. That we haven't really got to see expanded on. I don't know if that's just because players are really like hard-headed on it, or they've put in so many games that it's just at this point like they'd need some disbelief proof to show that there's other comps that they can play. But I think this one is likely to bring at least a little bit of surprise on the side of BWG Black, just because of the Hunter on their roster. WHEEZY, so you're anticipating Thunder from them. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Thunder. I think Thunder is also like a really good, probably the best comp of the expansion, or second best, maybe tied with Lock Shaman Paladin at this point in terms of it, the way that it's been established. But here we go. We're in the game, and we are going to see the Warrior Hunter from Hunters on both teams. What is going on right now? Odd Waffle getting rushed down, and Shixie is going to be playing a Ret Paladin with that Repentance, trading out the Hand of Protection, immuning the physical damage. But this is a very strange pick, and I believe that Lurker is Prot. Shixie is going to have to use Divine Shield. Odd Waffle caught in a Stormbolt. They're just rushing down multiple targets. This is the ATC Hunter Warrior I wanted to see. I didn't expect Ret Hunter either from the opposite side. Nerissa having to use that Hand of Protection from the Paladin as well into the Freezing Trap, Scatter Shot, triple CC. Nerissa on the run, might just get crushed here. Double fear, Divine Shield comes out, Rocket Gloves incoming, big swap, but Nerissa's too low and will go down. Can Lurker finish Oddwaffle? He's caught in a scatter shot at the moment. Oddwaffle gets reconnected to, Trinkets out into a shockwave. He gets interrupted on his flash heal, but he's got some support with those Art of War flash of lights, and it looks like he will recover. The Retribution Paladin, SHEESH with Homer J take game 1. What a surprising introduction to series number 2. I was not anticipating that, and I'm very pleased.
Yeah, we're just sitting here talking about like how people used to play a Hunter Prot, and all of a sudden they bring it out. Ret Hunter, so PHP. Pretty interesting pick. It was actually kind of a close game from what we saw. They got the bubble from SHEESH. They got all of his defensives, but then they were able to take down the Hunter in that little stun lock that they had. Had a lot of pressure. Pro Warriors. I didn't really want to start talking about Pro Warriors kind of right away, because I know I can hear the reroll factory is printing them out, and I don't like facing them. But Pro Warriors, they are nasty. They have a lot of. So the one thing about the Pro Warrior is that you don't have the Mortal Strike effect, which is really big in Wrath. It's 50% healing reduction. In the case of Arms Warriors, you can even get 75%. But the Hunter brings that to the table. Now, the Pro Warrior brings a lot of lockdown to the table. You're going to see shockwaves, things like Gag Order. This is that big setup here on SHEESH to get his Divine Shield. And look at the Pro Warrior here. He has so much kind of disruption. There's a shockwave. You can see like the Gag Orders as well. He has kind of a ranged blanket silence with his Heroic Throw, and also with his Shield Bash and his Pommel. It basically silences you. But then they do get that setup at the end, and they stun up Nerissa. They get him down, and this is we kind of jumped in a little bit after the opener there, but this looks like a matchup that could kind of go either way. I feel like the Ret was kind of pressured, but then again, so was the Hunter. So maybe maybe this is what we're gonna see from both sides. And Oddwaffle is actually a priest healer. I thought he was a paladin for some reason. I think there is somebody with that name who plays paladin as well, but yeah, he is playing a priest, and I mean, I think he did a pretty good job as well in this comp. There's a lot of crowd control, there's a lot of swaps to him, and I feel like he handled it very well.
Yeah, really well played game from both teams. I didn't 100% know what to expect comp wise. I guess they may not have either. It was a treat to see that composition resurrected, because it was a really high pressure comp back in the day, just because it had so many interrupts, so many stun DRs, so many silences. Like, I remember being a Resto Druid and seeing a Prot Warrior and going like, the only person that's getting cycloned is me. I'm going to get spell reflected or something, because this is too many things to cast a spell against. I feel like a lot of maybe dedicated warriors, they want to be running around Betrayer Humanity, want to be Blade Stormy, as that's kind of the new addition in Wrath of Lich King to Warrior, but you can't sleep on Prot Warrior. I feel like this spec is definitely a spec that is being slept on. We'll have to see if it can pull it back, because perhaps a Ret Paladin team is going to be difficult for it. Usually you're running down a cloth target that doesn't have immunity to physical damage from a paladin. So let's just see if they can navigate around it, maybe get some purges and remove the Blessing of Protection at an optimal time to be able to close out the game. But this is going to be a very entertaining series. I was not expecting these compositions in the tournament.
Yeah, and the thing about Prot is that it only gets better. Prot, I think it's their ICC like set bonus that makes it so their Shield Slam does way more damage. So Prot Warrior, I think we're going to see more of it. I don't know specifically in this tournament. Maybe some other team will try it out as well. But I think in general, it's like kind of one of those sleeper specs. We saw it more towards the end of Wrath. Now, the other thing that's surprising in this matchup is that SHEESH, I believe he was just a pure Ret.
Yeah.
And we've seen Prot specs from Paladin as well. There's a lot of different kind of variations of these Prot Paladin specs as well. So I thought actually we might see like a Prot Paladin Hunter more so than a Ret Hunter. But yeah, Ret Hunter was holding it down. It worked out well for them. We're going to see the same matchup this time on Blade's Edge Arena. So close quarters. I don't know. This is WHEEZY's map pick. I feel like being a Hunter on this map with that Prot Warrior on your side, maybe it's so the Prot Warrior gets more uptime, but I feel like at the same time the Ret is also going to get pretty good uptime because the map is really small.
Yeah, I don't know. Like that, it seems like such a wild card pick because there's no knockback. So there's no Ellie Shamans, no Boomkins. So it does actually seem kind of weird to go for this map. Like, what are they trying to do? And also, they picked it into a preset as mind control. So, like, if there is anyone that could abuse the verticality of this map, I feel like it is actually the Rep Paladin team with the Priest Healer. So we'll have to wait and see. Either way, Prot Warrior Hunter, I feel like it's all about gas pedal. It's all about just stay on the target, rush it down, do as much damage as possible, hopefully strip away any protection, like the hand of protection that we saw. Currently, we see Shixi wearing Sword and Board, so I'm wondering, no, he still got Repentance, so likely still running the Deep Retribution here in game number 2, and the gates have opened. They're charging to center field. Here comes Lurker. He did double everyone's damage. If they can just stay alive and stay on target, I'm imagining that Odd Waffle is going to be going into the toaster here. He's got the triple shockwave, insane pressure, blessing protection. Can they remove it? Are they going to get lucky here? It looks like never lucky. That pain suppression timed with it as well, but pain suppression and hand of protection in the same stun. That is a really good start here from WHEEZY.
Yeah, absolutely. And they did get that double stun as well. So the red kind of has to choose, because reds can remove stuns with freedom, but he can only do it on one target. So hitting those shockwaves on multiple members is definitely going to be key. And these silences are coming in now onto Odd Waffle. He has a fresh Mortal Strike effect. We're going to see Lurker now get back to his target here, looking for some damage. They get a scatter. Oh, he doesn't get the shockwave right there. He wanted to get it on the Hunter as well, or sorry, on the Ret as well as the Priest, but not able to find it on that Priest right there. They had a full freezing trap, but no cover. Odd Waffle able to cleanse that one, and right now he's dealing pretty well with the pressure. I'm more worried about Nayresa actually on the flip side here, but so far it looks like they're going to be able to keep him up for now. Might be able to actually force something. Odd Waffle's dropping low. Nayresa also dropping low, gets the Blessing of Protection. Odd Waffle on 1% HP. Can they kill him? Can they finish him? There's the silence. There's no way he's going to survive that one. And WHEEZY strike back here in game number 2. That is insane amount of damage coming in.
Look at that replay, man. Nayresa was at like 10% health or something, going for the kill. Goes for the silencing shot. They're still playing it out here with the Rep Paladin Hunter, but that shockwave should be game over, as Homer J is going to get capped out. And yeah, I can't wait for this replay. Like, that was insane, the pressure that was getting put onto Nayresa, but he knew the name of the game with his comp, aggression. Like, yeah, I could die, but you know what? You're going to die with me if I die. That's the type of approach you need to take when you're playing this type of like all-in composition and strategy. So really well done. They took that gamble, came out ahead, put a point on the board. I'm not sure if map is really... You think map is really going to matter? Like, maybe Dalaran's really good for the Ret Hunter, but then you're stacking up for shockwaves on a box. Like, I feel like it might not really matter what map we go to with both teams having Hunters.
I feel like a large map is probably better for the Priest. Like, Nagrand probably did look a little bit better. Because I feel like there is moments where on Nagrand, like, if you can get away, you're like away. Like when Odd Waffle got pain suppression and Blessing of Protection, they're just able to reconnect right away. But here we can see on the replay, look at Nayresa's HP. And look at Odd Waffle at the same time. He's trying to keep himself alive. And there is the Blessing of Protection coming in. There is the double shockwave, and they're able to take him down. Look at that bop. He's on 1% HP, man. How, like, he's just going for it. He disengages in
with the turrets,
the turrets, just so he can fly in and get that last little bit of damage to seal the deal. And yeah, it pays off. Aggression, just going all out, and that's kind of what you expect to see from this Pro Warrior Hunter team. Yeah, I look at Lurker's damage. I'm not happy about this. I know there's going to be a lot of Pro Warriors on the ladder after this.
I've been playing Boomkin, and I like damage. I'm kind of wondering, like, what if I paired up with this, you know, like shockwaves on healers and Starfall hitting the whole team, and he's doing as much damage as I'm doing? Maybe that's good. I'm about to take this away from myself.
The problem is you won't have Mortal Strike effect. That's what makes it so good with the Hunter, is that you have a Mortal Strike effect, you have insane burst damage, and you have all of these like kind of silences. It's really annoying. Like, playing a mage against a prot, you would think it's more annoying to play against like Locke or Shaman, but the one comp where you actually can't do anything as a mage is this comp right here, Hunter and Warrior, because you're taking so much damage, and they have, you know, when they heroic throw you, you can't cast. When they kick you, even if you're not casting, you get blanketed. You get like a silence, you know, so you can't cast. And if by some miracle you can cast, well, there is mass reflect, there is normal reflect, you know, there's all of these, you know, interrupt, shockwave. There's so much that you just can't play the game as a caster against it. And the same thing goes for a healer. You know, you got silencing shot as well on top of that, mortar strike effect, all this extra damage. And I'm pretty sure also shield slam dispels the target. Yeah. So sometimes when you shield slam, if the target has a shield, you'll dispel the shield and then take the damage. So it's just like a massive swing when that happens. So it's just a lot of upfront damage, a lot of purging, just a lot of disruption as well. We are going to see Nagrand Arena, and I think it's good for BWG Black. This is the map they won on, and this is the map kind of where they're going to have more distance to work with. We'll see how it goes for them, though. But this is the swing match.
Yeah. I feel like what I'm starting to deduce for this series, for anyone that's watching and maybe is watching WoW Tournament for the first time, doesn't understand, is that BWG's Black's job in this matchup is to protect their priest, keep their priest alive at all costs, you know, allocate their defensives frugally and extend the game so their priest can survive. Whereas the side of WHEEZY is all about keeping their hunter on top of the priest, keeping them aggressive, never letting go of the gas pedal, and still, you know, juggling and delicately walking the tightrope of staying alive while being that aggressive. And that's the type of the sort of matchup we're getting here. One side is more defender-oriented, BWG Black, and WHEEZY is going to be more of the offensive player.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's just a matter of surviving for BWG Black. If they can survive long enough, they will continue to kind of rotate through those cooldowns from Wayne and then eventually find a kill on Neressa. But getting there could be tricky. Right now, they got a full freezing trap onto Lurker. I do believe Lurker actually uses human racial to break out of that one. He gets a double shockwave, and they're trying to build up that pressure onto Oddwaffle. He has the Mortal Strike effect, so his healing will be heavily reduced here, but Oddwaffle is going to be completely fine here. They got that Frost Trap as well from Homer, so that's going to do a lot of work. And here comes the setup. They get the Repentance, and they do force out the deterrence here from Neressa. A lot better opener here on the side of BWG Black. They are able to survive without using, you know, that prop and PS, as well as actually able to force some offensive cooldowns.
Yep, let's see if they can keep it going here. They're back onto Oddwaffle. Lurker's all over him. Double shockwave. Good setup. Into the shield bash silence, trying to stay on target, but pain suppression comes out. I like that they're not overlapping at this time with the Blessing of Protection. That's going to extend their defense just a little bit longer, just spamming Holy Nova and trying to line of sight the Hunter so he can heal on the move. But this Prot Warrior is just killing him by himself. If Nerissa gets aim shot up here, I'm not sure if Oddwaffle's going to be able to stay alive much longer. Hand of Sacrifice redirecting some damage over to Shixie, trying to slow down the pressure. You can see this Frost Trap down as well onto Lurker, not letting him connect immediately. Oddwaffle's trying to line of sight. If Lurker gets a shockwave, he has to trinket. He could get intercept stunned potentially if Lurker has it. If he can move away from the pillar, decides to intervene back. Nerissa's in trouble. Wayne's in a full repentance. Divine Shield's out. Is it going to be enough? Nerissa down to half disarm onto Homer from Lurker. Great defensive play here at that moment by Lurker, but I feel like as the Prot Warrior team, you don't really want to be on defense. They need to get back on that priest. They're attacking a paladin. Maybe they're punishing the forbearance. We can see Avenging Wrath was used by Shixie, trying to punish that forbearance window, but I feel like it's got to be ending or have ended already at this point for him. So staying on the rep paladin is likely going to be very risky. Wayne has no more escapes. Nerissa has no defense. Scatter onto the warrior. Hodge onto Wayne. Nerissa is all alone in game number 3. Will he be able to stay alive? 30% remaining HP, and he's likely going to go down as BWG Black strike back in game 3, taking the lead.
Beautiful stuff there. Really, really nice aggression. BWG Black as well in the start. That Frost Trap just did a lot of work from Homer. He placed it down at the pillar, and then they had the freedom on Oddwaffle, and it was really hard to reconnect on him. And then he was just able to stay out of the fight. They're able to generate that pressure with that Repentance setup that they had on Neressa, and they forced a bunch of cooldowns, and then they were able to kind of snowball that momentum. Now the question is, should Lurker maybe have just stayed on the priest and just try to get like counter pressure going? I think it's hard if he doesn't have a Mortal Strike effect on the target, but yeah, it's those kind of split second decisions. Should I go back and peel? Is my team fine? Can I stay aggressive? It's those decisions that will kind of decide the series, I feel like. And here we can see that opener kind of early on. They get that Hodge rep onto Wayne. They force out that Trinket Deter from Neressa. And look at the Oddwaffle. He still has Trinket, still has Pain Suppression, still has basically his whole spell book. So he's not too worried about that. And then here we can see once again more pressure coming out. I think this is when they got the Divine Shield. No, this is when they got the kill. This was right after. So they get a full freezing trap. There's no breakers for Wayne. Doesn't have trinket. Doesn't have bubble. Doesn't have anything really to work with. And with that CC chain, they're able to get the win. And the scary thing as well when you go off of the priest is that all of a sudden fear becomes kind of a threat. Before, you have Odd Waffle. He's kind of pinned at the pillar. He can't really get aggressive and walk out in the open because then the hunter is just going to kill him. So he can't really go for those fears. But once you go off of Odd Waffle, if his teammates are fine, if Shixie is fine, he can just push in and extend the crowd control or, get those double crowd control setups. And that's really when they can get ahead on the side of BWG.
Yeah, this is looking like a series that Homer J, Shixie, and Odd Waffle are kind of polishing their defense more and more, elongating and staggering their defenses to the point where, Lurker has to peel away, assist with disarm, assist with intervene, try and disrupt some damage, as opposed to just running down the priest. And if that ever happens, I think it's over for them. It's got to be stick on the priest, do or die, all in, and try and close out these games earlier on. Why do you think it is that hunters, not a lot of hunters are going with Beast Mastery as much? It's all been marksman, especially in this instance where your main target's a cloth target. Do you think that it's just more flexible overall? Do you think maybe it's an ego thing on hunters? They don't want to play Beast Mastery because it's it's the simpler spec. They want to be playing the spec that's more complicated in their view, or is it actually a practical thing? Would Beast Mastery just not be good here over marksman?
For this comp, I think you would rather have the marksman hunter. I think Beast Mastery is only better in Beast Cleave. I feel like that's the one comp where you definitely want the BM hunter because your games are just so short. The gates open, you charge in, and you try to win or lose pretty fast, And I don't think we have any. Do we even have enhanced? I think there might be a turbo somewhere in the bracket, but in general, most shamans playing Ellie. We don't really see that many enhanced, and I feel like BM Hunter and enhanced, they kind of go hand in hand together. So a lot of these teams, it's surprising to see jungle though, to be honest, because it's not usually something I queue into a lot on the ladder. But yeah, we did see jungle and Hunter Red. I feel like that's very kind of oddball because that is definitely not that popular, but it's good in this situation. And for WHEEZY, I think they're running kind of a more of a standard comp, but their comp is in original Wrath is not really something that you saw until late game Wrath. Like in ICC, you get a lot of armor pen, you get the set bonuses on the tier sets there, and then all of a sudden Pro Warrior was a thing. You're running around with basically 100% armor pen when you're trinket procs, and then you could go for those big one shots. And we saw, I think, even at BlizzCon in OG Wrath, there was some teams running it. So I think maybe it's because of experience as well. Just more people are experienced with the meta because it was such a long time ago that people have kind of had time to figure out things. And maybe Beast Cleave is more figured out, so people aren't running it as much. Maybe people just don't want to rely on a full on all in.
Well, I'm just sitting here and it feels like this comp has to all in, at least in this scenario. Maybe the Prop Warrior Hunter team overall wouldn't be better with Beast Mastery, but here it seems like if they don't go on the priest, they're playing a losing game. So if it would give them any sort of benefit, because maybe the Beast of Wrath lasts a little bit longer than the Blessing of Protection or the Pain Suppression, they can keep damage going after the cooldown, whereas Readiness may have already, Rapid Fire may have already fallen off at that point. So maybe just a little bit more extra damage. They could also run, I believe you get Mind Numbing, don't you, as a Beast Mastery Hunter with the Core Hound? You get cast speed reduction.
I think I think
you
you
can send that in on the priest. Maybe get some. He's healing a lot with Holy Nova, but I'm just trying to think outside the box here because that felt like a losing battle once we saw BWG Black get control defensively and still have options for cooldowns. It felt like WHEEZY were just stalling the inevitable in that match.
Yeah, I think they were just too far behind. Their all-in didn't really net them as much as they would like. Yeah, I think a BM would be more all-in, but I also think that BWG Black have, a really solid option in terms of defense. You can just stack your PS and Bop, and Pain Suppression is going to give you that dispel protection, so you can't really purge. I mean, if you get really lucky, of course you can, but it's unlikely that you will get the purge on the Bop. And then, you can kind of use that to counter the BM. As long as you bop off the aim shot, like as soon as it gets applied, there's no way the priest dies before the BM runs out. So I don't know. Maybe we'll see a swap spec, but I feel like for WHEEZYs, they're just going to go with the same thing. They already won a game on Blade's Edge. So I think they're just going to stick to that strategy, try to tie us up, and then they're going to have to figure it out in game number 5, what they want to do. Maybe in game number 5, they swap to BM. We'll just have to wait and see.
See, Blazers Arena, they got the rush down on this map, but this was also the map where they overlap Pain Suppression and Blessing Protection, and Nerissa was at 10%. And they're like disengaging in with deterrence to get the kill. So if that overlap didn't happen, you know, maybe they're not winning that game. This could easily be BWG Black's opportunity to just steal the rest of the series, win 2 more games, and advance in the lower bracket. So it's going to be really up to WHEEZY. Like, can they stay on the Priest? I feel like it just could come down to some RNG on removing that Hand of Protection. If they can get through the Grace stacks of the Discipline Priest and hit that and remove that defense, I feel like they're going to steamroll that game if they can land that. But there's so many things they got to get through in terms of debuffs that it might be tough for them. Regardless, they're going to need to keep playing aggressive and not change up, I think. Let's see if they just run in. Yeah, they're going bottom side, but they get intercepted. Scatters onto both teams. Freezing Trap's coming down. Doesn't look like it's landed just yet. It actually lands onto Shixie, but it's dispelled before they can stun Odd Waffle. That's going to be trouble as Shixie is going to get uptime. Odd Waffle line of sighting Nerissa, now moving back in, trying to get a fear, trying to stay away from the Prot Warrior and not let him get these stuns. Just using Holy Nova, instant heals, and then getting a penance when he's out of range of the interrupts. I really like his positioning on the Priest and usage of that Holy Nova. Shockwave going to connect, though. This is the big first moment, and Odd Waffle doesn't feel safe. He trades out Pain Suppression. His Rep Paladin and Crowd Control can't help him. He fake casts with the penance, trying to get the interrupt out of the way. Now going for instant heals, but they are starting to overwhelm him. He's down to half health. How is he going to deal with it? Still just running around in circles with Holy Nova. Gets a big penance as Lurker has actually left his target. He's going after the Hunter. Is Homer J ready for the swap? He's going to have to pop the turrets. Really good swap. Now going back onto Odd Waffle. I do like this right now from the Prot Warrior Hunter. Going on Homer and Odd Waffle instead of the Ret. Freezing Trap on the Ret. Trinket, Blessing, and Protection. Is that going to be enough? A swap back to Homer J. Is he going down? He disengages away. Nerissa's critically low. Deterrence trades for him. This is just danger time for both sides.
Yeah, that was incredible. And I really like what they've been doing with that Frost Trap around the pillar, making it very difficult for Lurker to actually stick on the Priest. That's why they had to swap off. But right now, they're getting uptime. They disarm Odd Waffle right now. There's the kick. I think he juked it. And now into a full shockwave. Odd Waffle is just going to get sent at the pillar. And this was a much needed kind of strategy change coming out from WHEEZY, because that's what was troubling for WHEEZY in that previous game. There was a Frost Trap down, they kited with freedom, and they just ran around and until Lurker just couldn't hit his target. But this time around, when that happened, they swapped over to Homer, they got a bunch of pressure, and then now all of a sudden Odd Waffle has to heal Homer. When he goes out, they just swap over back to Odd Waffle. Really good kind of targeting there, realizing that you can't really just stick on the same target. But again, now we're going to go to a large map. They're going to try the same thing. They're going to go after Odd Waffle. There's going to be a Frost Trap at the pillar. And then this time when they try to swap to Homer, he's probably going to be very far away from the Warrior. So it's going to be a lot trickier to actually get on that target. And it just leaves you without too many great options. But here we can see it. I think this was right at the opener. Look at Odd Waffle here. He's running around with Master's Call with that freedom. And he's just running around the pillar. And at this point, like, look at the Warrior. There's no way he can reach Odd Waffle. So he's just hitting Homer instead. And then they get a silencing shot. Homer's forced to trade. And then off of that silencing shot, they can swap with the charge. And here they had, again, a lot of pressure onto Homer. Odd Waffle got Blessing of Protection. So that as soon as he gets that Blessing of Protection, they swap back. And then here we can see the kill happen here. Once again, they get some pressure onto Odd Waffle. And they're both connecting. There's no Frost Trap down this time around, so they can't make that freedom play. They try to do it right there at the end, but he tries to trinket and get away, but it's just not enough. And once again, 2 wins here for WHEEZY and 2 wins for BWG Black. It's going to be BWG Black's map pick and counter comp pick. Presumably, we're going to go to Negrand once again. What do you make of this, Sid?
I mean, look at the damage on details here, right? Like the scoreboard. The swap tactic enabled Nerissa to do way more damage rather than just trying to get in line of sight of the Priest. he just turns over and taps the hunter a little bit and gets to double his damage, make it difficult for Odd Waffle to allocate cooldowns, allocate global cooldowns. Maybe his positioning gets compromised. He has to get pulled away from the pillar for a second. So that swap single-handedly is keeping them alive in the series, tying it up 2-2, and also keeping some curveballs that Shixie, Homer J, and Odd Waffle are going to have to keep track of, rather than just having one tunnel vision strategy, right? Because you're just going to get comfortable after a while of rotating defensives on your priest. So this was a clutch swap, got high value. Ultimately, it's going to allow them to win the game. BWG Black now need to respond. I think it's likely Nagrand again, another big map for the priest to run around the pillar. Going to be more consistent than Blade's Edge. And if they can steal this away, right? Like if this is a swing match, then maybe the Prot Warrior is suddenly winning this. Like I was thinking like, okay, Prot Warrior team's out. Like that last game looked so clean. They were desperate attacking the Rep Paladin. There's really not much that's going to happen, right? This is going to just be 4-1. But now after seeing that game, seeing them swap targets, I'm not sold on this necessarily going to be that one-sided anymore.
Yeah, no, I thought that last game was going to kind of decide the series for me, because they did win on Blade's Edge before, and they did look really, really good on that second Nagrand game. So the last game was kind of the one that decides it. If they can win there on Blade's Edge on the side of BWG, then for me, like they're a clear winner here. But now things are getting spicy. Now this could be the time to mix things up as well. Maybe they can go BM, like you said, for the Nagrand game. They've already lost twice on Nagrand, and maybe give it a go, see how it feels. Or maybe they just stick with the same specs, and they just try to target Homer more. Because that's what they haven't been doing. Actually, they've been going on Shixie, on Nagrand, and Odd Waffle. They haven't been going on Homer and Odd Waffle. So maybe that's kind of the kryptonite right there. You go after Homer, you can kind of stop him from getting too much offensive work done, and if you can get some crowd control during those swaps, maybe that's how they can find victory here on Nagrand. And another interesting thing about this tournament is that you don't submit your spec, you submit your class. So, or you submit your comp. So for example, if you play Lock Shaman Druid, you could play Boomkin Affliction, Resto Shaman, or you could play Resto Druid, Ellie, Destro, or you just submit, this is what we're playing, and then it's kind of a surprise. All of a sudden, it could be a Prot Holy Paladin healing, or sorry, like a Prot Ret healing. It could be a Prot Ret on the other side. It could be Arms Warrior, a Prot Warrior. There's a lot of flexibility, but this game is live. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 7. So whoever wins here is not going to be the winner of the series. And they are going to go after Homer. Ooh. Scatter onto Odd Waffle. Can they get something more? They got a silencing shot. Homer dropping dangerously low. If he dies here, it would be a disaster for his team, but he does manage to keep his cool, and he does manage to stay alive, I think. He's still low. Odd Waffle powering through with a flash in the back line. Homer's still in a lot of trouble. He gets the blessing of protection, dropping dangerously low still, catching finally a couple of heal here, and he's about 50%. He hasn't been topped yet this game, and that was the removal of that Mortal Strike effect. So now Homer won't have a Mortal Strike for a second there. He does have it on him now. Odd Waffle powering through once again in the back line. Full Hammer of Justice here onto Wayne. They're trying to get some pressure onto Neyressa. Neyressa now trading out early here with his deterrence. Interrupts coming out onto Odd Waffle. They're going back onto Homer once again. Not able to use that slow trap to too much effect. And this is the Wings of Shixie, so they could go for an all-in swap here onto Shixie as well. He can't use that Divine Shield, but they're going to stay on target. Homer in a Shockwave, dropping once again. Very, very low pain suppression is going to be enough. Odd Waffle going in for the fear, but he gets stunned on it. Beautiful charge, and now Homer might just get sent here. Wayne is spamming heals in the bubble. Odd Waffle, same thing, spamming out the flash heals. Both of these hunters. I think it's going to be Neyressa. He's lighting his healer. No! Neyressa goes behind the pillar right there. Oh, that looked so good for them. This really looked like their game to win on the side of WHEEZY, but just one misstep at the end there is going to cost them everything.
They completely mixed it up here in game number 4, I believe we're in right now, or 5, actually. 5. So we're moving to match point now. They just go after the hunter. They're just doing a completely different strategy. It almost caught them off guard. They got Homer J so low multiple times. I was thinking like, oh my God, it's going to work. They're going to steal away the series here with this swap tactic and just go after a completely different target with their pressure. But ultimately BWG Black stayed alive long enough to punish some positioning towards the end of the match, which we will see. But look at this initial pressure, just a scatter shot and a silencing shot, and I swear I thought the game was over. I was like, oh, Homer J's dead. The fortunate part for him is there's not a lot of damage over time effects on these classes. He's got a very small bleed on him from the Marksman Hunter, but not enough to finish him. And maybe this Hammer of Justice was wasted. I feel like they were just praying for like some massive crits or something, but they got him so low. And then here, both hunters, like an old Western, just standing out in the middle, getting ready to draw their pistols. And they're just like, I'm not lining if you don't line, I guess. And we're just going to keep shooting each other. And they just both going at each other. And right here, Wayne is against the wall to the right. And Nerissa, he goes to the right here, maybe. No, he's in line. He just got silenced. He used Hand of Sacrifice, probably got purged. Wasn't able to stay going there. And it was just looks rough for them if they're able to survive that initial pressure.
Yeah, he disengaged there when Wayne was in bubble spam healing, and his bubble was like kind of ending, and then he disengaged behind the pillar. I actually think Nerissa, he could have been a little bit colder in that situation. He could have just stayed there and just kind of just duked it out. You know, I feel like it was a game of chicken, and he kind of chickened out first. Because I think Wayne actually had some more heals for him before that silence came in. But yeah, it was a good silence from Homer. And honestly, this game was, I would say this game was the best game of the series because it feels like on Blade's Edge, they kind of found their strat to win, and BWG kind of found their strat to win on their map. And that last game felt like WHEEZY really was just on the brink of grabbing that win right there. Just a few couple of errors, few crits more maybe on Homer. He was very low there a couple of times. Could have been it. But now we're going back to Blade's Edge. The score is 3-2 for BWG Black. So if BWG Black's here, yep, that's right. WHEEZY's won every time on Blade's Edge. BWG on Nagran every single time. And if BWG wins here, it's over.
All right, let's see if they can close it out. Can they survive the initial wave of aggression from the side of WHEEZY? Or are they going to be gasping for air to stay alive and going to a game 7 in the second series of the day? This has definitely been a pleasant treat. I didn't know what to expect for compositions from these teams moving in, and they definitely delivered on a very entertaining series so far, and it's coming down to the wire. Is WHEEZY going to be going home here? Their emoji of their team is looking about as sad as maybe they're feeling here on match point here as we're jumping into Blade's Edge Arena. Let's see if they can keep up the aggression when these gates open. They don't want to let go of that gas pedal. They can't chicken out. They've got to brave it, take the risk if they want to pull off a win here. There's a lot of defense to get down. How are they going to navigate it? Is it go on the priest at the start? Is it go after the hunter? Are they going to do something completely different here? It's match point. They risk everything. So, you know, do you stay the tested route, or do you explore new territory?
That is the question, and right now we're going to find out what the answer is here. Match point for BWG Black. Can they take it on the opposite team's map pick? Ooh, good opener here. Nerissa already forced to trade out the aspect of the turtle, already taking some chunks of damage. Shixie doing what he can here to dispel that freezing trap onto Odd Waffle. They're swapping to him. Double shockwave coming out, and big hits potentially here onto Odd Waffle. What is he going to do to stay alive? They're trying to kite with that slow trap, and so far it looks like it's going pretty well for Odd Waffle. He hasn't had to use any cooldowns. They're going after Shixie a little bit, going after Homer a little bit. They're looking a little disoriented here on the side of WHEEZY, not really able to find their target just yet. They are trying to pressure Homer, but doesn't look like they're able to force too much. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Wayne also sitting nice and pretty with his cooldowns, but Nerissa already down one aspect of the turtle, or one deterrent, sorry, and now down 2 deterrents, as Sid.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. Offensively, they haven't got pain suppression or mana protection. I feel like it's game over. Their hunter's out of mana. Like, they're getting steamrolled right now by BWG Black. They need massive crits, and they need them now. Will they find it onto Homer? Mana protection comes out, making him immune to physical damage. Penance comes through. Homer J is going to recover, and now Wayne sacrifices over. He gets caught in repentance. He divine shields out. Is he going to be able to get enough heals? He gets mass dispelled on his divine shield. They have crowd control for Wayne. They're swapping to Wayne. Big swap on match point. Is he going to get cracked? He will go down. BWG Black close it out 4-2.
Beautiful swap there at the end to Wayne. He just kind of caught him completely exposed there on that ramp, and were able to quickly send him. BWG Black definitely looked their best in that last game. They were struggling a little bit on Blade's Edge, but I think they figured out a way to win. And I think WHEEZY's as well, like, they maybe should have defaulted back to trying to go after the priest a little bit more. In this last game, it felt like they were a little disoriented. They went after the red at some point a little bit, went after the hunter a little bit, went after the priest a little bit. Feel like they needed to commit to a target and just send it. But obviously easier said than done. BWG Black, definitely a very strong team, and they are going to come out ahead with that Red Hunter. And yeah, they're going to keep on trucking here in the tournament. And we're going to see here the last couple of moments. So at this point, it's not looking great for Neressa. He's already used deterrence once. Actually, this might even be when he used 2 deterrences. And they do get some good pressure here onto Homer. But look at Wayne. He's already kind of low here, and he has to heal Neressa. And Homer cancels his Blessing of Protection. After Wayne Trinket actually bubbles right there, he becomes a swappable target. They mass dispel the bubble. He's still on half HP, spam hitting with Aura Mastery, and then Shixie just swaps over. They get the silencing shot, and he just gets destroyed in that silencing shot, like 40% to 0. A very coordinated swap there from BWG Black, and they kind of already had him, a little bit low, just to pad damage, cleave damage, sack, and etc. So they found their win condition, and they were able to close it out.
So one hunter does still remain. There were 3 of them, surprisingly, after finding out in this series, but Homer J is keeping it alive. Also a Rep Paladin, right? We got Sea-Doo in North America repping the Rep Paladin. Some people in chat probably know him for Shaman, but he's definitely a phenomenal Rep Paladin as well. So very exciting to see how this team does facing other compositions that have elemental shamans and warlocks and lions and tigers and warriors and see how they do in those matchups. Because this one was maybe likely a little bit more favorable for them, at least with the kit that their composition brings in this scenario. But the upper bracket is where we're going next, and there are really big names on this upper side.
Yeah, there is. Let me take a little look here. I think, are we going to Remnant versus Feed next?
I believe so, with them on the top side. So Remnant was the team that knocked our number 1 seed to the lower bracket in RMP mirrors. So Laners, Urza, and Geku. They're going up against Feed. That's Swapsy, Adu, and Targo, likely playing Thunder. So you've probably got a lot of experience with this matchup, playing a mage with RMP into Thunder. Is this one where you have a preference of rogue spec? I know sometimes rogues will go assassination to something like TSG, or do you think subtlety is just going to be mandatory here?
I think we're going to see sub rogue. I don't like to say mandatory because I do believe that there is some strats with assassination rogue. But yeah, I think it's really hard to kind of stick to your target and get the stuns out, etc. If you're not playing the right specs. And actually, I think Laners played some Arcane in the qualifier. So maybe we'll see some, probably not in this matchup. But the thing about Frost is it's not that amazing into LA Shamans, because LA Shamans, they can definitely punish you in a big way. So yeah, we'll see what they decide to do. It can be a tricky matchup, but if you get a good opener, you can definitely take out a win. Pretty much everyone on the side of the Thunder is kind of a viable target. LA Shaman, you need really good CC if you're going to take him down, but you can also CC him and just go after the Paladin. I think usually we'll see some kind of mix between those, like swapping between them, with the Paladin being main target for the RMP. But we'll have to wait and see here what Remnant and Feed decides to do.
It's interesting how people talk about RMP throughout World of Warcraft's history, right? Like just being like the dominating force throughout multiple expansions. I think that this instance, it's likely going to be challenged a lot, though. I feel like whenever I'm playing with a rogue or I hear a rogue on a stream, the number 1 complaint is a Holy Paladin, and then maybe a warrior, and especially if they're both together. So in this case, there's a lot of defense to get through. They're going to have to hit some really important timings, maybe do some surprising swaps to pull off a victory here. And they're fighting such a strong team, right? Like Swapsy, multi-BlizzCon champion. I'm very excited to see how this one plays out. And we'll be tuning into that series right after this break. So thank you and stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now going to the upper bracket for our third series of the day. And Zico, I think this is going to be a really fun one. We have an RMP, and they're going to be going up against Swapsy. And Swapsy, what's really interesting about him on the Elemental Shaman is I feel like him more than anyone else has had experience kind of just swatting away the endless RMPs over the years.
Yeah, Swapsy is he's kind of been the, like, how do you say it? He's kind of been like the pesticide that deals with RMP for many years, for many years. So Swapsy, definitely a very old school player, and it's good to see him competing. He's bringing in his own little roster as well. Very established players, and yeah, of course we had to bring in Benruki here and the big brains to break down these RMP tactics.
That's
make
not
sure
nice.
we don't miss any new. No, I'm just kidding.
Super Tease isn't here to defend himself.
Hey, I'm just talking about how we mages are smarter than everyone. Okay, I'm sure he doesn't take it personal.
Can't disagree with that one, but yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one. You kind of mentioned it actually. We saw laners play, I believe, Arcane Mage in the qualifications, and I think there was a reason for that. But I don't know if that's really going to play out today. I feel like he's most likely going to be playing Frost. I know players had access to some Frost resistance gear earlier on, and they can't actually use that anymore. So but that might change the dynamic of this matchup. Laners, I would expect to play Frost, and you did touch on it a little bit. Frost Mage into the Elemental Shaman could be a really rough matchup just because of how much disruption they really do have.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, they have a very short cooldown on their kick. They got grounding totems, and a lot of these things. I think the wind shear before in the Burning Crusade, wind shear wasn't a thing. It was just tied to your shock. So if you casted, they had to earth shock your cast, which also was on global. But wind shear is off global, and I think it has less cooldown as well than shock did. I think it's like a 5-second cooldown with some talents. And then also can put down totems now while they're silenced, shamans that is. So before, if you played against a shaman, you could just counterspell him, like, just for the silence and then sheep him. But now if you do that, they can ground it and then maybe like walk around the corner and avoid it. So shamans, they got a lot more disruptions with that. They can purge a lot. All your defense as a frost mage is basically purges, and all your offense is essentially casted spells. So a lot of your procs are going to get purged, Fingers of Frost, Brain Freeze, Ice Barriers, all that stuff. And then you're also going to have to deal with the shocks, and you're going to have to deal with the groundings, and you're also going to have to deal with the knocks. And if there is another interrupt on the team, then you're going to have to deal with that as well. So playing a Frost Mage, usually not the greatest time in this matchup. I expect if they're going after laners, he's just going to be dragging the warrior away behind pillars and trying to deal with him, with some crowd control if he overextends. So he's definitely going to have a tough matchup ahead of him. I don't think he's going to play Arcane, and I don't think he's going to play Fire. I think Arcane is just going to die instantly in this matchup. And Fire, it could work, but you can also just go out of mana and lose. So I think we're going to just see Frost sub.
The subtlety rogue, huh? I know assassination rogue. I don't know how it is in Europe, but there are a lot more teams. I feel like subtlety rogue with Shadow Dance very strong, but a lot of teams, especially into these elemental shaman paladins, they opted, at least in North America, to just go assassination now because they're getting stopped on their goes. Right? If you get stopped on your Shadow Dance go, it can be really difficult to actually pull off a kill. So a lot of them have opted to play Mutilate and kind of just rush them down with all-out pressure. And I don't know if that's something that's really played out too much in Europe yet. Like, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, that sounds like the old school NA. I feel like NA was always the zuggier region, and EU was always like trying to masterfully play like a chess game. But
it flips the board.
Yeah, and it just flips the board and just breaks all the pieces with their beast cleaves and RLS and things like that. I mean, back in the day we used to have so many, like we used to have Azel, we used to have Wound Man, all these people running it down, with the RLS. So it is interesting, and it's interesting as well because I've been telling rogues on Europe to play Assassination, that it is good, but they don't play it. Nobody is playing it. I don't think. Actually, I faced one RMP that plays with an Asa rogue like on ladder. Ooh, this is interesting. So we're gonna see Frost Mage Ellie Disc. not RMP, and we are going to see Thunder. So I'm guessing Remnant just decided that they don't want to play this matchup as RMP. So this is going to be interesting to see because I believe Gekko is normally the healer and Erza is normally the rogue. So a bit of a swap there in roles. Let's see what they can get done here. Nova Cia is coming out. There's the deep freeze on Targov. Can they get it? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to find it. Now they finally do, but they don't have cross CC on PvE Lord. And PvE Lord just trinketing out, blade storming, and kind of disrupting that first setup. So far, it's not looking too bad for feed.
Yeah, but Erza under a lot of pressure right now. We're going to have to see laners come back. He gets interrupted on the polymorph, and PvE Lord is just ripping into Erza, already getting so many cooldowns out of the way. A beautiful full hex will land. Now, hopefully allow Erza to survive. Interrupt coming in. We need to see both laners and Gekko start to get some pressure going at this point, but Erza's already burned through so much of his mana, and if we could see this warrior just stick on top of the priest, it'd be so difficult to survive. That was the bloodlust, and we really didn't see laners and Gekko really get too much done during that moment. Both Swapsy and PvE Lord trading out the trinkets and a bunch of cooldowns to kind of counter pressure and just shut down the early aggression from this mage team. At the same time, though, Targo taking some pressure, just out of line of sight right now, getting a Hammer of Justice onto Gekko, trying to get out some cast, but this could be the bubble. Let's see if he actually has to use it. Laners and Gekko kind of swarming him right now. He gets feared. Big pressure coming in. Need to see some peels. Swapsy has to get there in order to help him out a little bit. The deep freeze does land. Big one-shot potential. Gekko going for it. Targo barely getting that Divine Shield off.
Beautiful setup right there with that deep freeze, and they're just kind of running at the Paladin the entire game, just trying to CC Swapsy and PvE Lord as much as possible. And it's difficult for Targo because he has to dispel all these crowd control while he's getting trained. He has to keep, Beacon up, Sacred Shield. He has to keep all of these like little micro things up, and at the same time try to keep himself topped. He's dropping quite low right there. Does catch a big heal. He does have actually doesn't have too much left to work with. I do believe he has a trinket still on the side of Targo. So we're going to see if he can get out of that deep freeze. Yep, there is his trinket. Now he has got nothing. He might die through it. He's taking huge hits. Do they have any interrupts here? Where's the wind shears? Doesn't look like Gekko has it available right now, but he's still getting blasted. And that will be an easy win here for Remnant. Kind of counter-comping there in the opening stages of the match, coming very prepared with their composition pick, as well as with their strategy. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, and they were able to execute on it beautifully.
I love this. This is the best strategy, in my opinion. If you're playing the Frost Mage Elemental Shaman, you just run at the Paladin. Makes it really difficult because normally what happens if you're trying to CC the Paladin is you have to get through all the interrupts of the Shaman and the Warrior and things like Sacred Cleansing rolling. But if you just go after the Paladin, it becomes really difficult for him to actually keep himself alive. He's getting purged by the Shaman, so you can't really rely on freedom. You're constantly snared. You have that Mage Mortal Strike effect on you, the 20% healing reduction when you are snared, and you're just getting swarmed. Meanwhile, your teammates are just sitting crowd control, right? Like laners just throwing rank 1 frost bolts and polymorphs onto the warrior, onto the shaman, and the paladin has to make a really difficult choice. Like, am I going to run LOS and try to live, or do I get my teammates out of crowd control? And that's a really fine line you kind of have to balance, and it's a difficult thing to do. And if you get unlucky with the spells, then you just fall so far behind.
Yeah, I really like this strategy. I feel like Remnant, they were very well prepared for this matchup. This is exactly what they wanted to do, and it worked out super well for them. And this is right when they got the Divine Shield, and then we can see here, I think this is the last couple of moments in the game. So Targov is trying to cross the map. He gets counterspelled, he gets deep frozen, he trinkets, and then he just has to cast flash heals. Gekko actually interrupting Swapsy's healing wave there, and then just continuing to blast Targov here. And Targov not able to find that Dispel, catches a massive lava burst right there at the end, and he gets sent. Now, my question to you, Van, is do you think they should play this like preg spec or whatever, the healing prot spec that paladins have? Because then you can freedom the deep freeze and you're just never going to be stunned.
Wait, so just play kind of like 3 DPS in a way? So you have like is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I don't know. I've never really seen that, to be honest with you. Do you think he would actually have enough healing to keep himself alive? Like, sure, you get out of the stuns, but you actually have the throughput to survive, or are you just going to get ran over by the mage and the shaman? I don't actually know the answer to that question.
I have no idea. I have no idea. I feel like they only kill during deep freeze, though. So I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. They could also swap maybe a comp on the side of Swapsy's team, on the side of Feed. They have a lot of options. Map, I feel like this is the best map though. Like I feel like Nagrand, I feel like as a Holy Paladin, if you're targeted, you want a big map, right? I feel like Nagrand's gonna be able to provide you with that. So I don't know if the maps are necessarily gonna get better. Maybe, I don't know. What do you think about Ruins?
So in my opinion, the best strategy we can see the Warrior and Elemental Shaman do is just run at the Priest. Like, just don't ever try to peel. Don't go after the Mage. Don't go after the Elemental Shaman. Your best strategy is just sit on the Priest and just go as most aggressive you possibly can and just kind of let your Paladin live and basically make it a healer race, because your Paladin has Divine Shield and the Priest really doesn't have that same option. And if you could force the laners to come back and actually peel, that's when the game can kind of go your way. So I think whatever map allows them to just sit on top of the Priest and never get off them is the strategy that I like the best. But we are going to be going to Dalaran Sewers, which is it's a double-edged sword, right? Both these teams have Elemental Shamans. Both of them going to be looking to get some big knocks. And I mean, it kind of just comes down to if Swapsy can get some really nice knocks on the casters, it'll be great. But at the same time, if we see a knock coming in from Geku, he's able to isolate the Paladin by knocking him off, and then he's just getting spammed dispelled on Freedom. You can't get away, right? Like, your only moment where you can actually escape as the Paladin is with Freedom, and if that gets purged right away, you're sitting snares, right? Like, everything the Mage does snares you, getting trash debuffs up, and you're just not going to be able to move. And good luck hard casting with Counterspell and Wind Shear. It's a really hard spot to be in. So I don't know if I like this map, and I think it could backfire quite a bit.
I kind of agree with you, because again, like Feed, sure, they have their knock, but on the side of Remnant, they have a Priest, and Priests, they don't mind this map. It's a small map. It's easy to get fears on it, and it's also a good map because usually people are kind of stacking behind the box, and behind the box, if you get a fear, you're going to hit multiple people most of the time. And another thing as well is the ZY axis, right? Let's say you are going on the Paladin, and you get a knock on the Warrior. He's going to get knocked down below, and there's that little ledge that will sometimes create a line of sight between the bottom and the top, like where the box is. So a lot of the time you're going to knock Warrior to a really bad spot, and he's going to be forced to sit a full poly. He's going to be forced to sit full Novas, etc. So I think this map can work, but they have to do what you said. They have to go after the Priest. Unless they're swapping comp to something different. No, they're going to stick with this. I feel like if Feed wants to win this game, they're going to have to go on the Priest, because otherwise I think the Priest is going to be able to get enough double fears that it's going to win them the game eventually.
Yep. Never get off the Priest, ever. And I mean, we saw what happened at the beginning of that game when PvE Lord actually had his uptime. Urza went to 50% mana in the first 30 seconds, used Pain Suppression, traded out everything. I think they just got caught in the cycle of, oh no, Targo's in trouble, we need to peel for him. But that doesn't do anything. Beyond, like, intercept the Mage, he just blinks out of it, then you're Nova, then you're Polyed, and this becomes a nightmare for Swapsy to kind of deal with everything. And that's the nice thing. If you're a Mage, we talked about what happens if you're kind of like a solo Mage in RMP against an Elemental Shaman, right? Like, every single grounding totem's for you, every single Wind Shear's for you. But the nice thing is when you have a second caster or even a third caster with a healer, then all of a sudden Swapsy gets overwhelmed. You can't stop everything, right? All of a sudden it becomes a priority to stop Lava Burst and try to ground that. And then Polymorphs are slipping through, and then you're getting hacks, and it becomes a nightmare really fast.
Yeah, absolutely. And then that's the thing, right? We're gonna have to see exactly what they want to do here, but I feel like overall for Remnant, they're gonna be in a pretty good spot here. I feel like the best way to survive if you're the Paladin on Feed is to get distance and then prevent, the Elish. Because the one big weakness that I would say on Remnant is that they don't have something that can dispel snares. That's your big advantage on the side of Feed. If you can keep hamstring on the Priest, you can keep hamstring on the Eli Shaman. One of those two is not ever going to be able to make it to the Paladin once he, like, say, trinkets a deep freeze and gets really far away. But we don't have time to talk about that anymore. Targov immediately is getting sent here. First deep freeze, not doing a lot. He gets knocked out in the open, and this is scary time. Geku's all over him. Erza is all over him. They're going after the Priest, though, on the side of the Thunder, but the Erza just going to shrink it out. Targo's still taking a lot of damage here. Swapsy healing him up in the back line, and it looks like Targo now going to get feared here with Swapsy. They're letting it sit. Targo trying to master spell his bubble. He's just dead instantly. Oh my goodness. That is a disaster opener right there for Feed. And I mean, you can't really blame him not for bubbling, because the Priest is just standing there spamming master spell on him as well. strategy worked out, but map backfired about as hard as it can. That's exactly what you said was going to happen. The Paladin might get knocked out in the open, and then he's going to be a susceptible target then.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, right? The Paladin gets knocked in the open, and sure, you have freedom, but you don't have freedom. If you're fighting a mage, an elemental shaman, and a discipline priest, freedom doesn't exist. Like, if you're in the open, you are stuck in the open. And I mean, you have a bloodlusted frost mage, water elemental, elemental shaman. We saw devouring plague. We saw shadow word pain. They went really aggressive there. You can see, look at this. The troll racials coming in, power infusion. Look at Targo trying to do everything he can, but once that freedom's gone, you are not moving. So he's got the sacred shield, getting spam purge. There's freedom. Oh, that's gone. Now what? What do? You really can't do anything. And I mean, you have the divine shield, but Erza is just going to be spamming out Mass Dispel over and over and over. We'll see it here. Look at the Mass Dispels. Mass Dispel 1. Oh, he actually Mass Dispelled the bubble. So he did bubble. It just got removed instantaneously. And yeah, that is just a disastrous situation. That's what I thought would happen on this map. And I think, like, as soon as Swapsy jumps to, this is what I'm talking about. Like,
look at the warrior.
Yeah, he's so far away, not really able to help. And this is the worst thing for Swapsy as well, where you're just in a defensive position, having to bomb out heals. Like, you're not really getting aggressive. And I feel like if you can't find counter pressure as the Thunder, that's when you're just going to get steamrolled like this, right? You have to find the damage. You have to put yourself in a situation where Swapsy can actually help PvE Lord, kind of stop crowd control and also get out purges and damage. Because once that happens, laners is going to have to play way more defensive. But if you're just sitting in this perpetual state of like Swapsy throwing in off heals and just scared the whole time and not playing aggressive, I feel like this is just going to be Erza, Laner, and Geku's series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they got this one figured out. They studied well, and they seem to be well practiced on this comp. And yeah, that bubble, dude, I didn't even see the bubble. That's how fast that Master Spell was. That was absolutely incredible. He didn't even get a global off after that bubble. He just instantly pressed it and died. So very, very quick Master Spell coming out from Erza. And I like the response that they did on the side of feed. Go after the priest. They hodged him. They got a lot of pressure on him. He just trinketed. And then before they have, another like go on the priest, they're just able to do so much, get the double fear, which set up everything basically. As soon as they get that double fear, it's just the demise of feed. So once they get that, and they have the ZY axis as well, the warrior's getting like CC'd up top and the pally is like downstairs. It just the map I feel like made this a lot more one-sided than it should have been. So I think we're going to either Ruins or we're going to Nagrand again. I don't like Blade's Edge. I don't like Dalaran. It's just too risky. I think we're going either Ruins or Nagrand. Now, they already lost on Nagrand, but I think they got caught by surprise, so they could go back there. But I kind of want to see how Ruins plays out. It's like a little bit double-edged sword there as well. But I feel like as the Paladin, at least you can stay far back in the room, and your warrior can hamstring people before they get to you. And then when they get to you, you can maybe trade a cooldown and then cross the map. And that should allow Swapsy at least to kind of blast off more. But it's also scary because they could knock somebody out in the open and just blast him as well, and there's no line of sight. So I think Ruins could be a risky pick, but it could work out. But Nagrand definitely the safer option, and it is going to be Nagrand.
Yeah, so if anyone at home is wondering, because haven't really talked about it just yet, how the map pick works. So every single match will start on a Grand Arena. Game number 2 cannot be Nagrand Arena. It has to be anything but Nagrand for game number 2. And then for every other game, you can just pick whatever you want. So you could have like Nagrand, then someone goes Blade's Edge, and then Nagrand. Yeah, so for game number 2 specifically, there has to be a second map. So maybe Feed wasn't feeling confident with any of the map choices. They didn't like Ruins, they didn't like Dalaran, they didn't like Blade's Edge, but Dalaran was kind of the least bad of the options for them. And, in general, when you have the Elemental Shaman, I think it's okay, but I feel like I just want to see... I feel like this is one of those situations where the best defense is offense. I've said it once, I'll say it again. I would have really liked to see Feed actually be the ones that charge in and knock them off the side and just get on Erza and get as aggressive as possible and don't let them get into position. Because I think if Remnant is able to just swarm Targo, game's over. Like, they're finished. So we really need to see that counter pressure early on.
Yeah, Yeah, I agree. I think this is the map to do it on, because now this should be a longer game. I feel like Feed, they got pillars, they got big space to work with, and I feel like they figured out their targeting. So I think if Feed is going to win a game, this has got to be that game. Get on top of the priest. Don't let him get fierce. Don't let him be aggressive. Don't let him purge. Don't let him do anything. And as long as PvE Lord doesn't like overextend behind a pillar and get sheeped over there, I think they're going to be in a pretty good spot. And we'll see if Urza can keep up with his team. I'm assuming that as soon as these gates open, they're going to charge in on their mounts, try to pet Nova CS, the Paladin, deep him, and try to send him immediately. That's what they've been doing in every single opener. It has been on a kind of surprise factor first game, and then on Dalaran, you're basically in pet Nova range right away. But we'll see what Laner decides to do here. He's going to hold off his pet a little bit. Gonna maybe go for some CC here onto PvE Lord, and then blink in and counterspell Targov into a deep freeze. He doesn't get the sheep onto PvE Lord, and fortunately Urza, look at him, he's just having the best time of his life, spam purging, and here comes the deep freeze, here comes the bloodlust. Laner is actually forced into an ice block there. There's the blanket silence, sacred cleansing, making his proc miss, and this opener, they didn't actually have to use anything on the side of Feed, but I don't like that Urza is just on top of the target. Look, he's going to get double fierce anytime he wants, basically, when they're all stacked like this. And I actually think he just knocked Urza's Sphere right there. So pretty good knock there from Swapsy, but still, I think Targov, he needs to try to get away from them, and they need to get a hamstring on Urza. That way, Urza can never reach Targov. And if Urza isn't there, I find it very, very hard for Targov to actually stay alive here. But we'll see what they decide to do. They're playing all on the same pillar for now.
Targov doing a really good job this match. Honestly, I really like the pressure on laners, so instead of going after the priest, they're just going after the mage. They're stripping the bloodlust, they're stripping the icy veins, making it really difficult for laners to actually get any kind of pressure rolling. Targo just doing his best on line of sight, throwing out preemptive Hodges. There's the deep freeze though, diminishing return, big damage coming in. Doesn't look like it will be the Divine Shield. There's the Aura Mastery, allowing Targo to just throw out some casts and stabilize his health. And this game is going a lot better. Both ice blocks out of the way. Laner's in a little bit of trouble. There's no icy veins. They've lost a lot of their pressure. And I think Feed this game is doing a much better job in terms of their positioning. Targo, though, gets interrupted. This could be the Divine Shield. Keep in mind, they do have Master Spell as well. There's a going for mana burns. He manages to connect one. Big pressure coming in. Targo just cannot get away. He gets wind sheared. Are we going to see any damage? No, we're not. Laner's actually going to go into his second ice block. So now there's no ice block. Here's the deep freeze. Yaku looking for a lava burst, but it gets wind sheared. Beautiful backup there by Swapsy as they continue their pressure on laners. See Remnant still trying to chase down their target. Targo's mana is not looking good.
Yeah, Targo actually popped his divine. Oh no, he got purged just now. But he is trying to cross the map, and this is kind of what I want to see. They fear Swapsy, gets the dispel on it, and they do have PvE Lord in CC, but Targo is so far away. I would have kind of liked him to plea when he's over here, but he is going to just try to stay alive right now. Hymn of Hope coming out from Urza. Things are slowing down right now for the Wizards, which is a good thing here for Targo. He actually used Bubble on that last deep freeze. I don't think he had to because they interrupted the damage that was coming in, but he also has been kind of one-shot earlier, so can't really blame him for trading that out. But now he needs to be very careful. He only has that trinket to work with. Laner is going for the evocation here behind the pillar. PvE trying to make his way over there. He manages to stop one tick there with that pushback. Laner's no ice blocks, dropping quite low, gets deep freeze onto PvE Lord into a hex, and they could actually they can't remove the hex. Eli Shaman is only Resto Shaman that has Curse Dispel in Wrath, so an Eli Shaman actually can't dispel hexes, which is kind of funny because we're so used to that. But now Targov is in a great spot. He's got mana, he got his pleas off, he's got good mana, he's got cooldowns to work with, and I think this is looking like Feed's best game so far. If they can just make it to a target and sit on it, I think this is their road to victory right now. Urza looks like he will be the target of choice, and potentially a swap actually coming in onto Swapsy here. Big damage coming in. Urza, though, getting sent with that Blade Storm and with that Mortal Strike at the end. Beautiful defense coming out here from Feed.
Yeah, beautiful defense. And I think a lot of that comes down to that aggressive strategy, but they didn't do what I thought they would, which is go after the priest. They actually went after laners, and I think it's a good strategy. If you can get purges on laners, it's a huge difference, right? If you're a mage and you have bloodlust and you have icy veins, you are having a good time. Like, you can get a lot done, but once those are gone, it becomes a lot more manageable to interrupt you and kind of just control you in the match. And that's exactly what we saw Bloodlust and Icy Veins dispelled immediately. They're able to get the ice blocks when laner's trying to push in. So I think Feed in general just did a really, really good job just avoiding the mage and pressuring him as much as possible in this match. And they're able to put a point on the board. But that does mean the other team gets map pick, right? So it's kind of a difficult spot to be in. Where are we going? Blade's Edge, Runes of Lordaeron? Like, what do you think?
We might go to Dalaran, might go back to the sewers, we might go to the edge, could go to ruins as well. One thing's for sure, I don't think we're going to see Nagrand, and I don't know. I like small maps. If I'm Remnant, I think I want to play this matchup on a small map. If this is our strategy, we're just sending it on the Paladin every game. I feel like a small map is better. Urza will have an easier time to get fierce. Urza will have an easier time to just be in the fight, and also. You will have that kind of low distance to Targov. So I feel like just connecting on your target easier on a small map is probably the best move. Ruins, I think if you're going for like an all-out wizard battle and you try to play like a longer game, it could be good for that. But I don't know how good that strategy is. With the strategy that we've seen, I would say Blade's Edge or Dalaran should be our next map pick. And they should just... Honestly, it should just be Dalaran. You just run in, pet Nova CS, and then knock the Paladin down, and then you just have the time of your life, basically, for the next 20 seconds.
It seemed like they liked that. They liked that a lot when they did play Dalaran Sewer, so I would not be surprised if we went there again. But yeah, PvE Lord, Swapsy, Targo, they have a lot of work ahead of them. They have to win 3 more matchups. This is an upper bracket series, though, so... The loser of this will be sent down to the lower bracket, not eliminated from the tournament, but there are some sharks in the water down there. Not a position you really want to find yourself in. You want to keep getting those wins. The path of least resistance is always the best in these tournaments, right? Every team would just like to win every match. Makes it easy. But I wanted to ask you, this is actually, there was a Wrath of the Lich King tournament we saw in North America. It's actually Snuts Samayam that ended up winning with Azito. And they played this. They played the RMP, and then they played Ellie Mage as well. And that seems to be a really good, like, kind of well-rounded composition. You have the RMP that takes care of most compositions. Then the few that can beat you, you just bring in the Elemental Shaman. It seems like you have a pretty good matchup.
Yeah, you definitely do. I think multi-classing comps is definitely going to give you an edge. I think it's harder to do in Wrath because it's just every class has so much. But I think, who was it? It was Mercy. We saw him in the first series. He was also playing Destro Warlock, and he does play Warrior as well. So that's another team, right, where you have Lock Ellie, but you also have Warrior Ellie. And the same thing here. You got Mage Ellie, and you got RMP. So I feel like if you have at least 2 of those like kind of top-tier comps to roll with, that's always going to be really good to have in your back pocket. So yeah, definitely multiclassing could become a thing. And honestly, I'm pretty impressed with Geku because this guy, I'm pretty sure, mains a Disc Priest. He's very good at it. And now he's just looking like an Ellie Shaman main going up against Swapsy. No big deal, He's just another day in the office for him. So yeah, definitely, doing some big things here on that Ellie Shaman. And also Urza, usually a rogue player. And now all of a sudden we see him on that Discipline Priest. And he's been doing good as well. Aside from last game, of course, where he got sent. But in general, in the series, it's been looking good for...
What can he do?
Yeah, I know. I just like to, Well, yeah, we are going to go to the sewers. So I'm expecting a Pet Nova CS first global into a deep, into a knock on the Paladin. And then we'll kind of just take it from there. Probably going to be a Bloodlust. And it's probably not going to be too fun for the Holy Paladin.
Like I said, I really like one thing we saw from the Holy Paladin last game was he was basically, anytime he had Hammer of Justice, he just threw it. Like, the Priest ran in, Urza ran in, insta Hammer of Justice, and Urza had a trinket, okay? Well, you at least get the Discipline Priest trinket out of the way immediately, which is nice. And then at another moment, Geku was actually pushing him. He just threw out the Hammer of Justice once again, just making it really difficult for all 3 targets to connect at once. Because when they get swarmed, that's the worst case situation. Targo right now playing back. See the Purge is coming into Fear now onto Swapsy. Big damage. This is worst case scenario. Oh no, the knock. No. He gets knocked towards the box. Targo, he's so happy. He's like, all right, I'll take this box. And he's going to be able to use this as line of sight. And there's no threat of a knock. Meanwhile, Swapsy, he can still get his. So he gets out of these polymorphs and he gets into a good position. Oh no, the Bloodlusted Mana Burns is a disaster for Targo. Warstorm comes in, massive amounts of damage. Is he going to get the Divine Shield? Massive Spell coming in. Looks like it will. Oh, he was able to get it off. Targo, I think, has weathered the storm. Maybe still not out of the woods yet. A lot of damage. The improved counterspell does come in. In line of sight, Geku maybe get some casts off. Still trying to run. He's knocked into the open. This is an absolute disaster. If we see a Shatter combo, there's one Frostbolt, two Frostbolts, Polymorphs coming in onto Swapsy. There's no one to help him. And I think Targo is going to go down, and he will. Massive pressure. And honestly, that was not... I felt like that was actually a good start on the side of Feed. Targo got knocked to the boxes, which is like... Man, if you could be anywhere in this match, that's where you want to be. But that second knock really just sent him into the open, and Remnant just got that pressure from start to finish.
Where did Swapsy's knock go? I feel like Swapsy had a knock in between those knocks. I didn't see where he allocated it, or if he even used it. Maybe he was just trying to get like a 2-3 person knock. Either way, we'll see. No, Swapsy still has his knock here. Oh no, there it is. Okay. I think he tried to get Urza downstairs there as well, but wasn't able to find it. And I mean, just look at PvE Lord. This is what happens, right? You're at the box, double fear, sheep, and then they're all stacked on you, and you can get knocked as well. And PvE Lord, he gets dispelled. He gets knocked. Look at PvE Lord. He's knocked out of range.
Look at him.
And he can't get dispelled anymore. And look at laners. Frostbolt. PvE Lord charges him to stop it, but doesn't matter. Geku's free casting. He's got a Hex on Swapsy. And laners before that, Intercept casted like 3 Frostbolts as well. So it's just too much damage coming in when you're stuck like that in the open. I feel like if he gets stuck like that in the open, you need to... I mean, it's hard because you have 2 people who can purge as well. So it's not like you can free them and get away. You can't do anything. You free them, it's gone 1 second later, and then you're back to getting spam snared by the Frost Mage. So I feel like it's not looking too good here for Targov. He's going to need something here because the Dalaran games have looked rough. I really like what they did in the start too. They didn't go for the box because they know if they go for the box, they're going to get Pet Nova, CS, knocked, deeped, and sent. So he actually waited in the start, and they kind of weathered their first deep, and then they decided to go for the box and got even knocked there. So I like how they played the opener, but it's still they were just so far away from getting a kill.
They definitely were. I'm trying to think of what they could actually do different, because it wasn't like a bad game. You can see Swapsy is just not able to do anything in the match. Like, it's such an insignificant amount of damage. Erza almost out damaging him here, and that is not what you want if you're the Elemental Shaman. And like I said, the matchups for Swapsy can actually play aggressive, like the game that they won. I mean, he set his Elemental Mastery very early on laners, able to get the Ice Block and just kind of deny that early momentum. So I think Swapsy has to be a huge playmaker in this matchup, right? He's the one that needs to find those beautiful knocks. He's got to get the clutch groundings. He's got to get the pressure out. It can be really difficult to do because he's getting controlled, but I feel like the only way we're going to see Feed win this game or win this series is if Swapsy kind of steps it up in a really big way.
Yeah, I think that's definitely easier said than done. I was thinking maybe it's time for a comp swap. If they have it on this, I don't know if they have it, but if they do have it, I think a Destro Warlock would be pretty good here. You're just gonna they deep your Paladin, Shadow Fury. All right, you're done. So yeah, I think that's an option. Or they're probably just gonna stick with the same thing. Go for Nagrand. They did win on Nagrand, so if they can get those wins on Nagrand at least. They might be able to do something in that last game of the series, but still, they're kind of far away from getting to that point right now. We'll see what they decide to do on the side of Feed. See what they decide to lock in here.
Do they have anything else? Like PvE lore?
I don't know.
Going to switch it up now. Doesn't seem like it. I think Remnant has found like a really good... That being said, I feel like Feed can win this matchup. This is not an unwinnable matchup. So all it takes is a few things to go their way in the early game. They just need to stop the momentum from Remnant, right? Remnant is getting everything in the opener with their Bloodlust, which is exactly what they need to do. But if you can somehow live the Bloodlust, then all of a sudden the game really goes in the favor of Feed. So I think Feed, they got to weather that early storm somehow. Swapsy's got to do a really good job here. Getting that counter pressure, needs to get the damage out. I still think going after Erza is one of the best things you can do. Like, literally just run at him, pop Blade Storm immediately, Bloodlust, send the Elemental Mastery, just everything you can do to get on top of the Discipline Priest. That's going to be their best option, potentially. So We'll see if Remnant can just run in and get on top of Targo away. We see how difficult it is for him to actually get away. So see what they end up doing.
Yeah, they don't have a disarm as well. I feel like the opener is very important. I feel like for feed, if they can just get like when Remnant charges across the map, I want to see feed immediately send the priest. Like he's out in the open, nothing is CC'd yet. Just try to get a purge on him, try to get a flame shock on him if you're Swapsy, and if you're PvE Lord, just try to get a charge, get a mortal strike up, and then just Bladestorm first global because there's no disarm on Remnant. There's no disarm. So if you get a Bladestorm out with Mortal Strike on the Priest, they are going to have to trade cooldowns. And if you can do that, maybe you get Pain Sap, you get a Hodge, you can get a Trinket as well. And then all of a sudden you're going to be in a good spot. They are doing that, but they're going after Gekku. So they're trying to stop Gekku from making his way to the target. But that means Urza actually trinketing that Hammer of Justice. So this is not too bad of a start for Targo. But as long as he's on the same pillar as Urza, it's never going to be good for him. Laner's actually getting wind sheared there. Burns are coming in. They're trying to send Targo. Swaps is doing a good job deflecting the situation, though. Get some interrupts out. Now, Targo, this is his chance, I feel like, to swap side. I feel like staying on this side is not the move right now. They got beautiful CC. They're actually swapping. They sheep Targo. They're going after Swapsy here with Bloodlust laners, pumping Frostbolts one after the other. Can they get more CC? They go for the Hex here. Does get out of it, though, on the side of PvE Lord. I do believe he trinketed. Here comes Burns. There's the Deep Freeze, and that's going to be the Divine Shield from Targov. All of a sudden, forced to use everything. I really think if he just swapped side there, he would have been able to maybe avoid all of this. I think now, though, Urza is in big trouble. There's the Pain Suppression. Full Hammer of Justice. He has no trinket. The pressure is sinking in. That Bladestorm doing some work here for PvE Lord. I think that next Hodge might just seal the deal. They sheep Targo, and once again, looks like they want to go after somebody else. This time, PvE Lord looks like he is the target. Can Urza find a fear onto Swapsy maybe? And they go after Targo here. Urza doesn't have it, but they're going for Burns onto Targo. They knock him in the open as well. Continue those burns, but Urza is actually the one behind on mana. Targo immediately trinkets out of that Deep Freeze, and now we're in that checkmate situation, Van. That next Deep Freeze, Targo has nothing to get out of it. He needs to try to avoid it before it happens. And as long as he stays on top of these wizards, I think he's dead.
He needs to run. Nice knock there by Swapsy. Laners is going to get caught now into a charge. And I think Targo might be able to get away. And this is where the game starts to get better for feed. But that next Deep Freeze, like you said, going to be an absolute nightmare. Burns coming in from Erza. Beautifully done there. But he's left Laners behind, who is forced to put out the Ice Block and now improve Counterspell into a Deep Freeze. Do they have the damage to take him down? Doesn't... Maybe. Interrupt coming in on the Frostbolt. Targo completely out of mana. Those burns absolutely devastating. He's got nothing he can do. There is no gas left in the tank. Laners just Frostbolt after Frostbolt. Targo barely holding on by a thread. A beautiful fear from Erza. And that will shut down maybe Erza. This could be a cross kill, though. Cross kill potential. Erza, he's got no mana whatsoever. Gekku trying to help him. A beautiful root coming in. And I think that's going to be it. Laners going for Unification. He's got mana. I don't think Swapsy and PvE Lord are going to be able to win this one. Maybe they can isolate Gekku here, but Divine Hymn is going to ensure that that really doesn't happen. Really good push there. This is a very back and forth game, but Erza and those mana burns. I mean, it's not often you see the priest, at least in my experience, it's not that often you see the priest kind of just going for mana burns during those situations, but it paid dividends in this matchup.
It literally won them the game. So they got the bubble because of the burns. He bubbled one of the burns, and they're able to get that last deep burn spam and actually him. And once the paladin is in that situation, like, you can't really do anything. You can't, like, I feel like this game actually comes down to Targo's positioning. Like, they pick the biggest map that's available, and then they play on the same pillar the entire game. I don't understand that, especially when there's no dispel for hamstring. Like, sure, it's annoying for PvE Lord to actually get to his target and get hamstrings off, but once you lived one Deep Freeze and you have like a bit of breathing room, instead of getting sheeped and the pressure is continuing on somebody else and then you get burned off of those sheeps and you have to bubble those, I feel like that's where you swap side. You're a Holy Paladin, just swap side. Your Ellie and your Warrior are going to be fine. The worst case, they're going to get CC'd on the other side of the map. They're not really going to die to a swap like that. And at least that way you can get a full Divine Plea off. This win condition on mana is not going to be relevant. And you're just going to be in a much better spot in general if you are preventing them from connecting. Because I also feel like they used a lot of resources to prevent Gekku from connecting on Targov. But I feel like those resources should be used on Urza. And then here we can see the final, I believe, go. Burns coming in. Laners gets wind sheared. And that's the problem for Swapsy here. This is what you were talking about when there's one guy casting Lava Burst and Hexes, one guy casting Frostbolts and Sheeps, and one guy casting Burns. Like, who do you kick? And then they have the CC onto Swapsy, and they're able to kind of win the game. And look at Targov. If he wasn't dead here, he could just Hodge Urza. It would be full. There was like a 20-second when this replay starts. Actually, his trinket comes back up before the Hodge, but it's close. Either way, though, he's and that Bladestorm probably would have killed him if it wasn't for those burns coming in. But at the same time, you don't interrupt laners there. And Geku all of a sudden finishes that cast. Laners finishes his cast, and then Targov just dies. So really an impossible situation there for Swapsy. And I think the only thing you can do here is just position better. Like you shouldn't be at the same pillar as everybody. You have a disc where he's just waddling around and, he's like crippled. I think you can use that to your advantage and actually build distance. I think that's the biggest thing.
Yep. I mean, they're going to have a second chance, right? Potentially they might get the rematch if they can make it through the lower bracket, but we'll have to see how that all does play out. A really good series here, though, coming in from laners Urza and Geku, showing the flexibility, bringing in the elemental shaman. And this is a deadly composition. This is a composition this is one of those comps that back in the day people didn't play, but I've played it quite a bit recently, and it's probably the best composition for a mage, I think, at least overall in the ladder, it feels like to me. That and like the Shadow Priest Frost Mage seems really, really strong, but you have a lot of control, you have a lot of burst, and when Bloodlust is up, you can just get so much done, and you kind of swarm and overwhelm these Paladin Shaman teams. And I'm curious to see how far they can take this composition, because there's still quite a few of those teams left.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of Ellie Shamans, guys. Don't worry. If you like to watch Ellie Shaman and you like their explosiveness, there's going to be quite a bit of them. And yeah, this was an upper bracket game, so nobody got eliminated here. And we did see, I think Remnants is looking like one of the contenders here, honestly. I think they're just looking super, super good right now. But there is some more good teams. I'm thinking the other team here in the upper bracket, SCARABS, they seem insane. They got Baka, they got Warwicks, and they got SSNS, which I believe will be a LSD, unless SSNS does like Poika and swaps over to a Holy Paladin. So this might be our first Resto Druid. I do believe he mains it. And then we also have, of course, Poika's team, very scary as well, with the Zipai and Mercy. They also have, kind of like Remnant, the option of playing Warrior Ellie or Lock Ellie. Same way Remnant has the option of playing Rogue Mage or Mage Ellie. So they have more than one comp at least. We still have Homer J as well down there in the lower bracket. Still a lot of good teams. And also next, what are they called? BLACKBEDDY. That team is, I think, currently number 1 on the EU ladder, or number 2. I think Mir might be number 1, and they're number 2. But yeah, Queener's team is going to be very interesting to see them as well. So huge teams left. Fierce competition here in Europe. It's going to be interesting to see, who can take it all, and where the chips are going to be falling.
Yeah, a few surprises here today so far. And I'm excited for more surprises, of course, if you're going to be joining us the whole weekend. Tomorrow, we're going to be playing through the North American bracket. And then on Sunday, we'll be playing both the European finals as well as the North American finals. And there's some really exciting teams in North America as well. I know you kind of touched on it yesterday, Zico, or earlier today, I should say. One comp that I'm really looking forward to is the Resto Shaman, right? We haven't seen any Restoration Shaman today. But yeah, getting really, really aggressive. You pair it with a Shadow Priest. I think that's going to make for some really explosive games and maybe shake things up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm definitely excited to watch the RPS. I'm excited to see like some things that I don't think I've ever faced the RPS in all of Wrath so far. So
I lose to them all the time. So.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, it can be very scary. It's one of those comps, right? It's just like that comp we just saw. Once they get pressure, once they get momentum, it can be really difficult to get it back. But we are going to be going to a quick break. When we get back, it's going to be SCARABS versus BLACKBEDDY. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back, everyone. I am joined now with Super Tees, and we are getting to the game Scarabs versus Black Betty. It looks like for Scarabs, they are going to be running with Baka on the Elemental Shaman, a Restoration Druid. And that's the first Restoration Druid we have seen here, Super Tees, going up against the Thunder of Black Betty.
Yeah, when I was watching Baka practicing this week on his stream, he said that he was just happy to make it this far with the Resto Druid, saying RMP is a really tough matchup, and he's going to try and do his best with his team here and see what they can make work with the Resto Druid, but they're fighting, one of the best comps, arguably, in Wrath of the Lich King, with Black Betty on that Elemental Shaman and Queener on Arms Warrior entering the arena. I saw a lot of people in chat very excited to see him. A lot of rumors that their team is doing exceptionally well at the moment on ladder and could be a tyrant in the tournament. And will they be outdone by the Resto Druid? You can already start to see some of the problems with Resto Druid being their mana bar here, already 50% comparatively to Next, who hasn't even scratched it. Already having to innervate very early on, but if this ends up being a long game, I think innervating earlier is better. Big setup onto Next here by Walrix and Baka, but Walrix is being pushed back, and it can be a tough matchup against a warrior when you want to use that portal. You're trying to save it for the Blade Storm, but if you portal before that, you get Blade Storm. If you don't, you just give him a lot of uptime. It's a really tough decision. They're actually swapping back to Baka here behind the pillar, trying to punish him for his positioning. Seasons, repositions, gets his heal over time effects, but here comes the Blade Storm. Massive damage incoming onto Baka. Nature Swiftness looks like it might have got purged. Big pummel onto Baka, and that will close it out. Black Betty with a game 1 win.
A really good push there, and that I think is one of the difficulties right now of that Restoration Druid, right? Like once you get swapped to, it could be your heals are just getting purged. So the Elemental Shaman can just throw in purge after purge after purge, assist with that big lava burst, and shocks when he needs to. But yeah, just purging off all the heal over time effects can be really difficult to recover, and that's why, as that Restoration Druid, you kind of have to stay ahead of the damage or find like crucial crowd control to slow down the damage and kind of recover. Because it could basically be impossible to heal through. And I think Black Betty, with that push, really kind of showcasing that there.
I really want to see if that NS was purged in the replay. Sometimes it's hard to catch everything, but I swear his NS lit up and I didn't see the Shaman's health bar move. So I'm thinking, did he clone maybe? Because usually that's like your one emergency measure. If that doesn't save you in the game, it's pretty much game over. You can see the swap here. They were on Walrix attacking the Warlock, so life blooms are stacked onto the Warlock. They're expecting him to be the target. He's getting regrowth casts on the Warlock, but they see Baka behind the pillar, like, oh, okay, you've got no hots. We're going to go on you behind the pillar. No hots, clean swap.
Correct.
The Ellie Shaman here, pop every cooldown, go for a Blade Storm. And this just basically unhealable damage. And right here, he gets Wind Sheared on an S, and I think he gets purged. Or it went off, and it was just a really tiny heal. It just did nothing. So really unfortunate here for the side of Scarabs in game number 1. Phenomenal performance here from Black Betty, Next, and Cleaner. Definitely living up to the hype here for game 1.
I love it. I love seeing that aggressive play, the big swaps coming in, and that's exactly what you want to see from a Thunder. The Mortal Strike effect of a Warrior is just so powerful. You have all the consistent damage coming in from that Warrior, the burst of the Elemental Shaman, the purges. I feel like if you're making swaps like that, it's just so deadly, right? Go after the Warlock, get all hots on him. You see the Shaman out of position, you can make a huge swap on him, and I think that's the kind of stuff we're going to be seeing from this team. And I wonder, I mean, for this Restoration Druid, at least in North America, I don't know how it is in Europe. I think in Europe has a little bit more Restoration Druids, but there really isn't that many. And I think a big part of it is because these Shamans are just so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, you can go... The problem is they're also fighting an Ellie Shaman, but I feel like against a Holy Paladin, if they can get the Paladin out in the open, I guess Druid is also pretty vulnerable out in the open. They've got to go for... They're not going for a knock map. They're going to be going for Runes of Lordaeron, just an open field map, but no Z-axis. They don't want to risk it. If Black Betty is able to get into a position and knock anybody, it can be devastating for them. So open field here. To me, I feel like they've kind of got to pick who they're going to control. I feel like the one thing the Resto Druid can do really well is Cyclone and Root on something like a Warrior, try and remove the Warrior from the caster as much as possible. And then you also take some of the interrupts away from your Warlock and your Shaman, right? So if Black Betty needs to be Wind Shearing a clone, that's not Wind Shear on a Lava Burst, that's not a Groundy on a Lava Burst, and they can connect more damage. So possibly going for more crowd control and trying to remove Queener from the fight, and maybe going after the Holy Paladin might be an option for them. Force freedom on the Paladin, there's no freedom for the Warrior. Something like this. Because otherwise, if they play a normal game, like even if they didn't die in that swap, I feel like the Druid is just going to lose on mana.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that, especially if we see things like Innervate getting purged. or just no opportunities to drink. Because if the druid can get away and drink, that's great. But I think that's really difficult to do against a good warrior who's just swapping to whatever you don't have hots on. Because if you don't stay ahead of the damage, then you're just not going to be able to heal through it whatsoever. We saw that Nature Swiftness. It wasn't looking so good. I think it was actually Hellstone and a Nature Swiftness, and Baka's health went from like 20% to 30%. So definitely a bit of a rough situation here, but we'll see what Scarabs can get done in this match. BLACKBEDDY, I'm expecting those big swaps again. I really, it's what I like to see. You know, really keep the team guessing, find that opportunity to pop Recklessness with your Elemental Mastery, and then just training the target to the ground with your Heroism / Bloodlust. And yeah, try to find victory. We'll see if Runes of Lordon is going to help them at all, or how exactly they're going to play this one.
All right, you can see, Hex is onto the warrior, immediately getting the human racial to break that, but they're going after the Resto Druid. He's out in midfield, he gets knocked away, charges back over to Baka for a swap onto the Elemental Shaman. Those Hammer of Justices, unless you get a really lucky Dispel from the Warlock, like those are going to be sitting on their target. And you can see BLACKBEDDY, their team is so volatile. They're willing to go on anything if you give them a second. They're going after Baka really hard here. Shadow Fury on the Queener. They need to chain that into crowd control. They don't get that chained into anything. Queener's getting uptime. They're swapping to the Druid again, just swapping off hots constantly, putting Seasons behind. He's trying to retreat away. Desperation Fears onto the Warrior, managing to buy time for Seasons to get back to the Tombstone. Now looking for Cyclones. Gets a Cyclone on the Ellie Shaman, but he actually trinkets out. Is he going for Ellie Mastery? Big one tap onto Seasons. Is he ready for it? Bladestorm connects as well. He's getting chopped up. Is he going to fall? NS does practically nothing. He's desperate. He's getting intercept stunned. He's trying to get away. A Hex onto Queener has finally stalled the damage. Season gets a second to cast, but maybe not. They're swapping back to Walrix. He's getting soloed by BLACKBEDDY at the moment. As soon as Queener comes out of this crowd control, it could be devastating. Such a close call, but they survived that key Elemental Mastery, that key Bladestorm moment. Now, I want to see Seasons pop off and start going for more Cyclones.
Yeah, we definitely want to see that, but his mana's looking really, really good. He's able to get that Innervate off. Walrus, though, taking a huge hit of damage. There's not many heal over time effects. They're just getting purge after purge after purge. Walrus health is going nowhere but down. Queener is all over him right now. 30% health, and it is not going up. Finally, Season's able to get some heals, but still, is it enough? He's trying to fake out the wind shear, but the purges are too great. We're out on the BLACKBEDDY. Finally, a moment to stabilize, but he gets intercepted. Walrix still, there's just no distance, and with that Mortal Strike effect, I don't know if he's going to be able to get healed up. He's hanging on by a thread. Queener runs away, managing to recover, but I think that intercept might have actually been a throw.
Yeah.
That was I think Queener made a mistake there. He tried to get fancy, and that he should have shut his brain off and just attacked the Warlock. I think he would have gone down.
Usually the right move when you're a warrior here. Bladestorm onto Baka though with a swap onto the Ellie Shaman. Seasons with no Nature Swiftness is just mashing out Nourishes, gets stunned on it, and that will be it for Baka in game number 2. BLACKBEDDY all over the map. Nobody is safe facing this team in game 2.
I mean, you play Resto Druid, right? You play a little bit of Resto Druid. How do you feel about this matchup after watching this? Like when I'm watching Seasons, I'm just like I'm cheering for him, honestly, because it just seems like he's definitely the underdog in this matchup.
I mean, underdog is the friendly euphemism, I think, for it in this situation. I can see why Baka was saying that he was just pretty happy to make it into the top 6 with Resto Druid. I think having one as an option in certain situations can be good. It's possible that they could pull this back. I feel like, especially if they get chain CC, like Shadow Fury into Clone or Shadow Fury into Hex, and they use that to chain crowd control onto a target, that they can win the game. They focused all their crowd control into BLACKBEDDY, it seemed like, though. Like, there was a Cyclone there, and then that just allowed Queener to charge, and the Seasons is just in tree form. Yeah, Nast Healing Touch did nothing there. Right here, this Hex, like, this is the only reason he's alive. So it seems pretty, I think, obvious at this point that, like, letting the Warrior have free reign is going to be a mistake. I love that they chained the Hex into a Cyclone. I think he might have got grounded on it, but he did chain it into the Cyclone. Here, they just swap off the Hots onto Walrix, and they know he's got a life tap. That's also another dangerous situation as a Warlock. When you're low mana, you have to trade your health to get mana, but if you don't have any health to trade, you just die. So that was really clutch. And this is where you're like, why didn't Queener just keep attacking the target? He tried to stop Baka from casting, but then that allowed Walrix to actually use Portal and get some distance and recover. But then Queener's like, I don't really care. I'll just attack whatever. It's no big deal here. I'm not making any commitments. And he sticks onto Baka with Bladestorm, and you're not going to be able to do anything with that. They drop a Desperation Grounding. It's not enough. Baka goes down. This looks like a really... Look at Queener's damage, man. Like, usually against casters as a warrior, I guess not so much a Warlock at least, I feel like it can be really tough, though, to get a lot of damage out, and to do such a huge amount in this situation is very impressive.
Maybe against mages. If you're fighting a mage, then I could agree with you. But in this matchup, it seems like he just kind of gets to have fun. And honestly, that intercept we talked about, he stopped a hex. So if that hex had gone off, then I think all the pressure would have been lost. So I think going for the intercept, even though it seemed like it was the best move to just go after Walrus and finish him, if he had gotten hexed, I think they would have lost all their pressure. So actually, looking back at the replay, I think that was the right decision to make. And yeah, I think Queener on this warrior has been looking really good, bouncing around targets, hitting whatever doesn't have heal over time effects. And for seasons, it just seems like, I don't know, it's winter or something. It does not feel good for him. The worst season possible.
Say that. I mean, we both know in Canada right now how winter feels. So I think we can we can vibe with seasons a little bit here in this series. I think there's still possibility. You can never count out the one-shot potential of a Destro Warlock and an Ellie Shaman. We're going to a heavy Z-axis heavy map, so knocking enemies off, rooting them when they get into a bad position. There's going to be a lot of punishing maneuvers that an Elemental Shaman can make, but there's one on both sides. So double-edged sword on Blade's Edge Arena here, and which one's going to get the upper hand is now going to be the question.
Yeah, so I think this is one of those maps where it's like, okay, we can go after the Warlock, and if he's scared, he can jump up and then portal up. So in theory, it sounds really, really good, but I think for BLACKBEDDY, if they just swap, like if we see the Warlock just jump, and then they're like, okay, well, we'll just go after the Druid, and there's no threat of counter pressure, then they can actually work this map in their advantage a little bit. And they also have a knock, so I think if Seasons gets a knocked into the open, we see BLACKBEDDY really try to set up for his team. We'll see what they can do. Scarabs, though, they need something. And you know what I mean? These last two games have not looked too good. So going to Blade's Edge, trying this out, I definitely don't blame them. We'll see what they can get done here.
Intercept immediately onto Baka. Gets cycloned. I love this crowd control from Seasons. Get the Warrior out of the fight and then dogpile on top of the Paladin at the same time. But Baka gets knocked off by Thunderstorm. BLACKBEDDY getting the upper hand. Another swapping to Seasons. Intercept, reconnecting. Hex onto Queener. Really love this crowd control onto the Warrior so far on Blade's Edge Arena. Defense is looking good, but now they need to start getting some offense. They're actually swapping to the Warrior out of the Hex, trying to catch him out of position, but he is able to recover with Next in the backline, repositioning away from all the crowd control, not wanting to walk into that trap. Seasons is very aggressive here on top of his team. Walrus going to jump off to avoid the Blade Storm so he can portal up. Really like that positioning from Walrus. He's going to portal back up after the Blade Storm. Queener reconnects, though, with that intercept. He's getting blasted down by Baka with Chain Lightnings and Lava Bursts. Has to be a bit careful, trying to spell Reflect. It's going to get sheared off by Baka, now into a full Cyclone. Queener decides to trinket. He's going for the kill here on Walrus. There's no portal. He gets rooted up for a moment, trying to slow down his assault as Walrus is on top of Next. He's looks like maybe a Holy Paladin swap. He's got an Immolate out onto him at the moment. Seasons jumps off the bridge. Did he get knocked? He's stuck down here, but Next is getting swapped too. He has to Divine Shield. This is the most promising looking map for Scarabs so far in the series as Queener goes into another full Hex.
Yeah, these hexes are the most important thing, right? Just they have no hex dispel, so every single one of them is going to be sitting full on the Warrior. And I really like what they did there. Go after Next. They caught him in a spell lock into a coil. They were able to get the Divine Shield. Really nowhere for him to run and hide. The only problem is there's no Bloodlust anymore. But Walrus does has that Death Squall, so there's an opportunity for them to set up. Queener trying to shut it down just a little bit. Queener now into a full Cyclone. This control onto the Warrior is devastating. And Next almost getting dropped. Does manage to get out of line of sight, throwing in some heals, and now it's Walrus on the back foot. Walrus, can he recover? Doesn't look like he's going to jump, but Seasons jumps as well. So now I think they just go after Baka. Big swap on Baka, and I don't know if he's going to be able to recover. This is huge damage coming in from the side of BLACKBEDDY. Baka jumps off in desperation, but the Mortal Strike is in. Queener spinning right now with that Blade Storm, gets the interrupt, and I think Baka will get dropped. And that's exactly what I was talking about, right? It's like, okay, you go after the Warlock, he jumps. You look at the Druid, he jumps, and then you have Hammer of Justice for Baka. He's up there left alone, and unfortunately no one's really able to help him out. So unless you're working together as like a perfect unit on Blade's Edge, you definitely backfire in such like a fast-paced matchup.
You know what's crazy at the end of this game is I think Next actually had 0 mana. So the swap earlier on Divine Shield, and he was 0 mana. This was their best game yet. It does make me feel like they're going to go to this map, even though at the end things spiraled out of control. Maybe just being closer to the edge when you're anticipating needing to jump off the side. It felt so good early on with their crowd control. They just completely removed Queener from the fight. Here was that big swap. They got Divine Shield. This is where I was thinking, man, they can still win this game. But then they swapped again, but Nex was in too good of a position. Walrix jumps off. Seasons jumps off to heal him, right? Doesn't want the warrior just jumping down there, getting a big execute crit or something, finishing him, but that left Baka alone. And Walrix actually snipes a Shadow Fury. I don't know how he did that. Like the edge of the bridge, like Baka would have been dead there if he didn't hit that Shadow Fury right on the edge. But Bladestorming Warrior can't be CC'd. Huge damage on the Baka, kicked on Hex, stun on the Druid, no heals incoming, Hammer of Wrath, well-coordinated kill. I guess I was mistaken by the mana. I'm not sure why I thought the mana on Nex was zeroed out there, but it definitely wasn't. If they can keep that control on Queener consistently throughout the entire game, basically they need to never let him attack. He has to be root, cycloned, and hexed the entire game. I think they could pull it off. Maybe that isn't the best map. Maybe Dalaran would be better because I feel like it's a little bit more open field and a little bit less chaotic when you're jumping off at least. So maybe try Dalaran Sewers. Curious to see if they do. Queener, even while being crowd controlled, I would assume is the most crowd controlled target. Still top damage here in game 2.
Warriors destroy. Warriors do a lot of damage and can be quite overwhelming. But yeah, I think the one thing Seasons back on Walrix did really well this game is they got crowd control on Queener, just trying to shut down that damage as much as possible, right? When they get the Cyclones on Queener, when they get the Hexes on Queener, that's when they can actually push and try to kind of swarm Nex. Because it does feel to me that Nex is really the only kind of viable kill target in this matchup. I don't know if you're actually going to take down an Elemental Shaman with no crowd control on him. It's going to take reduced damage during stuns, as well as silences. And if he can drop Grounding Shot him and just run in line of sight, it'd be super hard to take him down. And then for the Warrior as well, I mean, he's got the shield wall. And if he's got the Shaman backing him up, I think he can survive these like really short windows that they have to actually take them down. So yeah, I think going after the Paladin. What map do you think allows him to isolate the Paladin the most?
I mean, we just saw it with that last series with Swapsy's Paladin Targo, right? Like that's why I was thinking Dalaran might be good. And maybe I feel like if Seasons gets knocked off the side and Queener follows him, he can root him down there. Or Warstomp clone him. Or is he playing? He's probably playing Night Elf. Bash clone him. There's instant CC that the Druid can do if a warrior chases him off the side. I don't think the Paladin's going to have the same luxury because the casters are just out of range. So I would personally like to see Dalaran from their side for this. That was definitely a better game. But they're going Blade's Edge again. Maybe just going to clean up their positioning towards the end. Maybe not make a push at that moment in time. Maybe wait till the Warriors crowd controlled before trying to cross middle field, because Walrix just got in a position where he had to abandon ship and jump off the side, and things really spiraled when that happened. So getting control of the Warrior before you make your push, making sure you have crowd control for him, make sure that you're steady, and then as soon as you are, jumping on top of the Paladin as soon as possible. But this is match point now. BLACKBEDDY will be advancing to Championship Sunday if they can close out one more map, and we're immediately charging in from Queener's point of view onto the Warlock Walrix.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Queener's just going to be moving in. He wants to get aggressive early on. Oh no, the knock failed.
Bladestorm.
Queener positions himself. It can't happen. Big Bladestorm going out onto Baka. Baka has a few heal over time effects on himself, but this damage is just overwhelming. Big intercept coming in from Queener. He does such a good job just throwing in those random intercepts on the Druid as crowd control. Baka gets knocked into the open very far away. Maybe they could make a swap on Seasons, but Seasons actually doing a great job on that Restoration Druid, getting crowd control, and that's the main benefit of that Druid, right? If you can get roots, if you can get the Cyclones, that's where you really put your team ahead. But if you're under too much pressure and you can't, it becomes difficult. Once again, a big swap here on Walrix. But Queener taking quite a bit of damage as well. Another Cyclone going out on the BLACKBEDDY, and this Druid crowd control is putting the fight a little bit in their favor.
Yeah, now it's going to be... Oh, another knock. It gets charged by Queener mid-air, and Baka's pummeled. He's dangerously low. Seasons in the back, powering through. Trying to get his heal over time effects back onto Baka. Only one life bloom gets purged on it again. Baka knocked so far out of position. Big lava burst incoming. This could be it. It's match point. Seasons goes for the nature swiftness. Hardly does anything. Baka, a miracle to stay alive here. He still holds on to his elemental mastery, though. He's still got a big hit of damage. They've got Shadow Fury. They've got Death Coil. If they can combo these together on an out-of-position target, they could still win this match, but they're definitely playing from behind. They got Queener in a great spot here, out in the middle of the open. They're just doing damage to him at the moment, but Seasons is falling behind. They knock down Queener. Baka jumps off the side. Seasons is very low here, trying to escape the Warrior's execute range with those entangling roots. And now Queener is getting blasted. Looks like that was the elemental mastery, and they didn't get the kill. So that big surprise factor from the Ellie Shaman Baka, that threat isn't there, which means that Queener is going to play way more aggressive.
Yeah, definitely, buddy. Shadow Fury Hex, once again, great control. You go after the warrior, get the cooldowns you need, then you put him in control with the hexes, with the cyclones. Can they get any follow-up right now? Queener on target, on top of Walrus. I think he just used his portal as well, so he's not going to have that available for 20 seconds. This is a moment where we could see BLACKBEDDY get really aggressive, just completely overwhelm Scarabs. Let's see if they can do it. Beautiful knock there by Baka. Is going to send the warrior off the side of the map, and that's why you pick Blades Edge. Big setup here on BLACKBEDDY, and it seems like Scarabs is getting more and more comfortable in the mash, and they send him home with a giant lava burst there, and that will be their first point on the board. It's not going to be a clean sweep, but what map are we going to, you think?
I was starting to write it off like they're out of here, like that LA Mastery on Queener didn't get the kill, like no shot, they're winning this still, and they actually pulled it off. I guess this is what you say. You can never count an Ellie Shaman and a Destro lock out. Sometimes just 7s line up in a row and you get a big hit of damage that overwhelms the target. So well done here from Scarabs. I really like their control. It's improving every game towards the warrior. Trying to flex between crowd controlling him and attacking him can be really dangerous, but they're walking the line excellently. Here they get a root and they stun the freedom and they hex it. I really like that teamwork between the members, because otherwise you're dealing with Spell Reflect, you're dealing with a whole bunch of other interrupts, but that Shadow Fury from Walrix, saving it to secure that crowd control is very important. And then here, I think in the near future is where we see them start setting up onto BLACKBEDDY. And I think one of the main advantages of their comp is that they don't really need CC. If the target is out in the open, they can just blast it. So they're not going to have the damage reduction on the LA Shaman, because he's not usually going to be stunned when they're going for burst. And here a Spell Lock, and they trinket immediately, and they try and recover, but he gets death cooled on his trinket. And with a Cyclone onto next, they just switched gears at the end of that game from defense to full offense. Seasons is getting better and better every game here on that Resto Druid. Not going to be going out of the upper bracket, at least without putting a point on the board. But now without the Blades Edge Arena advantage, is it really an advantage?
Feels pretty good. I mean, just the fact that Warlock can jump. I mean, what did they go 1-1 on Blades Edge? So
yeah.
I mean, we don't really have too much data. It seems neutral at this point based off the numbers. But the way it plays, it seems pretty good. I mean, when you think about the end of that game, when we saw Queener just knocked to the side of the map and spent 40 seconds running back up, and before you could even get back in the fight, his Elemental Shaman was dead. Seems like it paid off, at least in that matchup, quite a bit. So I think we're not going to see Blades Edge. I don't think that that's where BLACKBEDDY is going to want to go. I think likely for them, Runes of Lordaeron is probably a good pick. Just with how small the map is, I don't think you want to have to deal with Nox if you're the warrior. You want a small map so you can intercept and charge to whoever you want, swap a lot, and make it really difficult for them to get away. So my expectation is that we're going to Runes for this potential last game.
I feel like it's funny that you want them to go to Runes when it was the opposite way around. Seasons team picked Runes in this series
got owned
when they lost, and they got owned. So like they picked that map and got owned. So yeah, now they're probably regretting that decision. If they had picked Blades a little bit more, could have meant possibility for more points on the board. But yeah, this game here specifically, Queener just got to disrupt all the important crowd controls, keep himself aggressive, and overwhelm basically every target. Anyone he was attacking was bordering death until inevitably they took down Baka the last time they met on Runes of Lordaeron. It would be a fitting final resting place, as it is a cemetery. I'm very thankful that this arena map has existed since the dawn of Arena, so I can continue to eternalize my cringe.
I like it. I always look forward to it. So I think BLACKBEDDY doing an excellent job setting you up for that line, and also setting themselves up for a potential win here on Runes of Lordaeron. There's going to be no Nox, right? Even though both teams have an Elemental Shaman, I feel like the team that doesn't have a warrior, like let's say Walrus gets knocked off the side, well, he portals up, not a big deal. If we see Queener get knocked off, it becomes much more of a nightmare. So I think on the small map, really just try to shut down the rest of Druid. We actually are in the game. The game is underway, and we immediately see Queener in a Cyclone, into a follow-up Cyclone. It just seems like Scarabs is getting a lot more comfortable within this match.
Yeah, let's see if they can keep control of Queener and still get damage out at the same time. Right now, Queener still has Blade Storm. He's going after the Resto Druid. Seasons is trying to escape with Travel Form, gets a root onto Queener. Now Next is getting blasted here. Huge damage. Divine Shield is going to be forced from his hands as he manages to recover. Nice punish on the side of Scarabs in the early game, but now the Warlock is falling behind. He's on top of his port. They get a Cyclone. Looks like they use Nature Swiftness to Cyclone, and actually that's, I think, a good idea. with Mortal Strike on the target, just 50% reduced healing, just get the warrior off instead with it. Queener's not able to connect to anything for a moment. He's trying to make his way over now. After Walrick's Thunderstorm hits, Walrick actually portals the Thunderstorm. They want to go all in on next. They want to try and win the game here. Can they connect onto the Paladin without going down? They've got a Hex on the Warrior. This should be safe to do so. They're punishing BLACKBEDDY and trying to force Next to come back to save him. Seasons goes for a Cyclone. Hex is still on Queener. BLACKBEDDY's alone, ducking behind the Tombstone, rooting Baka with the Earth Grab Totem and healing himself back up. But here comes Blade Storm. Massive damage on the Walrix. No Demonic Circle, but Next is getting blasted. He just risks it, and they turn defense into offense. They turn up the heat here on match points, and man, that paid off. I do not think that BLACKBEDDY were expecting them to take so many risks. Usually when you're in this scenario, you know, it's match point. You want to play as conservatively as possible, but instead they do the opposite.
And I mean, it's like a new team, right? It seems like a brand new team. The first couple of games, they were scared. They weren't getting any crowd control. They were on the back foot. Everyone was dead. Like, honestly, like I said, it looks like a different team. That's the best way I can describe it. Now they flipped a switch. They're playing aggressive. They're making swaps. They're getting crowd control on the Warrior the entire game. They're bursting people down. They're getting bubble out of nowhere. They're taking the Paladin down out of nowhere. And these opportunities just really presenting themselves here. And now, for BLACKBEDDY, well, first of all, we can take a look at this replay at exactly what happened. But I think even when we see the scoreboard, you're going to see both Baka and Walrix just doing tremendous damage. Like, they're just amping up the damage. Instead of playing defensive the whole game, they are getting aggressive. They managed to get the Divine Shield here, kind of out of nowhere. Next almost went down, almost had a down goes moment. BLACKBEDDY's under pressure. Look at this. The Elemental Shaman now just taking damage. Instead of him helping out and getting purges and actually helping his warrior stay on a target, he's just scared, hiding behind a pillar, right?
Yep.
So it's difficult for them to actually get that damage out. And then why is Next dead? What happened there? I mean, yeah, I don't know if Walrus is able to actually connect any damage there. I think most of that damage came from Baka, but just a really, really impressive offense from the side of Scarabs. And we'll see if they can continue that offense. And my question to you is, now that Blaze didn't work and Ruins, I mean, that was not a great game. Where do you think we're going?
I mean, Nagrand, maybe you just go the middle ground, you know? Nobody ever hates Nagrand, right?
Yeah, let's see exactly how he went down here. So Next is in a Cyclone. BLACKBEDDY is playing very defensive. He's got to live. Queen are trying to do what he can. They have a little bit of pressure here on Walrix. Now look at Next. He gets bashed. Aka's there for a Lava Burst.
Conflag. Instant Incinerate.
Oh my goodness gracious. Yes. Okay. That was a lot of damage. Beautiful bash setup. And I feel like Seasons on that Restoration Druid is looking a lot more comfortable in this match. And look at the damage. This is like, BLACKBEDDY did nothing this game. And Bach and Walrix stepped it up in a big way. And Queener, being crowd controlled, like that damage is evening out quite a bit. And in the first couple of games, Queener was doing like double the damage of Bach and Walrix. But they managed to change that.
So definitely getting better and better with each game. And sometimes I feel like players can get tunnel visioned into strategies, right? Like if you're playing a comp that's stereotypically like we're defense, we're dampening oriented, we're trying to stall the game, and then you're never playing offensive. But in some scenarios, you have to be able to win. But you get stuck in the mentality of trying to play to what the strength of your comp is supposed to be, according to strategy. So I really like that Scarabs are able to flip that. They weren't just playing passive, trying to get someone in the open and do damage. Druid's getting in aggressive, getting Cyclones. Baka's getting on top of the Paladin, getting damage for swaps, and really switching gears with this composition, because then it catches your opponents off guard because they're anticipating, Lock Shaman Druid's just going to run around and try and live and do damage. And then suddenly, nope, they're cycloning us. We're falling behind. We're going to have to mix something up. And they are going with the safe pick. This is comfort pick, Nagrand Arena. It's like your comfort food. I feel like nobody hates Nagrand. So let's see how this plays out. They won the first time here, but they also won on Blaze and Rune. So again, I'm not sure if maps are really going to be a game breaker for this series or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, especially with the way the matchup is evolving. So I think the main takeaway for this one is Scarabs is just getting way more aggressive. At the beginning of this series, BLACKBEDDY was the aggressor. They're the ones putting all the pressure out. The entire team was on the back foot. Season's just struggling in tree form. And now it's the opposite, where Next is either dead or he's in a Cyclone. Queener's CC'd the entire game. And we just need to see BLACKBEDDY figure out a way to get aggressive. They need to enable the Shaman on their team to actually get aggressive as well, because that last game he really struggled. And I think so much of Wrath of the Lich King is keeping your opponents on the back foot, riding that momentum. And we'll see if they can do it here in game number 6.
Yeah, game number 6, still match point. if they lose any games here on the side of Scarabs, they're going to be going down to the lower bracket. Some dangerous Hunter teams down there, as well as Minpoike's Lock Shaman. So Sharks in the water there in the lower bracket. Queener already getting cycloned. Good crowd control. Actually decides to trinket and go for Blade Storm. Immediate aggression onto Baka. Is it going to get punished here? He's not finding a lot of damage. It seems like Seasons is in a good position, trying to get some nourishes off in the back line. BLACKBEDDY getting feared away into a Cyclone. Good crowd control into the Elemental Shaman. Shadow Fury onto the Warrior. Okay, they're going to Cyclone out of it. I like that. Death Coil knock next into the open field. Big swap on the next. Double Rocket Gloves. MCS. Big Lava Burst. Not enough damage, though. Oh, maybe it will be. Chain Lightning for follow-up. Next is mashing out Flash of Lights with that Aura Mastery and manages to hold onto the precious Divine Shield. That was an insane setup. I feel like I was watching a pro volleyball game with them. The way they Shadow Fury knocked the target out in the open. They went for the spike. But the spike is going to be knocked back, and now the ball not in their court. Next still has to Divine Shield. What? They still got Divine Shield, but Walrix, he's got a life tap. He's low on mana. He's trying to just tank the Warrior at the moment. Blade Storm's not up for a bit. I feel like he could safely port, but his port's actually in line of sight of the Warrior. It's dangerous. He gets charged on the knock. He's going to port now after that charge and try and line of sight, and that's good teamwork between the Shaman and the Warlock, using that knockback to get rid of one of the mobility cooldowns of the Warrior. Now, Baka, though, is just chopped. Seasons is out of mana. No Innervate. They get a clone. They're trying to blast out BLACKBEDDY, but Walrix has to solo him. Baka's just trying to recover. Not enough damage to kill him. Next has managed to recover him. It's a dangerous moment for both sides. If Next pushes a little bit too deep, he's going to get punished. But at the same time, they don't want to let Seasons drink. So when are they going to gamble here, make the push? Queener's in a Hex. Not able to play. BLACKBEDDY is falling behind. Shadow Fury, where are the Chaos Bolts? Is he going to find one? One Chaos Bolt. But in the meantime, Baka is struggling. Seasons can't drink. Hammer of Justice. He's stuck. And it's match point damage incoming and will be closed out. BLACKBEDDY take the series 4-2.
Yeah, unless we see Walrix pull off some hero maneuver, but I don't think that's going to happen. SCARABS taps out. BLACKBEDDY with a beautiful comeback in that game, and this is what I wanted to see from them, right? They run in, they pop Bloodlust instantly. First crowd control that hits, Queener trinkets out of it. They got the Bloodlust going. They try to just ride that pressure, and they make that game look a lot closer than the last one, at least. So really good job by them. Both these teams kind of evolving their strategies, and I think overall this is probably the best series of the day in terms of how back and forth it was. But that doesn't mean BLACKBEDDY will stay in the upper bracket, and see Seasons and his team down in the lower bracket. They're not eliminated, but they do have to kind of fight for their lives in that lower bracket now.
Oh, all right. The lower bracket looking dangerous here. Is our hero Hunter, Homer J, going to be able to keep the dreams alive? How is Poike going to do? I really want to take a look at that bracket, see the way that the day has shaped out, but these were the final moments. This is where they kind of just got Scarabs in checkmate. They did so much damage that Seasons ran out of mana and wasn't able. They were in a position where if he drank, his target would die, but if he didn't drink, he didn't have the output to heal. So it's just a checkmate position. This was that nice thunderstorm moment. But as we got towards the end of the game, they swapped to Baka. Seasons is thinking like, maybe I can drink here. I think he goes for a Cyclone and then tries to go and drink while Queener's in a Cyclone. And they actually both pull away. And I think it's right here. Like, you just 0 mana Innervate. Like, you have to drink here as the Druid. So he goes in Cat, tries to drink. They've got a Hex in the Warrior. Does the Hex break early? Oh, he Thunderstorm. Maybe the Thunderstorm broke that a little bit early. And then he just Blade Storms, immediately immuning all crowd control. Hammer Justice. Baka can't run away. Windshare on Seasons. No mana left. Yeah, you're not recovering from that point. So checkmate position. Nice execution. Great ability to close out the game. And that means that BLACKBEDDY will be going to Championship Sunday for the European region.
Yeah, really exciting stuff. So we'll get to see more from them on Sunday. For now, they get to rest. And but unfortunately for Baka, Walrus, and Seasons, they don't get a chance to rest. And we will be seeing them in the lower bracket. We do have 2 series left today. See that bracket in a little bit. We can see exactly how everything has played out. But yeah, really nice series there. The Restoration Druid, I feel like Seasons, it was really nice to see him kind of evolve in that matchup, step it up with crowd control. I think as the seasons go on in Wrath of the Lich King, Druids do end up getting better, right? Like the healing gets higher, the regen gets higher, and they have like more of a fighting chance in these matchups.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with how fast Cyclone gets, it just gets easier and easier to deal with Sheer or Reflect. Because the other team is like, wait, he casted Cyclone? Like, it's this has started and ended really fast here. You got to have insane reaction times with the levels of haste that it gets to towards the end of the expansion. So this is a team definitely to look out for as Wrath of Lich King progresses in the future, but they're still alive in the lower bracket. And there's also a couple of misfit specs down here that maybe the Resto Druid could have a shot against.
Wait, like, what do you mean? Like, you're going out? Who are they going to be fighting against?
They got the Ret Paladin team.
Okay, so they get the Rat Paladin and the Hunter. But yeah, this is some really interesting matchups. We're going to have Sheesh versus Feed. That'll be a good one. And then BWG Black versus Scarabs. 2 series left today. Both these series are going to be elimination series. And then you can see in that upper bracket, we have Remnant versus BlackBedddy. And just before we get to the lower bracket games, how do you think that matchup in the upper bracket is going to be playing out on Sunday?
Well, we thought that Remnant was an RMP, but I also thought before the tournament they were an LE Mage. I feel like they are
just an LE Mage.
I think they are just an LE Mage. So LE Mage against Thunder, we saw how that went for Feed. So unless BlackBeddy's got something different, right? These guys are pretty dedicated Wrath of Lich King players, so it's possible they bring it something different in terms of flavor. But Remnant had pretty free reign, it felt like, and if they were able to get the map pick, go to Dalaran, for example, and knock the Holy Paladin out in the open. So this could be a series Sunday that comes down to game 1 win and map advantage.
Yeah, definitely could. Yeah, just little things going your way too if you get like a grounding on a deep freeze, little things like that. But yeah, we have some Wizard Wars potentially set up for us in that semifinal in the upper bracket. But I do believe our next series today is going to be Sheesh versus Feed. 2 solid teams. We saw Sheesh earlier today get a 4-0 win, so they're riding a lot of momentum. Whereas for Feed, coming off of a loss, do you think they're going to be able to battle it back here? And who would you give kind of an edge to in this next one?
I mean, this is tough. Like, these teams are both stacked. You got Minpoike on one side, you got Swaps on the other, you got Mercy, you got Zeepai. Like, these guys are legends of the arena on both teams. Who am I feeling is going to take this Lock Shaman Paladin against Thunder? My logical brain is saying it's probably slightly favored to Lock Shaman Paladin. But really anything could happen. This could be the closest series of the day, like a 4-3 easily.
2 Elemental Shaman legends going head to head as well. These guys have battled it out so many times. Swapsy versus Zeepai. Don't want to miss this matchup. We'll be back after a really short break.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got Legends of the Arena in Wrath of the Lich King in the lower bracket. We've got PvE Lord Swapsy and Targo going head-to-head against Minpoike, Mercy, and Zeepai. Thundercleave versus Lock Shaman Paladin. Compositions as expected. These compositions can pair devastating amounts of damage, insane swaps. And I'm curious to see who comes out on top, because I wouldn't have imagined names on these teams eliminated so early on in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are two top dog teams right here. You could easily see these guys, battling it out in the semis or in the finals even, but they are going to be battling for that elimination. Best of 7, both teams leading with their best comp here. Let's see what they decide to do. PvE Lord going after Zeepai right now. Zeepai actually going for the Hex, but gets interrupted on it with that Shadow Fury covering him. And that means PvE Lord should have some uptime here, but it does get feared. Still trying to find that Hex. And they don't have a Hex dispel there on the side of feed. So if Zeepai can get that Hex, that's going to be a big kind of ticket for them to get going. I do believe it was... No, he fake casted the grounding right there. And he does get a full Hex onto PvE Lord. And this is where SHEESH can get going with their aggression. Big hits coming in onto Swapsy right now. But no crowd control yet on Targov, which means that Swapsy will be completely fine here. Doesn't have to trade anything. And so far, both teams just looking for those openings. Both Paladins staying very far back, doing good on mana. PvE Lord taking some hits. Chaos Bolt getting grounded. And so far, I would say SHEESH looking a little bit better. But if PvE Lord can just get that momentum, if he can get that uptime, I feel like that Mortal Strike effect could be very, very vital in this match.
Well, both teams still have Bloodlust or Heroism at this point, and Ellie Mastery for Swapsy. So a big one-shot in Swapsy's back pocket. He can pull out at any moment. He's trying to find that perfect opportunity. Here comes a Blade Storm, but big damage on the PvE Lord. He's regretting it. He's on 10%. Hammers of Wrath coming in from Minpoike off to the side. Almost enough damage to finish him off. I don't think he was anticipating to be on the defense there during his Blade Storm, but a big swap onto Targo. He's wind sheared on his heel. Is he going to go down? He's on 10%. Big dots ticking. Another Lava Burst casted. It is going to connect with the Chain Lightning, but it will just be Divine Shielded. Targo's not risking it. At least they get Divine Shield. I was thinking he might not have to, but now they're swapping back to PvE Lord, switching gears with a Demonic Port behind the pillar, blasting out these Incinerates. Divine Shield has now faded. The warrior is vulnerable. No shield wall, no enraged regeneration. 2 easy targets, and that was the Bloodlust from Zeepai as well as Swapsy. Looks like both teams have purged it off. Most of the targets here. Swapsy's mana a little bit bad. He's going to need to get that Water Shield up, maybe use Thunderstorm a bit. I'm curious to see if that ends up being a problem for him at this point. Targo's mana also getting ravaged here with only 10% remaining. He's sheared on a cast. Mercy in life tap range, but he's in a good position to do it if he needs to. Just spamming out Incinerates back to back. Chaos Bolt now. Is Swapsy ready for it? It looks like Intercept onto Mercy slows down the pressure. Zeepai looks like he was able to ground a Lava Burst. He's chasing down Targo, trying to take him out. Is Zeepai going to be able to solo Targo? He doesn't have LA Mastery. Mercy ports on top of Targo. Could be a mismanagement of positioning to play on the Warlock's portal. They're getting very aggressive here with very limited resources. PvE Lord is rooted up. Targo's trying to dispel it, finally gets it, but into a double Shadow Fury, double Howl of Terror. Mercy landing crowd control on the whole team. Zeepai finally out of Hex, trying to set up on Targo. Here come the Rocket Gloves. They're going to silence him with a blanket, try and go for the kill into the Hammer of Justice, and dunk him. Do they have enough damage to do it? Targo gets the Flash of Light just at the last second with Aura Mastery. Unbelievable swap there, but Targo stays alive, and now if they can dig in some momentum, they could still win this.
That was an insane setup there by Mercy, getting a Fear and then a double Shadow Fury Howl of Terror, almost taking down Targov. And Targov is completely tapped on mana. He needs to get away and drink or something here. He's got nothing to work with. PvE Lord still overextended, and PvE Lord will get dropped right there. So a very interesting development here in the matchup. Those Paladin swaps, I feel like Zeepai solo forcing bubble at one point pretty much. Is kind of what got everything going, as well as that one time where PvE Lord was a bit overextended and he randomly had to wall on like 5%. Pretty sure we're going to see it in the replay, but those I would say are the big moments in the game. SHEESH, it really wasn't tested. They had all of their cooldowns. They used a bop offensively on Zeepai, and yeah, that's pretty much all they used. Poike still had about half his mana left as well at the end of that, and I think this is before he bubbles. So This is where PvE Lord has to use his shield wall. So he just overextends. Look at Targov. He wants to stay super far away, and PvE Lord way too overextended. Can't get a single heal. Drops to 1%. Gets the reflect. Gets the shield wall. Has the second win. So at this point, he's fine. With that shield wall, it's basically impossible to kill through it. But then they just swap to Targov. They get the Death Coil. And then here, I think Targov is actually kind of fine. Zeepai gets bopped, and then Zeepai casts on him. And the cast even connects. And then he bubbles. So I don't know if that bubble was necessary, but this was a beautiful setup. Mercy getting all those fears. And that Shadow Fury double howl. They swap over to Targov once again. And then here, they just, Targov just has no mana left. They get a full X onto Swapsy and PvE Lord. I think if there was ever a time to kind of duck back, this would be it. But he just stays in on his targets, trying to mitigate some of that pressure, trying to get some interrupts going, some reflects, but ends up staying in too long. His Paladin is too far behind, and they end up losing the game because of it. So I feel like Targov and PvE Lord need to be on the same page a little bit more. But still, that did look rough. A lot of defense from Mercy, Zeepai, and Poike.
A lot of damage too, with Mercy getting double basically everybody in the game here. Very impressive showing here, looking to grab that second spot to championship Sunday over their opponents, PvE Lord, Swapsy, and Targo. Now I'm thinking we're going to Runes of Lordaeron. I don't think they want to deal with knockbacks, but again, this type of matchup seems like it could evolve either way, with no Druid for these Paladin swaps on maybe either side. So curious to see. I'm imagining the Thunder wants runes though, or maybe in the Grand every time, but they kind of just got slowly tapped out. Like Mercy just keeping distance and doing damage, playing just a solid game of getting pressure out, allowed them to just run the Paladin out of mana, not take too many risks, and close the game out safely. So this is definitely an interesting approach as opposed to dogpiling on top of the Paladin and trying to knock him out and blast him down constantly. So definitely flexibility from their team, which is something you'd expect from people who are veterans, right? With multi-tournament champions on either side. So moving into game number 2, map pick's going to be, I'm imagining, a big deal, but maybe the players don't know 100% because they're playing with full best-in-slot gear, honestly making me jealous every torch I see on these casters, and I've not seen one drop. But maybe the game plays a little bit differently. But yeah, Runes of Lordaeron, they don't want the warrior getting knocked out. Or the Paladin getting knocked out. But at the same time, we saw the Lock Shaman Druid rush down next in that last series on Runes. So it's not 100% bulletproof for this map to give them a win.
I mean, the thing is, right, these are your options if you're feed. You can't pick Nagrand because you just played it. You can't pick Dalaran because knock. You can't pick Blade's Edge because knock. What's left? It's ruined. So I think that's kind of the thought process here. I think Feed probably wants to play on Nagrand because then at least they have some pillars to work with. I feel like it's going to be hard for Feed to actually get, kill pressure, because how are they going to actually win the game? Either they need to get like a long CC chain, like maybe a Hex on the Paladin and take somebody down, or they need to kill the Paladin or the Paladin. Killing the Paladin, I feel like it's going to be tough to do. I feel like the Paladin, I mean, we saw last game, they did lose on mana. So I don't know, man. Maybe they can CC the Paladin, go after the Warlock, and the Warlock is going to be forced to play in the open. That's one way they can get some pressure. But I think it's going to be scary for them because I think Poike is just going to play like near the room, maybe on that green sludge that we see like on the left there right now. And maybe he will hug that wall there. He will just play on very, very like huge range from the rest of his team. And eventually I feel like the Wizards are going to find a win condition either through cross CC and a one shot or just, winning the war of attrition. So we'll see Poike with his positioning. If he decides to go for like that max range kind of defensive positioning, I find it very hard for Feed to actually find those openings, but we'll see what they decide to do. They're actually charging it. No, Poike is staying a little bit further behind his team, and this is exactly where I want him to be. And then now he can just bomb out heals, do what he needs to do. Divine Plea, go back into the room. He can do whatever he wants, basically, and just let Mercy and Zeepai try to get the crowd control. They already got a full Hex onto Targov, already big damage onto PvE Lord. He's trying to Blade Storm right now, but he is definitely the one getting blasted. They're swapping to Targo.
Whoa.
Beautiful setup. He trinkets the Death Coil right there. Can they get the Divine Shield? It would be a massive disaster if they can. They do, however, get the Bloodlust as well from Swapsy. So great opener here for SHEESH.
Yeah, definitely getting the trinkets from Targo. Bladestorm's out of the way. That threat they don't need to deal with. Zeepai's in a Hex, though. And they're setting up on Mercy. Mercy's on the top of the tomb. Is he going to go aggressive or just stay here in Minpoike's line? Triple Shadow Fury. Can they get some crowd control off of it? They go for a Fear, but no crowd control onto Targo. They're planning on swapping to him with this Heroism. As we see, Swapsy's already used his. Zeepai's now popping his Heroism. Mercy is low. Is he going to recover? Intercept to reconnect. He trinkets. Is he going to be able to survive? He's not looking stable. That Hand of Protection comes out, immuning the Warrior's damage. But now they're swapping to Zeepai in a Hammer of Justice. Not able to find the Dispel on it. Minpoike has wind sheared. His entire team being devastated. Is he going to have to maybe use Avenging Wrath here? Put himself on Forbearance. He's trying to struggle his way to get his team back to full HP, and he has managed to get Zeepai there. Mercy recovers. Targo sits through a Hex. Swapsy's in a Fear. PvE Lord just shield walls the setup on him, but now they're swapping to Swapsy. Targo in a good position to pick him back up with some heals in the back line. PvE Lord in a Shadow Fury. Once again, Minpoike repositioning to the side tombstones here. Targo repositioning away as well. Neither Paladin wants to compromise their positioning here. Swapsy feared into midfield. Chaos Bolts are going to connect. Is he going to go down? Big heal comes out from Targo. Zeepai now launching the Rocket Gloves over at PvE Lord and also keeping damage on Swapsy. Two threats. Targo's trying to recover both of them, as both shamans are likely purging off those beacons of light, as well as the sacred shields. They're going to constantly have to be keeping an eye on those and reapplying them when necessary.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do that. Swapsy right now stuck in a root, trying to find some pressure onto Zeepai with PvE Lord, but cooldown's not looking good. Targo getting blasted there by Zeepai. Mercy as well in the back line, forcing out the Divine Shield. Just getting one little Incinerate lava burst is enough to force it. Swapsy now getting absolutely destroyed, dropping dangerously low. Lesser healing waves coming in. Zeepai's there to interrupt him. Can he finish the game? Hammer of Justice onto Zeepai. Mercy though in the back line, dealing with a lot of pressure onto him from PvE Lord. PvE Lord now swapping over to Poike here. They're going after the Paladin. This is one of the win conditions for feed. Can they get Poike to use a Divine Shield? They get the intercept. PvE Lord gets hexed. Beautiful hex there by Zeepai. And now Swapsy in midfield. They get a wind shear onto Poike, but I think Poike is fine. It's going to be Swapsy on the back foot without that Mortal Strike effect. Poike should be able to keep him alive, but now swapping to Mercy. Mercy porting away. Zeepai trying to get some pressure going here. Poike dealing with a lot of pressure on his team. Both Paladins dropping quite low here on mana, and so far very even game. He knocks PvE Lord away from himself, Zeepai, and then Swapsy knocks Zeepai on top of him again. So both of these shamans definitely doing what they can here in the matchup, but we'll see who can win here. It's coming to the bitter end here, Subatiz.
It's coming down to the wire. It's too close to call. Minpoike is ahead on cooldowns and a little bit of mana, but that Warrior can grab so much momentum with the Mortal Strike onto the Warlock. He's trying to intervene back to the pillar, buy time for Targo to recover, maybe go for a Divine Plea and regenerate some mana here with that Blessing of Wisdom. But now we can see Zeepai pushing in aggressive, massive damage incoming onto Swapsy. He survives. He's trying to get a Hex. Zeepai line of sights it at the top of the tomb. PvE Lord gets knocked away. Swapsy gets knocked away. And Poike is trying to take an aggressive stance. I think just Divine Shield and then sacrifice his team and redirect the damage into it for a big push is their last call that they need to make at some point here. PvE Lord charges in. Is he going to get pushed away, or is he going to be able to close out the game? Mercy gets freedom. The Purge is not finding it, but Bladestorm comes out. He ports from the Bladestorm. Beautiful portal here from Mercy, avoiding a lot of damage onto that. Now Zeepai trying to find a Lava Burst. Looks like he wants the Warrior. Is PvE Lord going to get Spell Reflect? He Spell Reflects the Lava Burst back at the LE Shaman. He's going to have free reign now for a few seconds on the Warlock. There's not really any threat, and he might be able to overwhelm him. He gets knocked into a Hammer of Justice. Do they have the damage to dunk him? Grounding Totem comes down from Swapsy. Grounds the Lava Burst to Zeepai. PvE Lord intercepts back onto Zeepai, trying to just get uptime and stay on target. Targo somehow, someway has regenerated mana amidst all of the chaos, now with a little bit of a lead over Minpoike. They're starting to get overwhelmed. Zeepai's trying to kite, gets an Earth Grab Totem onto PvE Lord. He gets dispelled out, reconnects with Intercept, and now Mortal Strike is up. He's in battle stance, pummels the Hex. Trinkets goes for the kill. Now trying to close it out. Can Minpoike save him? He's got Blessing of Protection. He actually has it. He can Divine Shield, Blessing of Protection if he absolutely needs to. Zeepai is actually 0 mana. I'm not sure how much he can do. Thunderstorm gets him a little bit. He goes for the Lava Burst, fakes the Spell Reflect. Can he close it out? He goes for a Hex, gets Shield bashed on it. PvE Lord is stance dancing like a legend at the moment, just shutting down so much. Big setup on the Swapsy. Lava Burst incoming. Targo has mana, though. And he should be able to heal this. He's going to trade out the Divine Sacrifice, redirect damage, get his team stabilized. I still can't believe that this game is going on. Mercy getting blasted down. Bladestorm is connecting. He ports. Is he going to go down? Intercept to reconnect. And that should be it for Mercy. Minpoike has no mana left. He fell domed in a pet, and it is not enough. Mercy will be crushed, and Feed take it, but this was close.
Yeah, it doesn't get much closer than that, Super Tease. What a game. Kind of ducking back and forth. So many close calls there on Targov, on Swapsy, on PvE Lord. But ultimately, they are able to dance around these wizards and they are able to get themselves that win. And that's the thing. If they can get that uptime, and we're going to see it as well on the damage, if they can do kind of similar damage and they have that Mortal Strike effect on their team, it's going to help them out a lot. And also the pressure. If you don't have pressure on you, that means that your paladin can go for those divine pleas, because when you activate that divine plea, you get a 50% healing reduction. So it gives you a lot of mana, but your healing is not very strong. So one of the worst things that can happen is you pop that plea and then you're forced to go back out, it gets purged, or you're forced to just spam heal with it. In the end, you're not going to actually gain that much mana. Whereas Targov, he's able to just kind of sit back and get those pleas without having his team under so much pressure. And then here we can see one of those big moments there. Get Targov's trinket, almost getting his divine shield here as well. That was right there at the opening stages. And then here they almost blasted Targov. He had to use his divine shield as well. And I think he actually used the divine plea with that shield on the side of Targov. And you can see Swapsy dropping extremely low, so close to dying here to Zeepai, but that Hammer of Justice saves him. And then that counter pressure from PvE Lord. Anytime PvE Lord gets to PvE a target, that's when you're going to see him kind of take control over the game. You see Poika has no mana left. PvE Lord, he's got all the momentum. And at this point, Mercy, he's tried to fell them a new pet for an extra interrupt, but it doesn't change anything. Poika is still And you can see here, PvE Lord topping the damage and brings a Mortal Strike effect to the table. I would say he lives up to his name. Swapsy getting a little bit out damaged in this matchup, but it is to be expected when you're dealing with more ranged interrupts. I think if PvE Lord gets to do what he did this game, I want to see the hexes on PvE Lord, like more like when you have hexes and when you have like roots and stuff. Just CC PvE Lord. And then when you don't have that stuff, try to maybe go after him. Because they did go after him quite a bit, but as soon as he gets stopped, he can just stay in and do what he wants. So I think maybe try to get PvE Lord under control a little bit more for that next game.
Seems like the name of the game is just getting the warrior as low of uptime as possible. But towards the end, he just had so much disruption. He just stopped them from being able to do that. And that bought time for Targo to sneak Divine Pleas, keep his Blessing of Wisdom up, regenerate mana, and actually get a lead over Minpoike that I thought that he had lost. I was thinking that was actually spiraling out of control for their side on the Thundercleave. So we're tied 1-1, but I'm imagining Dalaran sewers here in the immediate future. We're going to see Holy Paladins knocked off the side and possibly getting blasted on this map, because this is a very dangerous map to be a Holy Paladin against a knockback effect like a Thunderstorm.
Yeah, we did see what happened to Feed. We're not going to go to the sewers. We're going to go to the edge. And that's interesting. I mean, at the end of the day, both Ellies have a knock, but there's only one team that has a, kind of immobile warrior. Or I wouldn't say immobile because warriors definitely have a lot of mobility, but I would say, like a melee in general. Obviously, the team with the melee is going to suffer more than the team with two casters. You're going to knock the warlock, he just teleports up, and it's like you didn't even knock. The only guy that you can knock is, of course, Poika, but then again, it would require Poika to compromise his positioning, which he didn't really do last game at all. And also, if you do it on Zeepai, but the problem is if you go for a knock on Zeepai, he might knock you first. So there's not really that good of knock targets for Swapsy. He actually does knock Zeepai. Beautiful. Swapsy does land it right there. And they are going to have a little bit of opening pressure, but Zeepai just makes his way back onto the map. And this is interesting positioning. They want to play downstairs. They're going for Poika. Big hits coming in here. Swapsy looking for that damage. And they're playing with that portal positioning up top. So actually, SHEESH deciding to play the downstairs part. Poika trinketing a fear into a Hodge right there. Actually, he got tremored. Big damage coming onto Targov. There's the Death Coil as well. And that it will be Divine Shield immediately here from Targov. So good opener for SHEESH.
I feel like Targo just got punished there. He Divine Sack to get his team aggressive. The Hex wasn't breaking. He waited like 2 seconds, then decided to trinket it. Then he gets swapped to it, and then he has to bubble. So now he has no trinket, and he has no bubble. Like, this is really bad, I think, for the side of Feed. Unless it's a bait, like, hey, look at me, I'm the Paladin with no cooldowns, overextend on me, and maybe they can punish it. But it feels like he used a lot right off the bat here. And if Zipai and Mercy and Poike can get any sort of ground here, set up crowd control or swap to him, it's going to be lights out. He's going to have to wait so long for those powerful cooldowns. Poike is in a healthy position here. Looks like they're just playing conservatively, not making their push just yet. Mercy has that portal still on the top of the bridge, so he's going to wait a bit. Now portals, so are they going to make a push with this portal? Targo jumps off. He doesn't want to be alone with the Warlock up top. Would really like to see Swapsy maybe get a Tremor Totem somewhere downstairs and hide it. Mercy's just going to resummon his Fell Hunter up top, relay his portal in the center of the bridge, maybe try and poke some spells here, maybe a couple of AoEs, try and just keep the Paladin in combat, because Targo could drink here. And it looks like he is trying to drink. Zipai gets knocked away from it. Mercy's trying to position over, and it looks like the drink had been stalled there. Mercy jumps off. They're getting aggressive. They want to go for the kill, but Zipai's falling behind. Maybe just Blessing of Protection here from Inpoike. Just trade out the immunity and go for the kill. It seems really risky to wait this long. He's at 10%. He gets purged on it. Zipai gets a knock. They just need to cleanly set up on Targo one time. Mercy, if he portals up here, casts the Kale Spell on Targo out in the open, I feel like he could close it out. He's still just holding on to it, maybe waiting for the Warrior to charge. Now definitely going to port. Now he can get in the line of sight of the Holy Paladin with Zipai on one side and maybe Mercy on the other. He's just spam fearing the Elemental Shaman. Still a bit nervous, it seems like, on the side of Sheesh to make a commitment for the kill.
Yeah, and Targov got his trinket back just now, so he's going to have a way out of that deadly swap. Honestly, they were trying to set up there onto Targov, but it was really difficult for them because of the way he was positioning. And Mercy actually tried to get that fear, but he just ended up getting hammered of justice. And now that window is gone, so now they're going to need to kind of reconvene their strategies here. They have a mana lead on the side of Sheesh, but now I think Feed will actually meet them here on the bridge. We'll see if it's a mistake. They're going to go after Mercy. He is somewhat close to his portal. And if Zipai can knock PvE Lord as well, it's just going to be really tough here for PvE Lord to get anything going. Let's see what Zipai tries to do here. He's trying to get a Hex. There's a double stun into a full Hex. They're going after Targov. Here comes the damage. There's a coil. No, it misses. Sacred Cleansing. He actually had no trinket for that. I think he trinketed the Shadow Fury. I'm not sure exactly what he trinketed, but I don't think he had a trinket for the coil. It looked like it missed. So Targov actually getting saved there by the cleansing. Zipai taking some damage. Mercy going for the fear here onto Swapsy. No Tremors down. They're swapping. Oh, they're setting up on Swapsy. This could be very dangerous. Mercy has a chance here to maybe fear up Targov as well, but he's landing it. Triple knock coming in. Zipai in trouble here. PvE Lord actually kind of happy about that knock. He just gets to get knocked and then charge back to his target. But here comes the fears. Gets interrupted on it. And there is a Tremor Totem as well. But here comes the stun. Here comes the damage. They have a blanket spell up maybe out of this as well. But it doesn't look like they're going to be able to find it. Nice defensive fear from PvE Lord. Will save Targov. And Targov using that Divine Plea here as well, trying to get some mana back. Looks like he won't get purged on it. He's avoiding Zipai. And Zipai actually dealing with some issues of his own there. Poike manages to top him up, though. And now, once again, both teams kind of just taking a deep breath here and recovering and trying to find that next win condition.
Very evenly matched here in game number 3. Who's going to take it and take the lead in the series best of 7? Big swap onto Targo once again. PvE Lord gets knocked off the side. He can't assist for a moment. Lightning Bolt's incoming. He gets stunned by Targo. Another Lightning Bolt incoming. Big damage. Zipai gets hexed right at the last possible second. Can Mercy solo Targo? Doesn't look like it. He's getting lots of flash of lights. He's going to recover. Mercy jumps off the side, looking to kite the Warrior. Lava Burst now incoming on him. And Poike, is he ready for the hits? Intercept, reconnects, Divine Shield Force. Is there a Shattering Throw? Doesn't look like it. He's just going to swap back onto Zipai. Happy to get the cooldown. Mercy's in a really tough spot. Does he portal into the Warrior or stay out of range of his Paladin at half health? He's getting blasted by the Ellie. Swapsy up top, trying to health funnel his pet. Both himself and his pet. It's so difficult to navigate. His Fell Hunter's just out in the open now. Zipai ducks for cover downstairs, and it seems like Sheesh is the ones that have to play defensive, but high ground advantage. If I have ever been taught an important lesson, you definitely want the high ground. That means that Targo could drink up top without being disrupted, but he's got to be careful of Mercy maybe portaling and getting a fear on him into a swap.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, PvE Lord is just happy with the way this game is going. He's getting to do a lot of damage. He gets uptime, and this is kind of the map that's supposed to counter him a little bit, making his way back over to Zipai, has the Mortal Strike effect applied, and Poike is definitely feeling the pressure at this point. Zipai dropping once again. Poike trying to get some heals here, and it's a bit of a weird position. Zipai can't really move too far away, or he will line Poike, so he's trying to stay in his line of sight, trying to get some hexes going, trying to kind of deal with that pressure. But Poika's mana not looking good, and Targov not really pressured that much this game, able to get several Divine Pleas off and recover a lot of that mana. Now they're going after Mercy. Mercy ports back up. Zeepai, Mercy, and Poika all up top now, trying to get a reset, trying to get a drink. And of course, on the side of Feed, I don't think they want to let that happen. Targov could go for a drink, but the rest of his team should push in. Mercy summoning a Path. Poika drinking with his Warlock on 10% HP. This is the definition of greed. But, we know Poika, he loves that greed, and it's going to pay off once again. And knowing when the greed is going to pay off, that's what makes you a good player. So hats off to them. They managed to find that little reset that they needed. And now all of a sudden they have the mana lead. Targo has his Divine Shield and his bubble. So the game is somewhat reset, with one big difference being that PvE Lord is down with all of his defensives. They're going after Targo once again. Divine Shield, just as I say that it's back up, goes back down. So now once again, Targov, not a great target. Mana not looking great for Targov. And honestly, that reset was a big mistake, I feel like, from Feed. They shouldn't have let that happen. Now all of a sudden, all that pressure that they had, all that mana lead that they had, it's all gone. Cooldown lead, gone. Mana lead, gone. Pressure, they still have it, but they need to kind of reset their mental situation here.
They've got Hand of Protection that can immune the warrior damage on the Bladestorm. Minpoike's holding on to it. Zeepai is so low. Minpoike's intercept stunned. Reconnect, busting protection at 10%. It gets purged off and pummeled on his Hex. PvE Lord is going for the kill right now, but gets Earth Grab rooted. Minpoike trying to reposition away. Earth Grab into a crowd control. PvE Lord sitting through a full Hex. No trinket for 6 seconds. Swap seat line of sighting. Targo could get swapped to. Mercy looks like he's chasing him down with Spam Fear. Not finding it. Ports back to his team at the ramp, and both teams looking to try and reset, but no Divine Shield on either side. If either Paladin gets compromised on their positioning, Targo knows he's in a comparable position. He gets stunned up. This could be it for him again. Oh my goodness! He is just going to melt from SHEESH's damage, and now they take the lead.
Sheesh, that was that was definitely something. But I feel like Feed had this game. I feel like Feed was looking good this game, and then Poika just said, all right, I'm I have nothing. I'm just going to go back and drink if that's okay with you guys. They're like, yeah, sure, go ahead. You stop drinking about 60% mana. Poika's like, yep, that sounds good. Tops his almost dead teammate, and then they're able to force the Divine Shield again and find that win again. So I feel like Feed, they have to respect their opponent for sure, and like not overextending and things like that. But I feel like they also need to know when they have the lead and just like try to force the issue, because they were ahead. They were in a good spot. But then as soon as the Wizards can kind of, reply, then that's where things can get very tricky for Feed and Targov.
That game felt like a Lord of the Rings trilogy or something, with how many different acts there were and moments. Like the start of the game is like Targo, no defensives, trying to stay alive at the bottom. Then it slowly evened out as they continued to battle and navigate around. So many knockbacks, so many stuns and swaps. The Minpoike typing greed is good, 5,000 right now for 5,000 mana, while Mercy is at 10%. Heals to full. Swapsy almost dies right here. This was so close constantly. Really love the control that they had onto the warrior here, especially at this moment. Like that full Hex, Mercy ports back to his team, baiting him into position. And this is where Targo is like, oh no, I've made a mistake. I should not be here right now. I need to get out of here. And he gets slowed, and he's like, this is it for me. Freedom. Minpoike goes in. Hammer of Justice. Hello, a Lava Burst, and his help are just gone. Just gone from the game. And I can imagine if Targo could live those moments, he would have gone nowhere near that ramp. He would have stayed at the bottom under the bridge and tried to avoid that a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? If you're Targo, you can't really play offensive. Like, you have to play offensive, obviously, with your team, and because you're playing with a warrior. Warrior's going to have to sometimes go behind a pillar. Warrior's going to have to sometimes go out of your range, and you're going to have to push up to dispel him, to heal him, whatever it is. But I think a big issue is that when you don't have Divine Shield or Trinket, aka your breakers, when you don't have those and you are in a compromised spot like that, you are dead. Like, you don't want to be on top of Poika because he's the guy who can stun you the longest. You don't want to be near Mercy because he can also stun you and fear you and make it so you can't play your character and die. Like, those two guys, you don't want to be near them, and you just want to kind of do what he did in the start. Like in the start, had a really bad opener. They got his trinket, they got his divine shield. He was like, all right, I'm just going to chill out here downstairs. We're just going to do what we can. And now that we have some pressure, we're back, you know? And then they went up top, and yeah, they just had to trade everything, and then they stayed in again. So I feel like a lot of it, like Thunder in general, I feel like a lot of it comes down to the Paladin, how he positions, when he decides to push in and be offensive, and when he decides to just let his warrior sit through some CCs and tank some damage, and let his warrior like intervene back to him. I think a lot of it comes down to that kind of synergy between the Paladin and the warrior, and also just in general, like the Paladin, when he doesn't have breakers, he can't push in. If he does, I mean, we saw what happened.
I feel like from watching this tournament, it's like I've been trying to figure out what I want to play as an alt. I've been holding on to my boost. Like, what should I alt? Like every game, it's like I need to just do an Ellie. I just need to. I need to press the send button on an Ellie and commit to this, because I don't know. Just erasing someone's existence is like a pretty cool feeling. I think. I need to know what that feels like.
You went from being the cool Moon King guy, the off-meta spec guy, the guy who wants to see Guardian, Druid, Affleylocke teamed up against like Rogue Mage. You went from that guy to just being another Ellie, reroll Andy. I'm disappointed. I still have my boost, and I'm thinking about making an Ellie as well, by the way, for the record.
I was going to say, there's no way.
Fun.
I feel like everyone I've seen has an Ellie alt. Like, I think Snuts is even playing Ellie in North America, too. So, like, it seems like the class to be.
The blue Snuts.
The blue snot. You go.
I was just gonna say I had the pleasure of playing with the blue snots when he was a fresh 17 TBC, full green. He even had holes in his. You know, like when the character has just been AFK in the pens all the way to 70, you just know there's holes all over. Like he has no belt, he's got no trinkets. But even then, like Snuts. He was making some work happen, and we're gonna see Snuts play tomorrow, guys. Definitely been holding it down on the Rogue, on the Ellie, Warlock. What else? And yeah, I think you should reroll an Ellie Shaman Sid, but don't like just like if you one shot somebody like 100-0, you know, like just like don't laugh too hard, you know.
Laugh too hard. I'm gonna be hysterically cackling, I think. Every time I get a one-shot combo, so I'm really excited to try and give that a go. Got to get myself from 70 to 80 on that character too. At least I got heirlooms now to get that going, but it definitely looks like a lot of fun here. And we're seeing same comps, Runes of Lordaeron. It seems like, you know, either map could go in their favor, right? Like if there is an edge to one of the teams, it's very slight. I feel like here, and the gates have opened. Targo, PvE Lord, and Swapsy charging to the tomb, trying to take that. And Poike is just going to stay max range in the distance at his starting room and not overextend, compromise his positioning. Double fear early on from PvE Lord. Looks like that is going to be Trinket, Tremor Totem immediately by Zeepie, not wanting to allow his team to fall behind off that setup. But now they won't have their trinkets if they get caught in a stun later on. Mercy going to portal on top of Targo. Are they going to knock him out in the open? Looks like he is able to reposition back down. Chain Lightning, Shadow Fury, Immolate, Con Flag, big damage incoming. Is it going to connect? It doesn't look like it connects. Targo is able to kite away, gets knocked out into the open. Mercy trying to fish for another Immolate, gets it onto Swapsy, trying to fear up. Instant dispel from Targo. Repositioning, always aggressively towards Targo, and Targo looks like he's moving away from the Warlock, just trying to keep as much distance from him and Mercy as possible. But a full Hex sneaks in from Zeepie. He wasn't expecting it. Now they could swap the PvE Lord. Double Shadow Fury, but he's out of line of sight. Swapsy knocks Zeepie away, shocks the Immolate. No con flag damage going to be found. And they survive the full Hex onto Targo. Really good reaction from PvE Lord and Swapsy in that position. And now Zeepie is falling behind. Is SHEESH going to be able to move to match point, or will be Feed tying things up?
Yeah, that is the question. I just got to say, Targo still has his trinket, still has his divine shield, and the reason for that is Swapsy. He grounded that last coil from Mercy, so they don't have that in their back pocket, and PvE Lord, once again, trying to get some pressure here between Mercy and Zeepie. Beautiful intercept. A lot of damage coming in here. Mercy might need to port here. He can't take this away forever, and he does port away, trying to line of sight, but look at his port. His port is so close to the tomb that PvE Lord just takes 2 steps with freedom, back on his target. And Poike is going to have a lot to deal with here. They need to get the CCs out. They need to get the hexes. Zeepie's trying. Swapsy goes for the grounding totem. Zeepie kills it. He's trying to get those hexes, trying to get that CC going. But with that blessing of protection with the Mercy, they just swap to Zeepie. Zeepie ducks back towards Poike. And I'm wondering if Mercy should have his port maybe further back. I feel like having this offensive port position is making things very difficult for the rest of his team. And now he gets, oh, that was beautiful read there by Mercy. Mercy was about to get intercepted on the opposite side of that tomb out of the knock, but he pre-porch, gets the intercept on the side where his team is, so he can easily just survive that. Beautiful port there by Mercy, but the cost of that will be that Mercy will have to deal with PvE Lord living up to his name. He just has full uptime right now, and PvE Lord even has a pillar, so he can just go in, and in between the, mortal strikes and between his damage, he can just line, and PvE Lord right now is making quick work of Mercy. Mercy has his port, he teleports, ducks around the corner, he's in line of sight of Poike. And this is where PvE Lord needs to get fancy. He's just going to swap target. No, he manages to get to Mercy. What was that intercept? That intercept was, I mean, it was about as close as out of line as you can possibly be. And Mercy, once again, Destrolock with a warrior on him.
Oh.
Not good. Intercept onto Poike. They're swapping on the stack damage. Poike, no, I don't know, actually. He might be. He did pop Avenging Wrath, but he is spam healing. Drain mana's coming out. And Swapsy is completely tapped, which is the only reason why that pressure is somewhat subsiding. Now, if they can get a Hex onto PvE Lord, they're not going to have any pressure on the side of feed. So I really think that's what they should be looking for. And then that way they can kind of just reset, regain their focus. Poike can go for Divine Plea, things like that to try to equalize the mana, because so far it looks like feed are in it to win it.
Another swap on a Targo, repositioning bottom side of the tomb away from Mercy and Zeepai. Mercy just using drain mana. I don't really feel like this is going to do too much. Maybe trying to bait and interrupt. I love the Shadow Flames from Mercy. Right before he ports, usually here, forcing the Bladestorm. And honestly, this Bladestorm is not getting value, and Poike just easily healed through that. So this should allow SHEESH to possibly get aggressive here. They got Thunderstorm coming off cooldown. They could knock Targo from the corner of this pillar here. Thunderstorm available. Are they going to go for the knockback? Targo repositioning, trying to get knocked into the corner of the tomb. But Mercy is getting pressured. He's stuck. He portals back to Minpoike's line. PvE Lord marching forward to go for the win here. Is Minpoike going to have enough healing to keep his Warlock alive? They hex Swapsy, stalling his damage. I don't think the Warrior is going to be able to solo him through Minpoike in the backline with Divine Sacrifice, redirecting damage. But PvE Lord just keeps hammering down on the Warlock. Zeepai is trying to assist, getting on top of PvE Lord and potentially looking for a knockback. Ellie Mastery Lava Burst already were launched. And now Mercy is desperate, trying to spam Fear, gets one onto Swapsy, drain mana onto Targo, just really trying to tap him, purge off the Divine Pleas, and win on mana here. Zeepai seems to be the one that really needs to carry the team, because Mercy just can't get anything going. Shock onto the Lava Burst, fakes it out. Lava Burst incoming, gets grounded by Swapsy. Mercy now in trouble, not a lot left. Bob comes up in 2 seconds, Sacrifice up in 3. Is Minpoike going to be able to keep him alive that much longer? Sacrifice from Targo, can they purge it off and find the kill? Doesn't look like they're even bothering to go for the purge. I think Zeepai doesn't have the mana to do it at this point. Minpoike looks like he wants to drink in the room. They've got a Hex on the Warrior. Is Minpoike going to be able to regenerate mana? I don't think so. He comes back to the fight, but it might be too little too late. Bladestorm on the Shadow Fury, purge on the Bop. Mercy ports out of line of sight, but PvE Lord charges to Zeepai. He ranges the knock, so he gets knocked into the wall. He gets Earth Grab rooted. He's spam dispelling, trying to get him out, but he can't get him out of this root. He ultimately does reconnect now at the end of it. Mercy is out of mana. He needs the life tap. He's trying to get distance with the root here. Fear spam gets sheared on it, goes for an Immolate Conflagrate. They need to get through Enraged Regen, though. Such a powerful cooldown for the Warrior. I don't think they're going to be able to kill him through it. Lightning bolts are flying in. Zeepai's trying to get pressure onto the Warrior here, force something from their side. Double Shadow Fury. Rocket Gloves instant incinerates, trying to take him down, but Targo looks like he's ready for it. This is a nail biter game 4 as Mercy ports away, and neither team has any mana left.
Yeah, and Poike, look at him. He's sitting in the room being greedy as usual, getting mana. Can he stay and get enough mana and then also keep Mercy alive is the question. Poike now immediately, as soon as they connect to Mercy, comes back into the fight.
Oh, that pummel on the Feldom!
PvE Lord taking a lot of damage. The Feldom does come out. Mercy still getting some heals here, but if PvE Lord can connect, it's not looking too good. All that mana that Poike drank is just gone, but they do manage to stall out that Mortal Strike effect, and that allows Poike to top Mercy. Once again, now Poike needs to duck back into the room when his Warlock has some heals and go for either a Divine Plea or drinks if he can. Doesn't look like he has it just yet. He's going to stay into the fight, try to keep Mercy nice and topped. Targo, though, did sneak away and get some mana with that Divine Plea. Now, once again, Mercy here with no Feldom this time. The pet is very low. Can they kill it?
Oh!
They almost have it. Hell Funnel's coming in, and it does
Where's
look
he
like
putting the pet?
Hunter.
Why is he putting it in?
I think he put it on the Paladin there to attack or something. Maybe it's a macro. I'm not sure. Pet will survive, but Poike's mana, that's a different question. Mercy, though, trying to kite here. This is very important. He needs to get PvE Lord to use a gap closer, but he's playing on top of his port, so he can't actually port. PvE Lord using his gap closers. Actually, that was an intervene, so he still has the charge, still has the sept. He could go for Mercy. Mercy moving away from his port a little bit, but the problem is now, if he does teleport, he can't really, he's almost in melee range, you know, there's almost no distance there, and he's still in PV Lord's line. Not sure if Mercy's ports would be better off in the room. He is kiting towards the room. That works as well. Full hammer onto PV Lord. Here comes the damage. No shield wall. No trinket. PV Lord makes it out. Connects onto Mercy. Once again, gets the Mortal Strike application. Still chasing down his target. Makes his way over there. And now Mercy, he's got no port. He's got nothing. How is he going to stay alive? They're just tunneling damage into him. Swapsy and actually Zeepai getting that beautiful hex there on the PvE Lord will be enough to keep Mercy alive for now. But I don't know for how long. This is such a back and forth game, Sid.
I feel like it was 2 minutes ago I said both teams have no mana left, and it's still going on at this point between these teams. Mercy needs to life tap a big chunk of damage at the same moment. He ports behind line of sight. They knock back, but PvE Lord is going to connect here. Pummels the mana drain. He's going for the kill, and Poika has nothing. Trying to get in line of sight. He bops them at 10%. Can they purge it off? Swapsy, it looks like he's trying to. He purges off the Blessing of Protection. Mercy life taps a couple of times, trying to get some distance, gets intercept stunned and reconnected. How is Minpoike still healing? He divine shields with sacrifice, immuning some damage, immuning some crowd control, and trying to spam out as many heals. But Targo has so much more mana. This should be insurmountable at this point. Mercy's trying to jump up the side of the tombstone, but he's not finding the jump angle, and now he's falling behind. It's desperation, but it's not enough. And Feed close it out, tying it up 2-2, and this series is unfolding as I thought. As close as possible. This could easily be a game 7.
Really, really fantastic game. Back and forth. You got to give a lot of props to Targo as well. Really picking his moments to go for those divine pleas, keeping his team in the fight. And I think once Swapsy went out of mana on the side of Feed, the pressure started subsiding a little bit, but PvE Lord did such a good job just keeping up the Mortal Strike, getting as much uptime as possible that I'm sure we're going to see it on the scoreboard as well. I'm sure PvE Lord did more damage than Swapsy, and also bringing that MS to the table, did a good job just sticking to his targets in the end as well. I think he actually shattered through that bop and was able to secure the kill at the back end of that. So big game for PvE Lord, big game for Targov, and yeah, they're still in the fight here. Feed versus Sheesh, 2-2 apiece.
Nice. Here we go. Look at these moments. Like Mercy just
the coil miss.
Grounding on the coil. Was that a ground or was it a miss? It's sometimes hard to tell. This Feldon pummel, like that's a really fast cast. Like I know it's easy to say, like, oh, you landed that pummel. I would have landed that pummel, but really, it is hard to land that. Here were I think the final moments as Bop came out at the last second. It gets purged off, and you can jump up the sides of this tomb. And if the person chasing you doesn't know the angle, you can sometimes cheeky get away. But I think PvE Lord landed the jump and Mercy didn't. So it was really awkward at the last second of the game. But there's just basically nothing left for them here. This right here, he's jumping, he's trying to get up. And then look at PvE Lord. He got it. He's on top right now. So, and he didn't even jump off. He stayed there, min-maxed his uptime and waited. That was really well done at the final seconds of the game. But I can imagine we're going to Blade's Edge. Maybe Dalaran. I would actually like to maybe in an interview, if we get an interview at some point, ask like why is Blade's Edge preferred so much more than Dalaran in this matchup, because it seems like a lot of teams are going for that.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm interested to see these coils are not landing. Like I feel like I saw Swapsy ground at least one, but I think also there's been a couple that misses, and I think it's because of Sacred Cleansing. Which is, it's one of my favorite mechanics in Wrath. When you dispel something, the target gets a buff that makes your character have 0 hit rating, basically. So yeah, Mercy, here's the jump that you were talking about. Yeah. Oh, he tried to look at PvE, he's staying up too. He's like, you need a lift, bro?
Yeah. You want me to show you the way?
Yeah, look at PvE Lord's damage. I mean, this is the story of the game, right? You have a warrior just eating a warlock buffet here. I mean, look at that. 621k, doubling Swapsy. And obviously, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but I think Zeepai in this matchup will almost always outdamage Swapsy, just because he has more interrupts on his team. He's playing double wizard. Usually the caster on the double wizard does more damage than the caster on a melee wizard, because also, you have 2 people you need to interrupt versus just you getting interrupted if you're playing with a melee. So yeah, PvE Lord getting some good uptime. But I swear, I feel like the positioning was a mistake here by Mercy. I feel like Mercy, if he played, I think that could be better. Or if he put his port inside the room and he was playing out in open field. Because I feel like a big problem here was that we had PvE Lord just staying at a pillar and hitting targets. You never want that to happen. You never want to play against a warrior who is doing warrior things and he has a pillar. So that means you're not going to get the warrior off of him, of whoever he's hitting. And the other thing is his team can also play at the pillar. Like if Mercy is playing near the room, warrior goes near the room, paladin leaves the tomb, then you can one-shot the paladin, you can hex the paladin, you can do things to the paladin. But as long as you're playing on the tomb, you can't actually do anything about the paladin.
I feel like that brings the fight on top of him in Poike, though. At least with him kiting on the open and porting the other side of the tomb, Poike just sits 40 yards away and can heal him the whole time. And the warrior's never on top of him. Swapsy's never on top of him or near him. So I'm wondering if that's the logic. They don't want the Thunder to dogpile them. And the warrior's in range of everybody, can hit anybody. Multiple interrupts he's going to have to deal with then. And they're just trying to keep their distance, that triangle. But I see what you're saying. Like when you port, you want it to be like a double whammy, right? The warrior isn't hitting me, or if he does, he's going to get punished really heavily for continuing to chase me. So I see the logic there, but I don't know if it's more threatening to be having the fight brought on top of him in Poike to do that. They're actually going to Nagrand, so they actually don't want the chaos. It seems like chaos. Like anybody could get a good thunderstorm and the game is over and you just lost. So it kind of makes sense to me to not want to take some risks here when your tournament lives are on the line. It's 2-2, but still you won't have any sort of advantages to cheese your win, right? So you give up that option. Let's see how it plays out here, because I feel like PvE Lord, man, he's getting more and more damage out every game, and it seems like if Mercy makes any mistakes, like it's over for him. So pressure, I think, is onto him and the side of SHEESH at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's just going to come down to PvE Lord. Like, I really want to see them just drag PvE Lord away from his paladin. I really believe that's the way to win the game. I think as long as, like on this map right here, if Targov is at the back pillar and PvE Lord is just hitting things in the middle, then he's always going to have a good time. Like, I feel like PvE Lord is just going to be able to hit whatever he wants. He's always going to outvalue Poike in terms of mana. And I think if you can force Targov to go in the middle like this is where he can get hexed when he's crossing or get swapped to. They're going after Poike, though, on the side of feed, swapping up their strategy a little bit here. Poike, what is he going to do here? He goes behind the pillar, goes for some heals. PvE Lord does not want to overextend. And he's just going to swap to Mercy. Targov in a pretty offensive spot here, actually. Just keeping his team offensive with that Bloodlust. Zeepai also using his Bloodlust. So both teams down a Lust, and I think it's been purged off of everyone at this point. So, so far, that Lust didn't really net them too much. Trying to look at the defensive cooldowns here. Poike actually still has everything. So pretty decent opener for SHEESH, all things considered.
Mercy porting away. Backed him in Poike. Trying to max range the warrior, pull him out in the open. They're going to swap to Zeepai. Mercy can free cast here. What's he going to be able to get done? It looks like he's got his trinket proc up at the moment, but he's actually just health funneling with it. His Fell Hunter is going to be a problem here. It seems like I feel like Warlocks, they got to find their parking spot, keep it a safe distance away from anything that's dangerous. Doesn't want any natural disasters to potentially collapse on it. But if it gets into a bad spot, you get a situation like this, where Poike tunneled so much healing into the pet. Now his partners are low. Mercy at half, Zeepai at half, and Poike at half. Intercept stun onto Mercy. He's out of range of his port potentially. Feldom's his pet out here to try and recover. They knock PvE Lord back to the wall as he charges forward with a Hex onto Swapsy. Root instantly dispelled, but double Shadow Fear. Chaos Bolt Lava Burst incoming onto Swapsy. Not enough damage to close out the game. Nice interrupt onto the Chaos Bolt here from PvE Lord. Now Bladestorm ports away, but he can swap to Zeepai, get some uptime with it, and swap to the pet. The pet being in midfield, is that... I wonder if he's doing that on purpose. Like, here's my pet, hit it, and then he wants to cast. It looks like he's hard casted his pet behind the pillar, but now they're swapping him in Poike as he's been out of the fight for some time. And now it looks like he may have to Divine Shield if PvE Lord can get uptime. Intercept onto Mercy, 2 targets low once again. Shadow Fear on PvE Lord, rockets incoming, trying to take out the warrior, but this warrior looks just so tanky, so difficult to take out. And every time you stun the warrior or root him, you proc that second wind, he gets a heal over time effect. It can be really difficult to try and punish. And he still has the shield wall, still has the enraged regen. It feels like it's so long as feed sets up mana for Targo well, that they're going to be moving to match point, I think.
Yeah, absolutely here. And Zipai is not looking too good here. And this is what we're talking about. You see where Zipai is running? This is what I want Mercy to do. Because PvE Lord, you see, he just has to swap. He can't follow because then Targo has to leave the safety of that pillar over there. And now they're going to swap to Mercy. I want to see Mercy do the same thing. Just drag the warrior to the opposite side of the map. Don't play near the Paladin's pillar. Because if you play near the Paladin's pillar, well, look at Targo. He's chilling hard. He has every button in the game. He can do whatever he wants. He's just standing there, keeping PvE Lord nice and offensive with his uptime. And the moment he ducks out in the open field like this, maybe that's when you can have somebody get something going. The problem now is that everyone on the side of SHEESH is just so low. But here we go. They get a Hex. They get a Wind Shear on Targov. They're going after Swapsy here. This could be one of those moments where you just Shadow Fury Targov into a coil, and maybe you can get that Divine Shield or you can get some pressure. Anytime he's in the open like this, your chances of winning as the Wizards is just massively increased here, because Zipai can go for hexes, you can go for swaps, and you can get some work done. And Zipai again with good positioning, dragging the warrior away from
that Shadow
Paladin.
Fury!
And
Is it
here
enough?
we go. Big damage coming in. Not going to be enough there. PvE Lord will survive that one. And once again, I feel like Poika is trying so hard right now to just be as efficient as possible, because everyone on his team has been quite low on HP during a very long time. But he is finally going to pick everybody up. And I just want to see SHEESH play the map a little bit better. I want to see them play the map the way Zipai is playing it, because so far he's been the most impressive with his positioning.
All right, Zipai trying to drag PvE Lord into midfield. Shadow Fury goes for Hex, gets sheared. Zipai falling behind. Minpoike has Avenging Wrath, but 0 mana to heal with it. How is he going to deal with this? Just Flash of Lights just bombing in. His whole team dying at this point, trying to find their footing and find a target, but they still have so much defense to get through, and they're still falling behind. Zipai looking for a Hex desperately. No trinket for it. PvE Lord will sit this. Minpoike could maybe get an opportunity to plea here. I think that he is, with his mana going up the tiny bit that it has. It looks like he wants to drink. Zipai's on the run. Mercy likely has a port. He's in a port right now. He's so low, but he ports on top of Swapsy. Swapsy might be able to kill him. He's caught in a Hammer of Justice. Is he going to go down here? Minpoike repositioning, trying to get Flash of Lights, and manages to get a couple of heals here onto Mercy, but Lava Burst incoming, down to half again. Needs to life tap. Desperation Shadow Fury, trying to hold them at bay. Mana trains onto Swapsy, trying to make the Elemental Shaman completely immune, but he's got Thunderstorm. He can get a big bounce of mana back. Blessing of Wisdom rebuff. Gets knocked back by Zipai. PvE Lord Bladestorming on the Warlock, trying to close out the game with nothing but raw pressure. Minpoike Avenging Wraths, boosting his healing. They need to try and purge this off, but I don't know if they have the mana to do it. Zipai does manage to get in position. Avenging Wrath is over. They could swap to Minpoike. He's out in the middle of the map right now. Zipai could maybe even just solo him if he wants to go after him, but Mercy is just getting chopped. Minpoike struggling time and time again. He's on his port. PvE Lord's all over him. Zipai's in a Hex. This is desperation. Dire straits right now for SHEESH. They drop the Blessing of Protection, try and get rid of that Mortal Strike effect, because Minpoike has absolutely 0 mana before he has absolutely none. Get that immunity, but now they're swapping to Minpoike. He could have the Divine Shield. Mercy goes for the Death Coil. Did it land? Doesn't look like it did, and Mercy's desperate, drops a Shadow Flame, ports with the Shadow Flame. His whole team is dead. Feed are close to a triple kill. Minpoike denies it with the Divine Shield. Mercy trying to line of sight, gets a big heal from Minpoike right at the last possible second. Minpoike pulling off a miracle right now to get his team back in the fight.
Poik is doing great here, keeping everybody alive, but that was his last cooldown, his last little bit of mana. He needs to try to get a Divine Plea, he needs to try to sneak away, but he's getting swapped to right now. PvE Lord smells victory here. This is the swing match, game number 5. This is the best of 7, so if you win here on the side of Feed, things are going to look really good for you for that potential
drink,
game number 7. Poike going for the drink, but they're on Zipai. How is Zipai going to stay alive? Poike doesn't have enough time to actually sit down and get any mana with that. I think he also popped the Divine Plea there. I'm not sure if we actually saw him use it, but it's still so much pressure coming in. PvE Lord though as well, overextending, but he does chop up Mercy and manages to duck back to his team, catch a couple of heals from Targov, and all of a sudden, Feed are turning it on right now. They are up in the series, Super Tees.
Yeah, this is looking like a feeding frenzy now from their side, as they are looking to advance to Championship Sunday and dine on victory. They're going to have the map pick advantage here in Game 7 if they lose this next one. But even if they don't, they just won the map pick. Nagrand seemed so difficult to drink. It just seems like PvE Lord is getting more and more comfortable. Like, I was only maybe worried about him dying at that last possible second of the game, but the Warlock was dead. Like, did they get a shield wall the whole game? I can't recall that they got a shield wall.
I don't think so. I think he had it at the end. So yeah, it's just the warrior doing good swaps, getting a lot of uptime. And I swear, I really, I don't want to like beat a dead horse, but I really feel like there is a lot of things to be said about the positioning, because it's just about Targov. Like, there's two things. Number one, you need to drag Targo out in the open. And number two, you need to actually get either CC or a swap to him. That's the problem. And I feel like in the start of this match, they were just like, they just kept falling behind, honestly, on the side of SHEESH. They kept hitting, targets trading in the open. And I feel like if they just drag the warrior back and then set up those swaps, set up those hexes, of course, Swapsy is always going to be there to try to deny it. But if you can get them, that's where you're going to find those big setups. I feel like in this game, they didn't really get too many good setups. There was a couple of times where, even at the end there, where they dragged PvE Lord a little bit out and they were able to get him kind of low. But I feel like he always had that shield wall in his back pocket. He was always like in a good spot. They always had the mana lead. They always had like answers. So I feel like there really wasn't like those big one-shot-y palace setups that we've seen in the other games.
So maybe they're getting a little bit too comfortable trying to play the safe game. Maybe they need to do something more aggressive. There's no shot we'd see like we saw Seasons, on Restager pull a couple of wins. Like, do you think the Druid at all would be good for Poike? I'm kind of doubting it, but I'm fishing for like scraps on this. I feel like they could still win this. It's just they're tunnel visioning maybe too hard on the warrior, so all the cooldowns are just predicted into him. All the healing is predicted into him. Maybe they need to be a little bit more volatile with who they're attacking. Just, oh, someone's in a good spot, lava burst. Like, I don't really care who it is. If they're in a good spot, I'm going to make sure I'm getting my damage off, type of deal.
You know what? No, I don't think Poike is going to swap to Druid. But you know what they could do? Mercy. He's a pretty good warrior himself, one of the better ones. They could just send the mirror. I feel like they actually, I feel like pound for pound, they might actually win the mirror.
Okay.
I feel like Swapsy and Zeepai, like, they're both insane LAs. I feel like, Mercy on the warrior is definitely up there. And I think Poike, I would give him a slight edge over Targov. So, yeah, could come down to that. But then again, I don't know how much practice they got on the Thunder, but they could make it a mirror. They could try to lock in like one of their favorite maps now, try to get a win on that, and then send the mirror for the last game. But I would kind of respect the mirror now as well. I feel like, get that Warlock out of here, man.
If Mercy has to re-roll Warrior on retail tournaments and Wrath of the Lich, there's no way. There's no way he's going to do it. I doubt. So we're going to Blade's Edge Arena. They're going to take the gamble with the Z-axis map. This map did enable them to get Targo into a bad position, whereas Nagrand, it seemed like they never got him in a bad spot. So picking a more volatile map where they might have to risk their positioning seems like a good idea. I feel like Targo is way more vulnerable than in Poike, for example. So I actually do like this. Try and kite away in a way on the map where you get the Paladin eventually in a spot to close out the kill onto him. And this map should be able to enable that. So Targo just needs to be aware of it. And not unsuspectedly walking into his death, the incinerator of Zeepai and Mercy, when he's got no trinket or divine shield. So either way, it's match point here. Feed just one win away in this best of 7. No more mistakes are going to be allowed here on the side of SHEESH.
No mistakes allowed. That's rocking. So I don't know how I feel about this map. Like, the good thing is obviously the knock and like the ZY axis with the ports. But I feel like the bad thing about this map is that it's so small. Like, if I'm a warlock and I want to kite a warrior, like, I feel like having a large distance to work with is almost always preferable. So Zeepai is really going to need to land those knocks. He's going to need to make them count. Obviously, having that ZY axis port is huge, but we'll see if they can get something going with it. They're going to do the same opener. They're going to pop the port actually up top, and Mercy's going to jump down, so he can just teleport up. ZY is also playing downstairs. They're going after Poike here. Good opener so far for Feed. What are they going to do? Beautiful Bloodlust coming in. Zeepai gets the Hex onto Swapsy. Swapsy gets out. Targo dropping insanely low, but he's trying to hold the Divine Shield, not able to. And now this is the explosive opener to swap over to Mercy. I saw Lava Burst just flying through the bridge there, sending Mercy, but he can't really get heals from Poike. He needs to go to the kind of edge to make sure that happens. So I think PvE Lord, if he can just get pressure here, that would be the best thing he can do here, because Poika is going to have to heal 2 targets. Poika, though, with that beacon as well, able to do some work here, keeping Mercy and Zeepai up so far. But Zeepai getting blasted here. Needs to be careful. Swapsy's in position as well. Intercept. Oh, what an insane intercept right there on the Poika. Almost took him down there. That was so close. PvE Lord trying to make some moves here, trying to knock out SHEESH out of the tournament.
So close to the kill. Another great part about this map is Mercy can just park his Fell Hunter up here. It doesn't have to worry about it going down to damage. So, oh no, he knocked him from the bottom. That's a nice little trick you can do with these pillars. If you're on the bottom and you jump and use your knockback, it'll hit people on top of the pillar and knock them off. Yeah. So Swapsy actually jumped from the bottom of this and knocked the Warlock. And if he does that again, they're staying on the pillar. If Swapsy's Thunderstorm comes up, they got to knock him in Poike. They could easily kill him in an intercept stun off this pillar. They're going to need to be careful of that situation. Targo and Swapsy and PvE Lord coming up the ramp here, looking to make a push. Zeepai is going to meet him with an Earth Grab Totem and likely a Thunderstorm. Double Shadow Fury, but Hammer of Justice. He's trying to dispel it. Looks for a Hex. Knocks the Hex of Swapsy and then line of sights. Lava Burst incoming. Big damage for PvE Lord. Chain Lightning. Hex getting casted. Hex onto the Ellie. PvE Lord trying to charge back. Zeepai trying to reposition. Trying to close out the game. Can they take him out? They do finally at least get in-range regen amongst that push. Now Targo knows he's the target. He's got to get out of there. No Divine Shield. He's caught in a Shadow Fury. Rocket Gloves incoming. Hammer of Justice follow-up. He trinkets. Is it going to be enough here? He's Windshield on his heel, but Mercy is getting crushed. He ports at 10%. Then Poika gets intercept stun. Mercy is at 10%. Anything kills him. Oh my god. The heroic throw is enough to actually kill him. Just a small gust of wind at that point would have killed him. And that'll be it. SHEESH are going home. Feed take it 4-2.
Sheesh, the heroic throw, man. It came in there on the side. You know what the funny thing about heroic throw is? I've been crit for 4K from that thing. So yeah, the heroic throw, getting a little bit disrespected. He wanted to go back into Poika's line there to get a heal, but yeah, it's not going to work out. The 10% port gets executed from range. PvE Lord, honestly, nobody expected this. A lot of people consider, the LSP to kind of be favored in this matchup. Personally, I'm not an LA Shaman, so I can't really speak too much to that. But I can say that Feed, they did not look too good in the start, but they found their footing, they found their strategy, they found the buffet, and I think right now they are just full and happy. You can see here, Targo, this is when he Divine Shielded, and this was very early on. This was right at the start from the game. And I think, is this the knock that you want? No. Oh, this is when they almost killed Zeepai. This was insane. What actually happens to PvE Lord here? Because he intercepts, and I think he tries to charge back. Oh, he intercepts back. He gets Shadow Furied. That Shadow Fury was actually a lifesaver. And yeah, they're able to stay alive that situation. But then a little bit later on, we're going to see the swap here to Targov. They get the Hammer of Justice. He trinkets out of that. And then Mercy trying to snare him. They try to get some damage, but he just has to kind of abort. And
here
then Poike is actually in an intercept. And look at here.
3,
Boom!
2, 1. Boop.
Headshot.
That'll do it.
That'll do it. Down goes Mercy. And they're going to be eliminated here.
Yeah.
This is one of the big teams.
I mean, we had our number 1 seed knocked out before top 8. We're seeing this team knocked out before top 4. It is cutthroat here in Europe. I'm really excited for this final series because we still need one more team to make it through for that championship Sunday. And not to mention that we're leading into North America on Saturday as well. It's going to be a very exciting weekend of arena action.
Yeah, absolutely. We got plenty of games tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to be doing North America as well. I think we still have we have one more match.
Yeah,
for today.
Hunter team.
Yeah, so we got BWG Gold, right? No,
yep.
no, BWG Black. Sorry, I was looking at NA. Yeah, so they're going to be playing in the lower bracket, and that will be our final series for today. And then tomorrow we're going to do North America. We got 8 teams there. We're going to eliminate half of those. And then on Sunday, we're going to do top four. So double finals on Sunday, crowning champion in each region. And yeah, the next game is going to be SCARABS versus BWG Black. SCARABS was the LSD, right? if I'm not mistaken here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shaman
So it's
Druid against Red Hunter.
SSNS. Yeah. And it's potentially Red Hunter coming out from DWG. So I feel like that's historically that's free win for LSD, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Can't count anybody out today. Apparently, there's been a lot of upsets.
It's been an insane day, even into the offline bracket. I almost wish that we could have got some of those games as well. I feel like it's even nail biters in North America, like the Golden Guardians beating RMP to qualify. They were struggling with
I
that
saw that
composition in the Liquid tournament. So very impressive for them to make it through. The only resto shaman. We've got, unfortunately, here in this next series, we got Disc Priest essentially eliminating resto druid. So like, I feel bad for them playing the non-pallies, and they got to like eliminate each other here in the lower bracket. But maybe BWG Black has a surprise, right? They play maybe a different composition. Maybe they have a Death Knight or something. Like Death Knights have been really good into these caster comps. So I'm very curious to see what they bring to the table. Are they going to walk in a Ret Paladin to Hogwarts? Probably a bad idea. Overall, when we look at the bracket, we got Remnant with a huge performance, 4-1 over Feed as that Frost Mage Elemental Shaman. That comp seems to be really good to have as like a pocket pick. As we saw Snuts winning the Liquid tournament with that against TSG. So having that as an option seems really good into Thunder. But BLACKBEDDY might be an entirely different beast of Thunder, right? So this will be the real test, I think, for Remnant Championship Sunday. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, it's looking like we might have either a Hunter team or a Lock Shaman Druid going to advance. I feel like it's Feed. You're probably happy about either, right? Are you too worried about either of those comps as Thunder?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that you should. I think Thunder in general is pretty well-rounded comp. That's why there's so many teams playing it. And I think Feed, they're just happy that they got they made it, and they're just gonna have to wait for their opponent. I think they're probably not too excited about either team in terms of players, because there's really good players on both sides. But I think compositionally, probably not too worried against either one. And a funny thing about BLACKBEDDY is that I'm pretty sure that's Queener and Next from the AWC. I'm pretty sure they compete together in the AWC as well. Definitely very, very skilled players there in that top bracket. And that's going to be a great match as well for Sunday.
I mean, you can't really ask for anything better. It's been a great first day, reliving Wrath of Lich King, just remembering all the old school days, all the old school tournaments, the MLGs, the Intel Masters. Like that's kind of where my nostalgia for esports really started, at least. I can remember watching on lunch break, just watching the tournaments on a YouTube channel and being very excited about it. Watching the old school, like Snuts journey, 3 times getting back to BlizzCon and then finally winning it. Like there's some heroic stories that originated from this expansion. It really started like careers, right, for a lot of these players. So it's been an epic experience to relive it here as well a second time and see what these players can offer with the advantage of hindsight, right? How often do you get to relive a moment that maybe you made a mistake and now you have the knowledge and you get a second chance to go at a tournament again? This is definitely a once in a lifetime experience.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just an awesome time to be a Warcraft fan. We got plenty of action coming, guys, and we're gonna take a short little break, but we will be back with that final game of the day. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the first official Wrath of the Lich King Classic Arena Tournament. I'm joined now with Zico for our final series of the day. And this is going to be kind of the final piece of the puzzle to see what's going to be going down on Sunday, Zico.
Yeah, SCARABS versus BWG Black, Hunter Rat versus Lock Shaman Druid. One of these teams going home. One of these teams going to the top 4. I'm going to be feeling a little bit better about that, of course. And if I have to, make a prediction, I would say SCARABS. I think compositionally are looking pretty good. But BWG Black, I don't know. They might bring out a surprise here. I feel like locking in the Ret into Lock and Ellie, I don't think he's going to do it. I feel like there's no way. They got to have something, right?
You would certainly hope so. I mean, you would certainly hope you'd have something, but some people are, they're ride or die. Go for it with their specialization. But yeah, Rep Paladin, I think in general, is going to struggle, but a lot on the line for this match, making it into Championship Sunday, of course, and going from 5th/6th to 4th place as well. So kind of doubling your prize pool. So a lot on the line for these players and playing a lot. Like we mentioned at the beginning of the day, over 100 teams signed up for this tournament. Now narrowed it down, soon to be narrowed down into our top 4, but these two teams have to finish us up for the day. See if they can actually close it out here. It looks like BWG Black is going to be locking in the Pharaoh Druid. They're going to be going with a jungle into the Lock Shaman Druid. Now, how do you think this matchup's going to play out?
Well, I think it's going to play out a lot better than the Ret Paladin, at least. You're gonna have, Feral. I think a Feral can actually chop up a tree pretty well. I think they could also go for the Warlock. They could go, honestly, on anybody here. But they're going to need to get good crowd control. If they decide to go for the Warlock, they also could swap on HOTS. We'll see what they decide to do. Warwick's beautiful double howl. And this is not looking good right now. Odd Waffle already in a little bit of trouble here. They're going to go after him. Shixie goes for the Warstone. He gets cycloned by SSNS. And Warwick's getting feared here. Odd Waffle making it back to the pillar here. Avoiding a very... maybe not. I think they might actually go for the Hunter right now. Homer is still taking a lot of damage behind the pillar, forced to trade out that the Terrans, and now once again trying to kite around that corner, waiting for his Druid, or waiting for his Priest rather, to come out, gets a full trap onto the Druid. Now here's the pressure potential here, but Odd Waffle forced to channel out to him, but look at that clone onto Homer. Homer forced to trinket as well. Feral trinket down, Berserk down, Hunter trinket down as well. It's not looking too good. Homer right now getting blasted here. Baka's looking for the win. Can he get it? Gets scatter shot. Another deterrence coming out from Homer here on that Blood Elf Hunter. Full cycle onto Odd Waffle. Odd Waffle makes it out there. Gets Spelllock. I think he actually fake casted it. That's the only reason why Homer's still alive. That fake cast was huge. Odd Waffle trying to keep him alive here for just a little bit, but nice low cyclone. SSNS swaps it, and there's no way. Odd Waffle trinkets out. Homer still alive, running around the corner with the aspect of the Sheeta, catches a big penance, and somehow, some way manages to stay alive. That fake from Odd Waffle earlier, and that powered shield glyph actually is what healed Homer and kept him alive there.
Unbelievable plays coming from both these teams. Homer J, I mean, his life just flashing before his eyes, but they have managed to recover a little bit. Odd Waffle gets feared out into the open, into a full hex, and they get the decurse. It's going to need to, but they cover it with a bash. Really nicely done into a cyclone, but Homer J, look at him. He's gone. He wants no part of this fight for a little while. Still licking his wounds from that last attack. Let's see how they can recover, though. Seasons, mana, not looking too good. And believe it or not, Odd Waffle actually has a little bit of a lead in that regard. He still has the Shadow Fiend as well, so they managed to barely hold on. But it looks like you can tell by just looking at Odd Waffle's character, I think he has quite a bit of regen on in this matchup.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. But the thing is, if he gets caught out in open field with the PvE gear on, it's not... What is that regen? What is going on? Odd Waffle is literally full. Was that Innervate?
I think so,
It's gotta have been. It's gotta have been. I was like, wait, what? Just seeing him get 10% per tick. It's definitely Innervate. But Homer, once again, finding himself in open field, getting blasted. So maybe their strategy is actually to try to dampen the LSD. I mean, it's kind of working. SSNS has 0 mana, no Innervate, and Odd Waffle has full mana. They also have the Terrans as well, and that all right, that's it. Looked away for 1 second.
Yeah,
Works,
I mean,
what even happened? I was looking at the cooldowns.
yeah, they just managed to get some pressure on Walrix and eventually take him down. I think they did manage to find crowd control in Seasons as well, but that was actually a matchup that came down to mana, believe it or not. Just a lot of regen coming in on the Priest. He's got the Innervate coming in from the Feral Druid. He's got a Shadow Fiend. You can tell he's wearing a lot of PvE gear as well, and they kind of just weathered that storm. It was very close. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. Homer, they could have easily gone in the other direction. That Bloodlust is just so nasty. It lets them get so aggressive. But it seems like once they kind of weathered that storm, they were able to barely hold on and eventually kind of pull out a win. And this is kind of at the moment where they use that Bloodlust. Homer J just barely holding on. I mean, look at him running around 1% health, going for the feigned death. Still just so incredibly low. We see these beautiful Cyclones coming from Seasons, but Homer J going for crowd control, gets a scatter trap. One of the only reasons why he's alive in here. Barely holding on. What is that health? He's got such a low amount of health. Gets the power with shield. Once again, big damage coming in. Like, this is just unbelievable. Homer J in a Cyclone, beautiful Cyclone there, gets transferred over, but the damage just isn't there. And somehow Homer J survives with that renew. That renew is unbelievable. Yeah.
Warwick is not happy about this. That Cyclone, when SSNS cycloned Homer and then swapped it to Odd Waffle, he cycloned and Incinerate, and Odd Waffle was in a Shadow Fury. I actually think Homer was dead if he didn't cyclone there at all. And then they didn't get the kill off of the DR Cyclone because Odd Waffle had Trinket. What a disaster. And then here, I mean, the game has just ran its course. SSNS has nothing left. Warwick's not able to access his port. I think his port was in an offensive spot, and to go from being 1 HP, surviving barely, to surviving barely again, to getting cloned, and then surviving barely again, and then winning the game, that's got to be a little bit tilting here for Scarabs. I feel like if I was Warwick, I would tilt on that clone for sure. Like, I think he was dead. I actually think he was dead.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, it's one of those things, right? When you're playing the Restoration Druid, you can make those Cyclones, and it either feels like the greatest play you've ever made, and it sets your team up for a win, or your teammates are yelling at you that you just immuned, like, a big amount of damage. So it can definitely backfire, but I think overall, I really like the push there that Baka, Walrix, and Seasons had. I think the Cyclones were strong, but unfortunate timing if that did kind of immune that killing blow. Odd Waffle, Homer J, as well as Shy, I'm impressed. They managed to hold on. They played it cool. Even when we saw the Hunter at 2% health, he was still going for the scatter traps to try to reverse the pressure. And that's kind of exactly what you have to do. So I don't know. Do we think that they can actually, kind of play this like dampen strategy, or at least outlast strategy, where try to just win on mana with your Shadow Fiend with a bunch of regen gear, as well as that Innervate? Can you reliably do that and then go for these all-ins where the Druid just doesn't have any mana? Because another thing is, Feral Druid had his Berserk coming up in just 20 seconds. And that's a really scary thing to deal with without the Bloodlust or counter pressure. So that could be a second potential like enrage timer in the game to allow them to win.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I feel like this is all of a sudden BWG Black. I feel like this is the comp. This is all they need. I feel like it's actually up to Scarabs to swap it up. I feel like this looked like a good matchup for them. They don't even need to go for CC. They need to go for those like big jungle chains that we're used to with the trap into the clones, into the fears and things. Just don't die. Don't let Odd Waffle ever get caught with his PvE gear. And yeah, looks good. The thing that can be scary is number one, maps. We might go to a knock map, which can be scary if Odd Waffle is running around with PvE gear. He gets knocked out in the open. I feel like he can get sent. The other thing is just regular setups, if you can get like in the start, we saw it, Odd Waffle got feared into a really bad spot, but he was getting some help from the Feral Druid, like some clones and stuff. They were able to kind of weather that storm, but they actually were going after the Hunter there. I would have loved to see them just send the Priest. Like, you fear Priest out in the open, you send him. It's like a bulletproof strat. Works every time.
Works every single time. You know what else works every time? Blade's Edge Arena.
True.
Yeah. So Blade's Edge Arena is awkward for a few different reasons. I think doing the all-ins on Walrix is a lot more difficult. So BWG, they have a choice to make. Do they play on the bottom or do they play up top? Because if they play on the bottom, I think they're, obviously you don't have to deal with the knock, but also you kind of lose the opportunity to kill the Warlock. be really difficult to chase him down if he's just portaling up, and the Druid's playing up top as well, going for Cyclones, and then you just kind of have the Bulletproof Shaman running at you. So we'll see what their positioning is like. Bach is going to be dropping totems at the bottom of the map, or the bottom side of the bridge, and now this is just going to be a waiting game to see who pushes into who, but I think this map is going to be a lot more difficult for Homer to line of sight, right? Unless they're playing at those side pillars, you basically have no line of sight on this map.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? We'll see what they decide to do here in the opener. The good thing for BWG is that they can easily do hit and run here because it's such a short distance to actually connect on the Warlock. The bad news is that they're going to be stacked up if they play here for Shadow Fury. Yeah, Shixie realizing that. Don't want to be getting double Shadow Fury in the opener. Cyclone coming out there onto Shixie. Warwick's, what is he going to do with this? He's going to drop his Demonic Circle, and is he going to push in? I feel like if they push in, they need to get crowd control on the Priest. Double Shadow Fury, Howl of Terror. This is the opener we're looking for. I want to see them go after the Priest here. Don't go after the Hunter. They're going after the Feral Druid. And now they're going after the Priest. There's there's the Coil. There's the Spelllock. There's the Odd Waffle. Getting absolutely sent. And that's what I wanted to see that's what I thought was going to happen in that first game. As soon as they got that exact same opener, just double Shadow Fury Howl. That's all you need to do. Just send the Priest.
Look at him.
It works every time.
No PvP gear in sight there on that character.
Not a single PvE item in sight.
Yeah. The thing is, like, it is scary. If they don't go after you, being able to just win the long game with regen is super good. If they do make those swaps, it can be devastating. And even if you are a Priest that has a lot of resilience, these swaps you're talking about, they're scary, right? You get improved counterspell, then do a coil. You can't activate pain suppression, and you can just get global instantly. Chaos Bolt, Lava Burst, goodbye. Double, triple rockets flying at you. Like, it can be a really difficult thing to stop. So take a look here at the replay and exactly how that did play out once again. Shy unfortunately gets knocked out of stealth. Two Seasons going for a Cyclone / Fear, and this is where they can kind of push in, make a play, and set up here onto Odd Waffle. So Shy once again coming back. They go for the shot. There it is. The double Howl of Terror, beautifully done. And this is like worst. If you're Odd Waffle, you're just like, oh no, help me. But at the same time, Shy's like, I'm in trouble. Oh no, you're in trouble. And it's just like everyone's panicking. Bloodlust is sent out. The wizards are casting their spells, and there's just no line of sight. There's nothing you can do. And yeah. What map we going to?
Definitely out of here. I'm gonna go ahead and say Nagrand probably what's gonna be the next map pick, but yeah, I this Howl of Terror from Warwick's here. It's actually, I feel like it's kind of almost strange that it hits Odd Waffle. Look at that range. Like, he knows the range exactly. It's like a perfect max range Howl. He doesn't even hesitate, and then he goes after the Feral, so he has to run away, and then you just go on the Priest, and then, like, the Priest can't do anything. The only thing you can do is Trinket, Desperate Prayer. That's the best. That's the best bang for your buck there, or pre-PS. But he can't pre-PS actually because he was feared. Yeah, you can just Trinket, Desperate Prayer is all you can do. He has to Trinket the Coil and Desperate Prayer and PS probably. But even then, it's not like you're in a great spot because you can just do the same thing again.
You have like some of the worst interrupts of this composition as well. That's a big problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have Feral Charge, so you have to go into bear form and you can Feral Charge. I mean, sure, it's an interrupt, it's okay, but I mean, it's not that great. And then you also have Silencing Shot. So you have Silencing Shot and from the Hunter, which isn't even an interrupt, it's just a silence. And then you also have the Feral Charge, which is very readable, can be difficult to use. And you just have a Druid cycloning you and crowd controlling you. You're dealing with fears. You're dealing with, hexes and lava bursts. It's just a lot you have to interrupt, and you don't really have that many tools. So you really have to pick the right moment to interrupt. And unfortunately, we just didn't see the help we needed on Odd Waffle. Something had to be stopped. But yeah, for Shy, it's difficult, right? Because you think you're the target, you're getting immolated. You're like, oh, I'm safe. Don't worry about me. And then they immediately just turn on the Priest. And as a Priest, if you're feared into the open like that and you get cleaned and swapped to and just silenced, you're just dead, right? Super difficult to survive.
I mean, there's two ways. Yeah. Once you're in that situation, it's the best thing you can probably do is just instantly will and then get out of line. But the problem with that is as well that well, then they might CC you and just send your hunter. Like, you can't really do anything about that. So it's a tough choice to make. The best thing you can do is probably just trinket the coil. But even then, it's like all the options are bad. So the best thing to do is to not be in that situation. And how do you avoid that situation? First of all, Odd Waffle, you start the game with Fear Ward on your character. You don't try to do these Hydra Fear Wards, like try to pre-Fear Ward a Fear. It's like a Warlock. Just line them, and if you can get it out of a stun, well, you have Fear Ward, you know? That's number one. And number two, Shixie, don't stack with your healer, bro. Like, if you're out in the open and then you run on top of your healer, and there's a Warlock already on top of him, like, it's kind of grief, you know? So I feel like those two things are big things you need to swap. Don't ever stack on the Feral. And I think as soon as you load into the game, just press Fear Ward first global. You're going to have about a 2-minute cooldown when the gates open. And then, yeah, you're going to be able to play with that Fear Ward a little bit later, you know, deeper into the game. So I think those are some small adaptations you can do right off the bat to avoid that. And then just reacting to the situation a little bit better when it happens. Either by instant will, that before you leave the pillar, you just will dispel yourself and then run around the corner before you get like refeared or something. And the other thing is just trinket the coil. Like, one of those two, you always have to make one of those two trades.
Yeah, some really good insight from you there. And we'll see if he's going to be able to get that done. But once again, everyone, we're going into game number 3. This is an elimination series and our final series of the day. Winner of this will make it to Championship Sunday. The loser will be eliminated from the tournament. So a lot on the line in this matchup, and it's been very back and forth. I would say, did he go for the Fear Ward?
He did.
Yeah, so Fear Ward has been traded out, and it's smart, right? Because it basically forces Baka to push in and actually get purges. And Priest is one of the most difficult things to purge in this game. Actually remove all their buffs at the start, but a beautiful offensive play here. We got a trap onto Baka. I think it actually got dispelled from that Fell Hunter, so really nicely done there by Walrick. Now the Shadow Fury comes in. Who are they going after? Homer in trouble. He's coiled in the open, forced to trade out the Trinketed Turret, but that's a beautiful Cyclone on Odd Waffle as well. And this is looking very much like game number 1, where Homer is just running and hiding immediately, already trading out some major defensives. Beautiful Cyclones coming in here from Seasons, and they really have to weather this heroism storm. Yeah, and another Cyclone right there on to Homer. Warwick's actually using his Feldom here, but you're going on to Homer. After that, oh my God, what? Wow! He just got deleted, man. He got Chaos Bolted, Lava Burst, Shadow Fury, 100-0 out of that clone. And Seasons, it is definitely the season of one-shots right now in Season 5. We got to see the replay on that one. And that... It's a nightmare, right? You have a Destra Warlock and Elemental Shaman running at you with Bloodlust. Your Priest basically has no time to dispel it. So it's basically just 45 seconds of absolute terror where you're going to be on the back foot. You have to somehow survive. But the Cyclones are really setting them up, right? The extra cast and Cyclones and crowd control where they get the double Shadow Furies, and you can just Cyclone the healer. You don't have to worry about fearing them. You can use the Fear as a way to like set up. But we can see how this game starts. We see a Fear onto Homer J, double Shadow Fury. We see the Cyclone onto Odd Waffles, an NS Cyclone coming in from Seasons. So just really setting the pace of the match, right? Like immediately trading his best heal for an offensive Cyclone just to get his team aggressive. They actually managed to kill off the first pet, which is really nice. So you can kind of tell the strategy they're going for. But Homer goes for a Feigned Death. We see a big Cyclone. Look at the Cyclone here. And immuning that Divine Hymn, Odd Waffle realizing, he's going to be in trouble. See a second Feldom come in, or a Feldom come in, and I think it's just a silence on Odd Waffle, and they just get absolutely deleted. Chaos Bolt into Conflag, Lava Burst. Good night. Yeah, that was a quick one. Nice NS clone, and then, well, it was just a really nice clone, actually, onto Homer. He Feigned Death the first one, and then, unfortunately for him, he didn't have a Feigned Death coming out of the clone. Like, if he Feigned Death and they didn't get the clone, it would have kind of been worth. But maybe he was just trying to buy like an extra second to get, to get something off before he gets cloned. But then, yeah, they just turn around and swap to him. And there even was a little bit of time to react there. I feel like there was probably some kind of miscommunication between Homer and Odd Waffle right there. And yeah, they're just able to send him. And a lot of that was because of SSNS. Definitely, yeah, we're going to go to Negrand. Just have a hunch. And yeah. I think SSNS just doing a good job getting NS clones, getting low clones, cloning Divine Hymns, keeping his team offensive. And yeah, they realized their win condition.
Aggro. You have to play aggro.
Exactly what you need to do. How do you feel about the way Shixie's playing in this matchup? Like,
I
I
mean,
almost feel like he's playing too scared. Like,
yeah.
I think like he's running, like he doesn't want to make himself a target, which is fair, but he's like allowing his whole team to just get bullied in the match, and I think it's pretty brutal. At that moment where Homer's just cycling in the middle of the map, Trixie was just running behind the pillar hiding. It was like, all right, well, good luck to you. But if he had stopped the lava burst, if he had stopped the chaos bolt, it could have been a completely different situation there. And it's kind of the same thing on Blade's Edge, right? Where Odd Waffle gets feared into the open. Trixie's like, well, I'm fine. Later.
Good luck, guys.
Gets one shot, right? Yeah, exactly. So I do think we could see Shixie do a little bit better of a job in these matchups. It's a fine line you have to balance, though, right? Because he's definitely a target in the match, but I also think Feral Druids are one of the more disruptive classes in the game, and you can't just be hiding behind the pillar and allow your Hunter and Priestess get bullied so much in the match.
No, I completely agree. Like, once the setup is live, if you're the Hunter and you're free, you have to stop it. If you have Silencing Shot or if you have Scatter, right? And if you're the Feral and you're free, you have to stop it as well. And Shixie, again, in the start of that game, stacked up with his pillar, with his healer on the pillar, and then they got double Shadow Fury into NS Clone, into, and started falling behind. So I want to see Shixie maybe try to actually go for SSNS if he pushes in like that. Don't let him play too aggressive. Don't let him get going. Just like don't attack. Like don't commit to him, but attack him at least. Odd Waffle though, this time around. Oh no, what is happening here? They used deterrence because Homer thought it was on him, and Odd Waffle used pain suppression because he thought it was on him. So now they're down 2 big cooldowns. The good news is he has a Fear Ward. Like he did pre-Fear Ward this game as well. So now they're stacked. If they get double Shadow Fury into a Howl, Odd Waffle is not going to have to deal with that. Nice interrupt there by Homer, Jay as well. The jungle defensively, I mean, it was a pretty... Oh, nice. They forced a trinket of SSNS right there with that trap as well. Defensively, they did have an overlap, but at least their coordination and who stops what seems a little bit better in this game.
Absolutely. Walrus taking a huge hit of damage. Maybe they could take him down. The spam dispel coming in from Odd Waffle. Shadow Fury will shut it down. Howl of Terror does not land. And it looks like Walrus might just go down at Seasons right now in a full freezing trap. Walrus barely hanging on by a thread, and he will get dropped. And that is what you want to see. Beautiful strike kind of comeback there by BWG in that one. I really like the aggressive plays on the Walrus. The early trinket from Seasons just allowed them to get this setup in the match where there was just no trinket. The full trap landed. They were able to get out the spam dispels, and this game was just really, really clean.
Yeah, absolutely. This was much better. They had that defensive overlap with the PS and the deterrence, but it didn't end up mattering. A lot better shutdown. Homer saved his interrupts for when Warwick was trying to get those setups going. And honestly, I think SSNS made a bit of a mistake here. I don't know, like when he just trinketed here, SSNS, but he trinketed a full trap, and I don't think he actually needed to. I think it was an offensive trinket, like he wanted to trinket to like get something going offensively. But it ended up costing him big time. And look at that Fear Ward right there, by the way. Odd Waffle, not forced to be in the worst spot in the world because he had that Fear Ward right there. And then here, yeah, full trap. They don't get the Devour because there's no pet on Warwick's. And, they take him down. Was that his second pet, too? I feel like the jungle are just prioritizing going after pets. Maybe he trinketed to save the pet? Actually, he's trinketed because he trinketed when everyone was full HP. But maybe it was to save the pet.
It's it's pretty important to save the pet, right? Once that's gone, once 2 pets are gone, you're in trouble. There's no Devour anymore. It's like, you're home free. Those traps are going to sit full. Really nothing they can do about it. The interrupt is gone, and they've won a lot of games just from the interrupt from the Fell Hunter, right? Just using it as like a silence. They can't really do too much. So taking down the pet, I think, is particularly strong against the Restoration Druid as well, because they don't have like a lot of instant healing. They have to keep the heal over time effects up. So if you're going after the Warlock, he gets fully hotted, and then you just tab target the pet. Oh no, he has to put full hots on that. You go back to the Warlock, and you kind of bounce around. And inevitably, the Fell Hunter is pretty squishy, honestly, in this game. Like it goes down pretty quick. It's a major vulnerability for Warlock. So as the Warlock, you have to be really good about your pet positioning, keeping it behind a pillar, making it really difficult to actually target it if it is going to be the main target in the match.
Yeah, I think that might have been what happened there in that last game. I think SSNS trinketed to save the pet, but then the pet died anyway, and then he didn't have trinket as well. So BWG Black, they're starting to look a little bit better here. They're starting to kind of claw their way back into this one. Blade's Edge is still going to be in their way, though. So we're going to have to wait and see exactly how they can deal with this map. I feel like Homer getting knocked out in open field, getting sent, definitely a possibility. Odd Waffle getting sent, definitely also a possibility. But ultimately, if it's kind of interesting, if the jungle survives the LSD, then the jungle wins. That's kind of how I see it.
Opposite.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's usually the opposite, right? It's usually LSD. If the game goes long enough, the druid is never gonna no one is gonna die. You're gonna lose, you know. But in this matchup, especially with Destroy LSD as well, I think BWG Black, they just need to clean up their defense, get those early fear wards down on Odd Waffle. He's been doing it well ever since he got one shot, so that's been a good adaptation from him. And Homer, I think, is saving his silencing shot more often to try to use it as a counter for Shadow Fury, like Fear/Howl. And Shixie, if he can get those kicks during the setups and then just do Feral Druid things, I think he's going to be in a good spot. So it's an important game here for BWG Black if they want to try to win this series. Loser gets knocked out. This is not the last game, though. This is the best of 7. But, of course, you want to have that double advantage if it does get to a Game 7. And we'll see here what they decide to do. Bit of a slow opener so far. Shixie moving in behind enemy lines, looking for his target. It's going to be Warwick's. He gets knocked. He actually, that's a wasted knock. He actually leaps in. They get a full trap onto Baka. And now, once again, going after Warwick's, going after the pet. They get a clone on SSNS. He trinkets. Full fear. It does get tremored, though, by Baka. And so far, it's looking good. Nice clone there onto Warwick. He's trying to get rid of that fear ward. He does fear it off from Odd Waffle, but again, the fear ward does save him that pre-fear ward. Now Warwick's, once again, with the Lust, trying to get something going here, but I think that's all they're going to be able to get. At this point, BWG Black just happy to kind of camp that Lust, but Shixie is in huge trouble. Full cycle of Odd Waffle, Shixie on 1% HP. How is he going to stay alive here? He's in bear form, activates the survival instincts. They're going after Warwick's a little bit here. Full fear secured onto Odd Waffle. He's got no breakers, and Shixie actually going to become the healer here for a second. Goes for the Tranquility. Homer with the early deterrence right there. He was getting swapped to, and that was definitely the move right there. Just deter before you drop low. And that way your healer won't have to heal 8 people at the same time. Now they can get aggressive again, man.
Yeah, definitely. I really like the plays there. They go in, they get aggressive early on. Bloodlust pops, and they're out of there. And a big swap right now onto Seasons. Can they take him down? He's hit a silencing shot into a bash. Beautiful plays coming in from BWG. That was such a nice swap. I just love the way they played this game. They go in, they get aggressive, they get some cooldowns out of the way, they get the trinket, and then as soon as we see the Bloodlust, they're gone. I'm out. Like, they're behind a pillar, they're running, they're hiding. Still close calls, and honestly, I think Seasons, he did a really good job pushing in and getting those clones and kind of setting up his team, because if he didn't get those clones, I feel like they basically would have had no pressure in that situation. So getting a target isolated with Cyclone allowed them to get some counter pressure, but ultimately BWG was able to hold on. Weather the storm, and then that swap there at the end was just so beautiful. And I think it really caught them off guard.
Yeah, definitely. And I was talking a little bit about that in that previous game when SSNS just gets in there and he's spamming out those clones. It's not a bad idea to actually hit him. It just depends. If you can hit him and at the same time not tank like Warlock and Ellie damage, it can definitely be worth it. But if you're going to be trading, it might not be worth it. But this was definitely one of those cases. Like, look at his position. He's literally on top of all of them. So he's been asking for it all game. And eventually he found out. So here, this is after the Lust. Yeah, this is after the Lust. And right at the end of the game, they just stun him. And now look at this right here. Do you see that they silence shot SSNS when they stun him as well? That prevents him from using Barkskin. I actually don't think he had Barkskin here. He actually did just use the Barkskin right now when he's like pushing in. So he was actually offensive with his Barkskin on cooldown and his trinket on cooldown. So, and he was in human form. So I feel like SSNS maybe played that one a little bit greedy. But either way, it's a very effective way to kill druids in general in Wrath if you silence them and stun them at the same time, because then they can't use that bark skin. And a lot of the time, that damage reduction, especially a lot of these druids run that bark skin glyph, which makes it so you don't get crit when you bark skin. Right there, you can see it.
Your toes.
You're just dead instantly. You had 1 second left on that bark skin. So SSNS definitely playing a little bit too aggressive there. But they might have been able to land that kill even if he had bark skin, because they stacked the silence on it.
It's kind of like not a random question, but what do you think about Affliction Warlock? Because I feel like in some of these matchups, especially against healers that have dispels like priests and paladins, Affliction is, in my opinion, super underrated. Even in this comp, like I think it's really strong. You can push in for the instant Howl of Terrors. You don't even necessarily need the Shadow Fury. And once you kind of light them up with unstable afflictions, it can be really difficult to recover, because the priest is dispelling a lot in this match, right? Like he's dispelling fears, he's dispelling flame shocks, and if you don't actually do that, you have to open up your tree a lot more to actually get effective healing out.
Yeah, I feel like I've talked about this with some of my Warlock buddies as well, and a lot of them are saying that Athlete Warlock just struggles in general right now because warriors, like, it's just so hard dealing with warrior teams, and having like Shadow Fury and stuff like that as Destro definitely helps. But at the same time, I personally kind of like Athlete. It's just the same thing as Asa Rogue, right? I'm telling all my rogues, go Asa, let's try it. But no one wants to. And I'm telling all my Warlock friends, let's try Athlete. I think it could be good. But nobody wants to. Everyone's just a Destro, Ellie, one-shotting Andy. And, I mean, it is. I guess it is more fun to.
There's a reason.
One-shot. Yeah, it is good. But yeah, I feel like Athlete in this matchup is actually really nice because you have instant Howl. Like your win condition is literally works getting a Howl. So I feel like having instant Howl is definitely huge. Also, if you can get a Hex on Odd Waffle and just insta Howl Shixie, that's another way you can get like a 3-on-1. You just have a lot of ways to continue your damage as well when people run, which BWG Black definitely does. When you lost, they run. So I think it could be good, but it's just a matter of how much Athlete LSD have they played. And also maybe Wardix just gets deleted if he's Athlete. Like maybe they don't have enough pressure. It's hard to say.
I love Affliction Warlock. Whenever we're actually going to be, we have the pleasure of being joined by Azale tomorrow, which I'm really excited about. But whenever him and I play recently, I always make him play Affliction. Excited. He gets excited about it because no one wants to play with him on Affliction. They all want Destro, but kind of I always like playing the random stuff in the game. But I think it's really good, and it just really limits those offensive dispels. I mean, maybe it kind of just falls over if you're fighting like, I could definitely see that if you're fighting like a Thunder or something like that. But in this particular matchup, I think it could be something that will flex too. But who knows how much practice he has? I mean, I think at this point, most Warlocks are pretty comfortable playing Destruction, and it's not like it's bad. It's super good. But I'm just curious to see if that's going to be something that kind of evolves as the weekend goes on.
Yeah, I feel like usually Athlete is that spec that kind of scales a lot. Like the later you get, the better it gets. Because you just get more stats, you get your dots just do more basically over the same period of time. So I feel like Athletes, maybe we won't see it too much in this one, but I think for sure, at least on ladder and stuff like that, in the later seasons, we're going to see it when all the PvE trinkets are, when you get like all the really insane PvE trinkets and you get just all that late game scaling. I think that's when we're going to see a lot of Athlete Warlocks. I would like to see it here. It could be cool, but I think it's just the same. They're just going to rely on the knock Odd Waffle out in the open and send him.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad strategy, right? Yep. Not a bad strategy whatsoever. I just always like to think of like the random things players could do. But yeah, I have to say I'm really impressed with this team so far. BWG Black, the Hunter Feral Druid isn't a composition I really anticipated even being good in Wrath the Lich King. I don't remember it being good back in my day, in the olden days. But yeah, it's really cool to see these teams kind of step up with this comp. Really good crowd control, really good burst potential, and making it work against SCARABS. Really, really good team, or SCARABS, really, really good team. And see if they can continue the run here on Dalaran.
Yeah, let's see if they can, or if their journey ends here. SCARABS, definitely an experienced roster, and A lot of people don't know this, but they play. I think they're ranked one every season in fives. Those guys, they're always up there playing high-rated fives. A lot of experience on that roster. A lot of people see Warwicks and Baka and think they're just like retail players who just started playing, but they've been kind of dominating in TBC as well. So definitely a very experienced team, and on the side of BWG Black as well. A lot of experience on that roster. And BWG Black, this is a best of 7. Are we going to go all the way to game 7? It would be our first game 7. Or is SCARABS going to get flushed here in the sewers?
Good question. What is your prediction here? I'm going to put you on the spot. What do you think is going down here in game number 6? You think this is we're tying it up or series done?
That's tough, man. There's a part of me that thinks Odd Waffle is going to get deleted, but there's also a part of me that thinks we're done.
Okay.
I think BWG
Which part is
Black.
greater? This is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean that's a hard question. I'm a big dude. All my parts are great. I feel like right now though I'm feeling Odd Waffle. I think Odd Waffle is gonna stand up to the one shot that's headed his way, and he's gonna figure it out. I think they're going to try to one-shot Odd Waffle. He's going to deal with it expertly, and then BWG Black are going to, in the last second, at the back of some clutch plays, get the win.
Okay. I like that. I'm going to go a different route. I think SCARABS is going to tie it up. I think they're going to win in Bloodlust. That's my prediction. They're going to Bloodlust. They're going to get a good knock, and it's going to be good night to somebody. I'm not sure who. I'm getting a vision, but I don't know exactly. That part's fuzzy to me. I'm not sure exactly who's going to go down, but it's going to be someone.
Okay.
So, yep, that's my prediction here in game number 6. BWG Black, if they are able to win this, they will close it out and advance to the matches on Sunday, which should be really exciting to see this composition. And of course, we have SCARABS, our only Restoration Druid we've seen so far today. Can they do it with their Destruction Warlock and their Elemental Shaman? They have to play really aggressive during their Bloodlust. They have to get a lot done. Otherwise, you've kind of seen BWG Black able to strike back.
Yeah. Let's see here. What can they do? Will it be Odd Waffle, Homer J, and Chixie grabbing the win here on match point? Or will it be Odd Waffle getting deleted in Bloodlust, or Homer J getting deleted in Bloodlust potentially? They do go for the Cyclone here actually onto SSNS. And there's the knock. Who did they get? They got Chixie. He just leaps back. So not ideal here. Homer can kind of safely push in now for a little bit if he wants to, or if he just wants to stay on max range and just try to dish out damage. They win on mana as well. We have seen it. In that game number 1, Chixie gets Cycloned. Odd Waffle in a Shadow Fury. No follow-up, though. Nice scatter shot there by Homer. And I like that Homer is trying to save either a scatter shot or a silencing shot for that Warlock. Now, the Blueberry has been summoned here from Warwicks. That is bad news, because that means they don't have a Dispel anymore for the traps. Baka actually... Did he trinket that? Oh, no, he trinketed now something. I don't know if they broke that trap, but either way, they don't have a trap Dispel anymore with that Voidwalker out for Warwicks. So big adaptation. They also lose offense. So more defense-oriented play, just to at least have a pet for Warwicks. But we'll see if it backfires for him, Maruki.
Yeah, prediction's not looking so good for me right now. Warwick's going to be taking quite a bit of damage here. And it looks like he will be able to hold on, but this is not what you really want. And now these traps, look at Baka right now. He's just in a 10-second trap. The fear comes in, and that is good game. Beautiful crowd control. They get the full trap on Baka. They force out, they force out the Blueberry, so there's no dispel. They get the fear. There's no Tremor Totem available. That was just a perfect setup. I mean, BWG Black really impressing me here with this composition. They pull out victory, and they actually eliminated a team I thought was going to go further.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Same here. This was a very stacked team on the side of SCARABS, but BWG Black showing some versatility here. Chixie playing the Ret, playing the Feral Druid, and I think he did a good job overall. BWG Black will be the last team to qualify here for Championship Sunday. Congratulations to them. And it was a well-fought series from both sides. I think both teams kind of found win conditions. But in the end, as soon as that Voidwalker comes out, I feel like it's just, the The only way Warix lives here is if his portal is on the other side and he manages to kite throughout that whole CC chain, but just not possible. So once that Voidwalker comes out, sure, you get the sacrifice shield, but they just break it instantly in 1 second, and now you don't have Devour magic. That's why they're killing the Fel Hunters all the time. It's sure, Spelllock is annoying, but it's mainly about Devour magic. If you don't have Devour magic for the trap, you can trap Baka, you can full fear SSNS, but if there's Devour magic, then the trap on Baka gets dispelled. He drops the Tremor Totem, and instead of people like your whole team being CC'd, no one is CC'd. So that's why they're paying so much attention to that Fel Hunter on the side of BWG. And the reason why Warix did go for the Voidwalker is, of course, because it's just a way tankier pet, much harder to kill it. But yeah, it just comes at a great cost for him, and because of that, his whole team gets CC'd and then he gets deleted. So really nice setup here from the jungle in the end. And we saw multiple win conditions from them. So really good adaptation in general coming out of these guys, winning on CC, winning on mana, just doing a great job overall, killing the pets and winning on that. Definitely showing that they understand the matchup and that they can execute.
Definitely can. I will say, I kind of wish Baka was a little bit more patient with his Nox in this match. I feel like if you're going to lock in a map like Dalaran Sewers, like Blade's Edge, you don't want to waste that. That's kind of your ability to reset the match and really put positioning in your favor. And when you're kind of just throwing it out and not actually making like a good use out of it, I feel like it really hurts you in the long run, especially when they kind of like dogpile and they're running on top of your Warlock and stuff like that. Like, just be a little bit more patient with it. It could have a bit of a better result. But honestly, really good day of games. We have quite a bit of composition variety too going into the top 4, which is really exciting. We have the Frost Mage, Elemental Shaman, Discipline Priest. We have the Pharaoh Druid going with the Hunter and the Priest. That's really exciting as well. And then we have we have the Thunder.
Yeah, Thunder.
Right? Thunder and
I think it's 2 Thunders. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. 2 Thunders, which I think some people might have predicted, but the other 2 compositions, I feel like they could give them a run for their money.
Oh, they absolutely can. I mean, we still have a lot of great players left in the EU scene. Only the best of the best left here. 2 Thunders, and 1 Hunter Red / Feral, and then 1 Rogue Mage / Ellie Mage. So. Definitely some great games ahead of us, and we had a lot of great games today as well. A lot of close series. Actually, we didn't have a single game 7. We had a couple of game 6s though. We had a lot of game 6s actually, but no game 7 sadly. And of course, we also have the entire top 8 from North America tomorrow as well. So still plenty of Wrath Classic, and this is the North American bracket right here. I mean, what do you make of this, Van? Look at that. There's definitely some big teams here. We got Bing Bong that we've seen in the past. We got Golden Guardians. We got both of them down there in the lower bracket. Then we got BWG Gold. Is that Snuts team?
It is, yeah.
And then we got Hosey and Friends. That's Sidu, Mez, and Josito, I think.
I believe it is. Yep. Sidu, Mez, Josito. Really excited for that one. They play a bunch of different like Retribution DK cleaves, as well as like the Protection Paladin DK, and they have a few little surprises I think that they could run. But yeah, their Ret DK is really scary. And of course you have the Golden Guardians, like you mentioned, the Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman. We haven't seen a Restoration Shaman just yet, but I think the extra aggression from that composition could really throw some people off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely very excited to see the RPS, just the fast pace, and just see the Golden Guardians back in their element. It's gonna definitely be interesting to see. I'm excited to see Ret DK as well, because nobody played that in EU. As a matter of fact, we didn't see a single DK.
That's interesting.
Which I'm not that disappointed about that. I don't like DKs, but just a fun fact. We didn't see any.
I don't mind DKs when I'm not fighting them. Watching them from afar is like totally fine. But yeah, it'd be really rough. But I think the main story in North America for me is BWG Gold. Their team, in my opinion, is like they're just so dominant. Like I
Yep.
am just curious if anyone can kind of stand up to them, or if they're just going to have kind of, an easy streak all the way into the finals and potentially win. But there's going to be 7 really good teams that are going to be trying to shut them down and stop that. But yeah, their team is just so strong. Cubsy coming in, Wrath the Lich King. He's been playing the Holy Paladin and Restoration Druid. We kind of know him as one of the best Restoration Druids in North America. And then you have Chanimal and Snuts. I mean, Chanimal and Warlock is he's just on a different level. Yeah, I think it's at this point in North America, at least, he's undisputed the best. And then you have Snuts,
I think in EU too.
who's been all right. Yeah, he plays a lot in Europe too, right? So like, he's practicing, training in high gravity in the European region.
Yeah, no, Chan is definitely a monster, man. And this is the old Cloud9 roster. This is the old retail Cloud9 roster. They had so much success with this squad. Snuts, Chan, and Cubsy, and then Wealthy Man as well, of course. But he's not here. I think actually, wait, didn't Wealthy Man compete? Did he win or come second? I think in the TBC one. Did he not qualify? Or did he not try? Maybe.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's not important. Either way, yeah, definitely a strong roster. I think they're. I mean, you said it, and I think I agree. They're definitely the contender over in North America, kind of the team to beat over there, I would say. But there's a lot of good teams there that we're gonna take a look at tomorrow. And yeah, it's been awesome today in Europe as well, for sure. A lot of good games.
I'm really excited for Sunday when we can see the conclusion of Europe, but that's going to do it for us today. Working through that top 8 in Europe. Tomorrow we'll be going over to the North American region, like we mentioned, to see the top 4 teams there. We'll be live at 10 Pacific. Thank you so much for watching today, and keep it locked on twitch.tv/Warcraft and youtube.com/Warcraft. Make sure you follow the channels so you don't miss when we are live, and we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow.